Chapter 191. She, Linglong Shui, swore that she really wanted to kill him, but if what he said was true, then the world would see her. No. Absolutely not. She compromised. At least now she was in a mess, very messy. If you dare to reveal this when you go back, I will slaughter the entire human race. Linglong Shui glared at Lin Xian and threatened. Fine. I promise you. Hurry up. With a wave of her hand, Lin Xian vanished on the spot. After Lin Xian left, she stood there in a daze. With a flash of light, Lin Xian appeared next to Chang'an County. It wasn't far from where they parked the chariot. Most of the people here had already left, but there were a few who stayed. Lin Xian. When the two girls saw Lin Xian, they immediately ran over. You guys. Lin Xian froze when he saw Ling Ying and Miao Xiao Miao. Lin Xian knew that Ling Ying was here, but Miao Xiao Miao was here too. Lin Xian, you bastard. Miao Xiao Miao threw a stone at Lin Xian, but Lin Xian nimbly dodged it. Where are your clothes? Ling Ying walked over to Lin Xian and asked. They were burned during the battle. No big deal. Miao Xiao Miao pouted and said, where did you go? I went to save people with Commander Qin Feng. Stop pretending. Commander Qin Feng already went back, but you still haven't come back. He came back just for you. Lin Xian saw a figure walking over. It was Qin Feng. It's very dangerous. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian and continued, if there's anything in the future, can't we go together? Lin Xian smiled and nodded. All right. He didn't let Miao Xiao Miao and Ling Ying follow because he was afraid that they would be in danger. If he implicated them, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace even if he died. The two girls were also very smart. If Lin Xian continued to hide it, it meant that he didn't want to talk about it. Since he didn't want to talk about it, they didn't ask anymore. But no matter what, it was fine as long as he was fine. Qin Feng walked over and saluted Lin Xian. This really made Lin Xian feel flattered because this Qin Feng should be a domain realm expert. Lin Xian, let's not talk about other things for now, but there's one thing I want to thank you on behalf of everyone. If it weren't for you and the two ladies, we might not have survived our losses. Now that half of us have survived, it's already a blessing in disguise. Lin Xian shook his head and said, that's what I should do. This is part of being human. It's also my responsibility. It was obvious that Qin Feng's mood was not very good. He originally thought that this would be a devastating blow to the demonic beasts, but he didn't expect that they would fall into a trap and suffer such heavy losses. More than 20,000 people died. This was simply too exaggerated. This time, the plan of the Chinese country was directly announced to have ended. Everyone else had returned, and only the four of them were left here. I just don't know why we failed. The demonic beasts actually set a trap early on. Qin Feng sighed again. But other than that, what else could he do? There was no turning back. Lin Xian glanced at Miao Xiao Miao and Ling Ying. He knew that they hadn't told Qin Feng about Wang Jichao's matter. They were probably waiting for Lin Xian to make a decision. Lin Xian then said, Chief Commander Qin. Qin Feng waved his hand and said helplessly, don't call me that. I'm the one who caused everyone to be in this state. I'm no longer qualified to be the chief commander. I'm about 20 years older than you guys, so just call me Uncle Qin. Lin Xian nodded and said, this time it's not your fault. Uncle Qin, you're just executing the policy of the Chinese country. That's also because I didn't investigate thoroughly. No, it's because a human traitor leaked information about our entire operation to the demonic beasts, so the demonic beasts set a trap early on. Lin Xian said. A human traitor? That's impossible. Even if there was, it should be the higher-ups of the three major forces. Qin Feng suddenly realized something and stared at Lin Xian in shock. Lin Xian nodded and said, that's right. There's a traitor among the higher-ups of the three major forces. Lin Xian then nodded to Miao Xiao Miao, who then passed the phone to Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked at the phone's recording, and his killing intent surged. The trial union, Wang Jichao. Bastard. Qin Feng clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot. If it was their mistake that led to this failure, perhaps he would feel better. But if it was his own people who leaked information about their operation, then he would feel even angrier and even worse. This evidence should be enough, right? Lin Xian said. Qin Feng took a deep breath and tried his best to calm his anger. I never thought that the final mistake would be our own fault. We've let down all the warriors who died. No, it's him. Qin Feng then patted Lin Xian's shoulder and said, don't worry about this. He'll definitely pay the price. His death isn't worth regretting. We'll definitely make him suffer a fate worse than death. But there's one more thing, and that's about you. Me? Lin Xian pointed at himself in surprise. Qin Feng nodded, that's right. This time, because of your operation, we saved the remaining 30,000 people and even left some soldiers for the 3 major forces. Otherwise, the beasts would have attacked us and Tianhua City would have fallen. Your contribution is so great that I'll ask the higher-ups for your reward. Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. Forget it, I don't like to show my face in the public. This isn't showing your face in the public. You saved over 10,000 people. This is a great contribution. The Chinese government will definitely give you a title of unparalleled honor. It wasn't that Lin Xian didn't care, but he was still used to his normal life. It was great to interact with girls. Lin Xian felt that it would be very troublesome if the country paid attention to him. Forget it, I won't ask for the reward. Or maybe I'll mention it to Uncle Qin when I want it in the future. Qin Feng was extremely surprised. As expected of a young man who could stand out on the battlefield. He was indeed extraordinary. All right, since this is your decision, I'll respect it. However, I hope to invite you to join the Divine Palace. I'll give you a high position so that it'll be easier for you to do things in the future, Qin Feng said. This? How about you give me this position, but I won't join the Divine Palace. Is that okay? This position was quite useful. The higher the position, the more people would be intimidated. Sometimes, he could even get in through the back door. This was a comfortable position, but the prerequisite was that he didn't belong to the Divine Palace. Okay. Then I'll give you the position of Deputy Commander of Tianhua City's Border Defense Team. You can use this position to do things outside. Of course, you can't do anything bad. Internally, you don't have to do anything. You're completely free and can resign at any time. How about it? Lin Xian nodded slightly. Although he still belonged to the Divine Palace, in a sense, he didn't belong to them anymore. This was a power that Qin Feng had given him privately. Chapter 192. Seeing Lin Xian nod, Qin Feng felt a little better. Lin Xian had done such a terrible thing. If he did not want anything, he would feel guilty. You're a student of the Sky Martial Court, right? I'll send someone to pass you your identification. Thank you. Let's go back. I have to get rid of that bastard Wang Jichao as soon as possible. It'll be troublesome if he notices something and escapes. Then, the 4 of them stepped into the teleportation formation. I'll go home first. My sister must be worried. Lin Xian said to the 2 girls, his upper body bare. You know that too? Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Fortunately, nothing happened. However, he really was a troublemaker. Anyway, she had to be careful. She could not be separated from Lin Xian in the future. Who knew what he would do? Okay. I apologize. Miao Xiaomiao put her hands on her waist and said, you shouldn't apologize to us. You're being irresponsible to yourself and your sister. What if something happens to you? Okay, there won't be a next time. It's getting late. The sun is about to rise. Let's go back and rest. I'm going home too. Oh, right. Give me the phone and the note, Lin Xian said to Ling Ying. Lin Xian handed the phone to Lin Xian and said, I live alone in Tianhua City. I'm very free. Why don't I send it over now? Lin Xian shook his head. Let's wait until morning. This matter hasn't spread yet. Let his sister have a good night's sleep. I'll tell her the bad news tomorrow. That's the only way. I'll go tomorrow. Are you sure you can do it? Lin Xian smiled and nodded. It's just sending something over. I'm just an errand boy. I don't have to do anything. Why can't I do it? That's true. We'll go back then. The three of them then separated. When Lin Xian returned home, Lin Yue was asleep. He thought she was asleep, but maybe she was still awake. Anyway, not long after he opened the door, Lin Yue came out of the room. Where's your jacket? Lin Yue stared blankly at Lin Xian for a moment before hurriedly finding a set of clothes for him to wear. It was 4 o'clock in the morning, but it was still dark outside. Although they had returned, the news had not really spread yet. The news would spread tomorrow morning, so Lin Yue did not know what danger Lin Xian and the others had gone through. It was just that Lin Xian hadn't sent a message to Lin Yue for a long time, so Lin Yue was worried. However, after hearing from Ling Ying that Lin Xian was fine, she was temporarily relieved. It's normal to tear your clothes in battle, Lin Xian said with a smile. Hungry? Yes. Go take a shower. I'll cook a bowl of noodles for you. Then Lin Yue walked into the kitchen. Lin Xian revealed a blissful smile. Lin Yue was not stupid. She had heard that the operation would end at noon, but it was only 4 o'clock in the morning. An hour or two earlier might be normal, but 7 or 8 hours earlier was definitely not normal. Therefore, she knew that something must have happened. However, as long as Lin Xian was fine, then all was well. Lin Yue let out a long sigh of relief. Lin Xian came out of the shower feeling refreshed. His body's injuries were mostly healed by the wood element. When he came out, he smelled a delicious aroma. To be honest, he was starving to death. Miss Xiao. Lin Xian looked at Xiao Running in surprise. He suddenly remembered that he had asked Xiao Running to accompany Lin Yue to sleep. I'm hungry too. Let's eat something, Xiao Running said. Then, Lin Xian walked over and started eating. Lin Yue propped her chin up and looked at him. Why are you looking at me? Am I too handsome? Lin Xian teased, making Lin Yue blush. No, Lin Yue thought for a moment, then asked, did the mission fail? Lin Xian paused, then nodded. Yes, it failed. Did you lose a lot? Xiao Running looked at Lin Xian and asked. She was smart, so she naturally knew what was going on. Lin Xian did not need to hide this matter from Lin Yue and the others. Because later on, everyone would know about the heavy losses this time. Although it would cause panic, there was no other way. When fighting with demonic beasts, such preparations were needed. However, the compensation that China was going to give out this time would probably be a huge sum. But compared to human lives, the compensation was really nothing. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, more than 20,000 people. Xiao Yu Ning paused in the middle of eating, revealing a shocked expression. A total of 50,000 people went, and 20,000 died. What exactly did you encounter? Xiao Running said in disbelief. How was this possible? Lin Xian said helplessly, the demonic beast's trap. They already knew about our movements and prepared an ambush in advance. What? How is that possible? Because a human betrayed the clan and leaked information to the demonic beast. Xiao Running frowned. Bang! She subconsciously slammed the table. Beast. This was even more hateful than becoming a martial artist of the evil fiend temple. As long as one was a normal person, they would definitely hate it. Because of one person, 20,000 people died. If this was not a beast, then what was? Although Lin Yue didn't really understand, she roughly understood the meaning. Let's not talk about it anymore. The people should have been caught. The three big powers won't just stand by and watch. As for the people who died, Ari, this is also something that can't be helped. It's hard to go against fate. Lin Xian sighed and continued eating. Xiao Running thought for a while and asked, then is Tianhua City in danger? Lin Xian downed a bowl of soup. Lin Yue took the bowl and scooped some noodles for him. Then Lin Xian looked at Xiao Running and said, if something happened to the three big powers this time, then Tianhua City should have fallen. But for now, it should be fine. The demonic beasts also need time. Even if the demonic beasts attack the city, they should be able to hold on until reinforcements come from other places. No matter how much I thought about it, I didn't think that it would be our own people, Xiao Running said helplessly. There was really no other way. This was human nature. There was really no guarantee that everyone was a good person. You should have a good rest tomorrow. I reckon that Tianhua City will be quite chaotic for the time being. After all, so many people have died. Although it's not just Tianhua City, there must be a lot of people in Tianhua City. I don't know how many students from the Sky Marshal Court went there and how many people have died. Xiao Running sighed. But, wasn't this how the world was now? Miss Xiao, I want to ask, what cultivation level must one reach to be able to cause destruction from 1,000 meters away with a raise of one's hand? Lin Xian asked curiously. Raise of one's hand? Lin Xian nodded and then made a gesture. He flicked his finger and said, yes, just a casual flick of your finger. Do you want to reach the heavenly venerable stage? Xiao Running. No. Virtuous stage. Lin Xian, what's going on? A virtuous stage demon venerable? That's impossible. If it's you, how could you come back alive? Chapter 193. The Great Virtual Realm was already the second to last realm. It might not even exist in this world. He really didn't know if there was an existence of this level. Are you sure? Lin Xian asked. Xiao Running shook her head. I'm not sure. There are many factors, but if it's really as you said, the heavenly venerable realm might not be enough. Of course, I'm only making an inference based on the records. If that woman was in the Great Virtual Realm, then Lin Xian was dumbfounded. But even if she wasn't in the Great Virtual Realm, if she was in the Heavenly Venerable Realm, Lin Xian was also dumbfounded. He had slept with a woman of that level. Oh my god. Hey, what are you thinking about? Xiao Running waved her hand at Lin Xian. Lin Xian came back to his senses and shook his head. He took the second bowl of noodles that Lin Ya had served him and said, I'm just asking. It's nothing. That's true. If you really met her, you would all be dead. Moreover, demon venerables of that level should be in the 10,000 Demon Alliance. It's impossible for them to appear here. 10,000 Demon Alliance. Miss Xiao, tell me about the 10,000 Demon Alliance. Lin Xian was really curious now. There's nothing to say. I don't know much. The 10,000 Demon Alliance is a force of the Demon Clan. They are all demon kings and demon venerables who have transformed. They are also the ones who organized the siege. Does the Heavenly Venerable Realm or even the Great Virtual Realm exist? Xiao Running thought for a moment and said, they should exist. Although I've never seen or heard of them, since there is such a realm, then there must be such a powerhouse. So I'm very curious about one thing. For the 10,000 Demon Alliance, they can casually send out a Heavenly Venerable Realm powerhouse to easily take down Tianhua City and even the other cities. Why do they have to go through so much trouble? Lin Ya propped up her chin and listened to their conversation curiously. I've heard the elders in my family mention this before. Fey beasts have experts, so do we humans. Many years ago, this was a rule set by the various human and Fey experts. The Great Void Realm and Heavenly Dao Realm experts are not to participate in any racial wars because they are too strong. As for whether the Heavenly Venerables are included, I'm not sure. Why did they all agree to this rule? Logically speaking, the demonic beasts are in the limelight right now. They shouldn't have agreed to it. It's very simple. That level is too strong, and only those of that level can fight against it. However, it's too difficult to kill an opponent of that level. If the mystical beasts can make those of that level come and attack the city, it'll naturally be very easy. However, this affects the balance. Humans of that level can also go out and kill the mystical beasts as they please. With just a raise of their head, tens of millions of lives will be lost. This will lead to a situation where the strong will hunt each other's tribes. Perhaps after many years, only those of that level will be left on planet Waterblue, while the weaker life forms will all be dead. It's the same for humans and demonic beast. Xiao Running explained. I understand. That's why such a rule is needed. Otherwise, the world will be in chaos. It'll be even more chaotic than it is now. Xiao Running nodded. Although we can defend against those demonic beasts of that level, the battlefield will still be at the edge of the city, and the destruction will still be great. Secondly, as long as they sneak into the vicinity of the city, they can kill hundreds of thousands or even millions of people in a short period of time. Our experts won't be able to defend in time. Conversely, it's the same for the mystical beasts. They won't be able to make it in time if we ambush them. So, there are indeed experts of that level. Of course there are. As for how strong they are, or how many experts there are in the Myriad Demon Alliance, we don't know. However, since the mystical beasts have also agreed to this matter, it means that they are also wary of us human experts. Therefore, the number of experts on both sides should be about the same, Xiao Running said. That was strange. The mystical beasts had actually mobilized Heavenly Venerables. That woman was at least at the Heavenly Venerables realm. Domain realm cultivators shouldn't be that strong. Lin Xian thought that she had also made a move. After all, if she wanted to kill him, even if he was alone, she would have broken the rule. However, what if she was not a Heavenly Venerable? If she was not a Heavenly Venerable, it meant that she was qualified to make a move. She was only a Heavenly Venerable. Thank you, Miss Xiao. I have a rough idea. You guys should go to bed. All right. You should rest early too. Don't go to the Sky Marshal Court tomorrow. Lin Xian nodded. He still had to deliver something tomorrow. It did not matter whether he went to the Sky Marshal Court or not. Then, they returned to their respective rooms. I wonder if Qin Xiaotian is dead or not. Lin Xian lay on his bed, thinking about something. If Qin Xiaotian was dead, Lin Xian would be upset. This was because Qin Xiaotian had to be killed by Lin Xian himself. Moreover, if he died, Lin Yai's frost physique would be gone as well. Lin Xian was even wondering if Qin Xiaotian was still alive. Oh, right. What does that reward mean? Lin Xian thought about the mission reward after he had sex with that woman. It was a 10% increase in his space attribute. A 10% increase. Does that mean I can directly control 10% of my space attribute? I should have been able to control about 1% before. Teleporting myself and releasing all my spiritual power is 100 meters. Let me try it now. Then, Lin Xian released 10% of his spiritual power and performed a space jump. About 100 meters. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised. As expected. This was his ability to control space attribute. In other words, he should be able to control about 10% of his space attribute. This was already very exaggerated. It would definitely increase Lin Xian's combat strength by a lot. However, there was a problem. It consumed too much spiritual power. If his opponent was at the same level or below, it would be fine. However, if his opponent was slightly more powerful than him, just releasing the space attribute would exhaust his spiritual power. However, as his control improved, the effect of releasing the space attribute at the same level would become stronger. Therefore, if he wanted to consume less spiritual power, Lin Xian had to master it even more. If I successfully confess to that woman, the mission reward is 100% mastery of the space attribute. I'm afraid no one in this world can control it 100%. To be honest, it's very attractive. If I just practice, I might not be able to do it even after several decades. But Lin Xian had a headache just thinking about that woman. It felt good, but she was too powerful. It would be fine if she didn't kill him. Don't say that she agreed to be Lin Xian's woman. This was something that was impossible to achieve. Not even the slightest possibility. However, the most unbearable thing was that if he didn't get her, he would be punished by the mission and his level would be reset to 0. He couldn't take it. 3 months, to conquer a noble and cold woman. Moreover, she was at the Heavenly Venerable realm. She was even close to the Virtuality realm. With just him, Lin Xian. What was he, Lin Xian? Arcane Body realm. Compared to her, he was just a stinky little brother. Chapter 194. After a few hours of sleep, Lin Xian woke up at 8 o'clock in the morning. Lin Ya and Xiao Running were washing up. Morning. Lin Xian greeted them. Morning. Lin Ya and Xiao Running looked at Lin Xian and were slightly stunned. Why is he dressed? Little Xian, are you going out? Lin Ya asked. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, I have something to do. I might not be back for lunch. I might go to the Sky Marshal Court. Little fairy, you don't have to wait for me. I'm going to work, Lin Ya said. Then I'll get going first. Bye, little fairy. Bye, Ning. Miss Xiao. Hey, aren't you going to eat breakfast? Xiao Running shouted. However, Lin Xian had already rushed out. You're in such a hurry. Maybe you're going to meet a girl, Xiao Running said to Lin Ya with a smile. That's great. Lin Ya didn't know why she felt empty in her heart when she said that. I'll go to the Sky Marshal Court as well. After such a big incident, I'm sure many people from the advanced class are there. I wonder how many people are in trouble. I'm afraid the Sky Marshal Court won't be peaceful today, Xiao Running said with a sigh. All right then. I'll make breakfast first. We'll go after breakfast. It's okay. It's getting late. I have to hurry. I'll buy some food on the way. It's not troublesome. Walking out, Tianhua City gave off a sorrowful feeling today. There weren't many pedestrians on the streets. Some people even had tears on their faces as they walked on the streets. They were probably on their way to work or school when they received the bad news that their friends and family had died outside. Sigh, 20,000 people died. No matter what, 7 or 8,000 of them were from Tianhua City. In an instant, 7 or 8,000 people from Tianhua City died. For a short period of time, Tianhua City will indeed be immersed in this situation. However, this is something that can't be helped. I wonder how the three great powers are going to deal with Wang Jichao. Lin Xian sighed as he looked at the address on the slip of paper and hailed a cab. Master, let's go to Liyuan district. This chauffeur seemed to be a cliché. The moment Lin Xian boarded the car, he started chatting with Lin Xian in all sorts of ways. Young man, did you hear about what happened last night? Lin Xian nodded. I've heard. Sigh. I don't know how much longer Tianhua City can last. Young man, has your family considered moving away now? Move away for what? Tianhua City might not fall, Lin Xian said. The driver laughed and said, that's true. After all, we human warriors are not to be trifled with. I'm ashamed to say that I regret not improving myself properly at that time. That's why I ended up like this. Lin Xian said, it's not too late. Even if you can't improve by much, you can still improve yourself. The chauffeur laughed and said, it's different now. I have a family and a child. I don't dare to go out and take risks. Otherwise, it's too easy to end up like those people last night. Sigh. Perhaps this was what many people were thinking now. Everyone has their own fate. But if I were given another chance, even if I might die when I was young, I wouldn't have wasted my life like this. Lin Xian laughed and looked at him. Master, are you implying something? Ha ha ha. The chauffeur laughed heartily. It's nothing. I usually bring a lot of students with me. Every time, I'll talk to them about these things. I just want to tell you young people to work hard. Otherwise, you'll regret it like me in the future. The chauffeur said with a sigh. I think that since you have the heart, you can organize people with the same thoughts as you and then go to various places to give speeches. It's much better than this. Yes, they would regret it many years later. But they were young and didn't understand. If a group of regretful people were to organize speeches, would it have a certain effect and make those who wasted their lives full of desire? After all, there were too many warriors who wasted their lives. Those who truly wanted to improve themselves and dared to do so were too few. This was also one of the reasons why humans were weaker than demonic beasts. Lin Xian felt that the chauffeur should also be aware of this reason. He wanted to use his weak ability to attract customers to awaken the hearts of some people. Ha ha ha, no, I have the heart but not the strength. Just pretend you didn't hear it. But Lin Xian felt that this was a good thing. Perhaps in the future, there would be a group of people who would do such things. To strengthen the people, It couldn't just rely on the country. Perhaps there would be some people who could give a lot of help. It seemed like a simple matter, but it could be of great use. The address on the slip of paper was in Tianhua City. It was even quite close to Tianhua Academy. It wasn't far from where Lin Xian lived. In less than 20 minutes, they arrived at the small district on the slip of paper. The small district wasn't as luxurious as Lin Xian's. It could only be said to be average. In a third-tier city like Tianhua City, a house in such a small district wasn't too expensive. What should I say? Lin Xian hesitantly climbed the stairs to the door of room 401 on the 4th floor. He reached out his hand to knock on the door, but retracted it in the end. Announcing bad news was not something that one person could do alone. When the news was announced, seeing his family break down and cry, as long as one's heart wasn't made of stone, they would be moved. Lin Xian thought of that scene and was at a loss. He even thought about it and decided to leave it to the people from the 3 major factions. But in the end, he still decided to do it himself. It was also his duty. Thinking of the person covered in blood last night, Lin Xian took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, the sound of running came from inside. It sounded very agitated and hurried. Then, the door opened instantly. "Brother!" A young girl inside shouted happily. But when she opened the door, she didn't see her brother. Xintong. Lin Xian. The two of them looked at each other in surprise. Who else could the beautiful girl in front of them be but Wang Xintong? It was actually her. Lin Xian quickly checked the address on the slip of paper and verified it. It really was her. The person who died was her brother. "You. What are you doing here?" Wang Xintong frowned and looked at Lin Xian. "Oh. I. Cough, cough. You didn't go to the Sky Marshal Court, so Miss Xiao asked me to come and see if something happened to you." Lin Xian explained with a wry smile. Of course, he was lying to her. However, when she asked Lin Xian what he wanted, Lin Xian really couldn't bring himself to tell her the bad news. This was because he knew Wang Xintong. Also, in that instant, Wang Xintong was so happy and relieved that she called him brother. Her disappointment when she saw that it wasn't her brother made Lin Xian think that she must be anxiously waiting for him and not waiting for bad news. I have something to do, so I won't be going. Sorry for the trouble." Wang Xintong bit her lip and nodded slightly at Lin Xian. Chapter 195. Even though he had said that, even though it was Wang Xintong, he still had to tell her the news. "Are uncle and auntie here?" Lin Xian asked. Since he was acquainted with Wang Xintong, it wasn't appropriate for him to tell her this piece of bad news personally. There was blood on the note, and she should have understood something the moment he gave it to her. Therefore, Lin Xian wanted to tell her through her parents. Wang Xintong paused when she heard Lin Xian's words. She was not stupid. Lin Xian must have something to tell her. "They passed away a few years ago. It's just me and my brother now. Is there something you need?" Lin Xian was stunned. Wang Xintong's family was gone. Her brother, the only person she could rely on, was also gone. They must have all died at the hands of the demonic beasts. To be honest, Lin Xian felt that she was even sadder than him. After all, he still had Lin Yue to accompany him. He took another look at Wang Xintong. She was wearing cute white pajamas and pink slippers. Her skin was extremely fair, and her appearance was exquisite. Her facial features were as exquisite as those of a fairy. He had thought that she was beautiful when he saw her in the Sky Marshal Court. However, now that he took a closer look, she was even more beautiful. Although she was in the intermediate class, she should be about the same age as Yi Yi. Perhaps it was because her brother often brought her out to grind, so she improved faster. Wang Xintong's personality was gentle, virtuous, and mature. However, she also had an unapproachable aura. Perhaps it was because of her experience. "Yes. I do have something to tell you. Aren't you going to invite me in?" Wang Xintong was slightly stunned. Then, she made room for Lin Xian and said, "Please come in." The house was not luxurious, but it was beautiful and cozy. Wang Shintong poured a cup of tea for Lin Xian and sat on the sofa. "What's the matter?" Lin Xian took a sip of tea and said, To be honest, I don't know what to say. Is it about my brother?" Wang Shintong thought of something because she had heard that Lin Xian had gone to the demon beast domain. She had also heard that a lot of things had happened outside and that many people had died. She was also afraid. Lin Xian paused for a moment, then took out the phone from his pocket. When she saw the phone, Wang Shintong covered her mouth with her little hand. She was about to burst into tears, but she kept telling herself that it was fine. "It's definitely not what I think it is. It's definitely not." Looking at Wang Shintong holding back her tears, Lin Xian felt uncomfortable. "He told me to bring this to my sister." Wang Shintong took the phone with trembling hands. Then, she looked up at Lin Xian with a pitiful face. My brother, he," Lin Xian shook his head slightly. "I'm sorry. I couldn't give you a proper burial." In the next second, Wang Shintong burst into tears. She covered her mouth and held back her sobs as she ran into her room. Lin Xian's original mission was to deliver the item, comfort her, and then leave. However, it was different now. This person was Wang Shintong. That scene made his heart ache. Wang Shintong's cries came from the room. At first, it was the kind of sobbing that she tried to hold back. Then, it suddenly turned into a loud wail. Lin Xian clenched his fists tightly. It wasn't just her. How many people in Tianhua City would be like her today? How many families on planet Aqua Blue had been like this all these years? Lin Xian didn't leave. He looked at the kitchen. Wang Shintong probably hadn't eaten breakfast yet. Then, Lin Xian busied himself in the kitchen. When Wang Shintong's cries stopped coming from the room, Lin Xian walked over and gently knocked on the door. Then, he pushed the door open and walked in. In the room, Wang Shintong was lying on the table. When she heard the noise, she gently raised her head. Her beautiful eyes were red. It really made one's heart ache. "You haven't eaten breakfast yet, right? I made a bowl of noodles for you." Lin Xian placed the bowl of noodles beside her. Wang Shintong wiped her tears and looked at Lin Xian. She said in a sobbing voice, "Why aren't you leaving yet? Hurry up and leave." Of course, Lin Xian understood Wang Shintong's feelings. Perhaps she really needed some peace and quiet, but at the same time, she also needed comfort. "I'll help you make lunch at noon," Lin Xian said as if he didn't hear her. Wang Shintong wiped her tears. What was he trying to do? No need. Wang Shintong cried until she had no energy left. She was in a mess. She knew that her brother was in danger in the Divine Palace, but she also knew that this was her brother's wish. Although he wasn't very strong, he hoped that he could contribute to the survival of the human race. She had been comforting herself that her parents had died in the hands of demonic beasts, and that the heavens would protect her brother. However, when she received this bad news, she really couldn't accept it. In fact, she hadn't even looked at the contents of the phone. She didn't dare to look. "Do you like red braised pork? For lunch, I'll make red braised pork, cola chicken wings, shredded potatoes, and vegetable soup. I'll go buy the ingredients." With that, Lin Xian walked away and gently closed the door behind him. There were keys hanging on the shoe cabinet at the door. Lin Xian took the keys and left the house. Lin Xian could understand Wang Shintong. To be honest, he sympathized with her. However, there were too many people in this world who needed his sympathy. He didn't have the time to sympathize with so many people. As for Wang Shintong, Lin Xian's heart ached for her. Perhaps from the unseen world, when the mission was triggered, there was bound to be some kind of bond between them. Although he didn't interact much with Wang Shintong, to Lin Xian, she was already his friend. Wang Shintong wiped her tears. She looked at the phone in front of her. With trembling hands, she reached out and entered the password to open it. The first page she opened was a freshly filmed video. In the video, her brother was lying there, paralyzed. He seemed to have deliberately wiped the blood off his face, but there was still a lot of blood. "Brother," seeing this scene, Wang Shintong burst into tears. "Tong Tong, it's brother. In the video, he was greeting Wang Shintong. Tong tong. Originally. Brother didn't want to show my face and let you see, cough cough, see brother in such a sorry state, but brother wanted to see you. Wang Shintong started crying, her tears blurred her vision. In the video, blood flowed out of the man's nose and mouth. He wiped it weakly and tried his best to smile. Tong tong. This time. Brother won't go back. You've grown up. You don't need brother to take care of you. You, cough cough, take care of yourself. It's brother's fault. Brother didn't listen to you and find a stable job. Brother only wanted to contribute to humanity, to avenge our parents. As he spoke, he couldn't control his emotions. Tears flowed out uncontrollably. It was as if he didn't want Wang Shintong to see this scene. He didn't have the strength to hold up the phone. Then, the video showed the ceiling of the supermarket. Chapter 196. Wang Shintong was completely covered in tears. She covered her red lips with her small hands. Tong tong. Remember to eat properly and forgive your brother. Live well. Find someone you like and love to take care of you. Brother. Brother will go to sleep first. Brother. Wang Shintong lay on the table and cried bitterly. Lin Xian hurried back after buying the groceries. The first thing he did was to open the door to check on Wang Shintong's situation. She seemed to have fallen asleep while crying. She lay on the table and fell asleep. Lin Xian reached out his hand and released the power of space. Space shifted and her delicate body lay on the bed. Looking at her tear-stained face, Lin Xian really couldn't stand it. She didn't eat the noodles on the table. She definitely wasn't in the mood to eat. Sigh, this damned system still wants me to be a scumbag, but I'm obviously a nice guy. Lin Xian sighed in his heart. Then, he went out to make lunch. Wang Shintong was awakened by a fragrance. She slowly opened her red and swollen eyes and sat up. At that moment, she really hoped that it was just a dream. She slowly got off the bed. The moment she got off the bed, she staggered and almost fell. Then, she supported herself against the wall and walked out. It wasn't that her body was weak, but her heart was tired. When the heart was tired to a certain extent, it could even kill a person. Moreover, she was just a little dizzy. When she walked out of the room, she saw a figure cooking in the kitchen. At first, she thought that she was seeing things. She rubbed her eyes and saw more clearly. There really was someone cooking. Lin Xian, after seeing the figure clearly, Wang Shintong's heart was filled with mixed feelings. She didn't know what to feel. He said that he was going to buy groceries. He really did it. But why did he do it? Wang Shintong turned around and ran into her room. She stared blankly at the bowl of noodles that had turned cold and stuck together on the table. She slowly walked over and sat down beside it. She picked up the chopsticks. Wang Shintong picked up a mouthful of noodles and put it into her mouth. Of course, it didn't taste good anymore, but she still ate it. Tears fell into the bowl as she ate. Tong tong, remember to eat properly. She was obedient. At this moment, Lin Xian walked in because he had also heard the commotion and saw this scene. He hurriedly walked over and snatched the chopsticks away. It's cold. Don't eat it. The food outside is ready. Hurry and wash your face. It's so ugly now. Lin Xian wiped away the tears on Wang Shintong's face. Why are you like this? Wang Shintong shook off Lin Xian's hand. Why did he cook to her? She didn't want him to take care of her. Why did Lin to care for her? Why did he? Sigh. Lin Xian sighed. He looked at Wang Shintong and said seriously, because your brother asked me to take care of you before he left. He asked me to be your brother and continue to take care of you on his behalf. Wang Shintong stared at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes, so he cooked for her and comforted her. But I didn't agree, Lin Xian said. Wang Shintong's heart suddenly felt inexplicably angry and disappointed, because I told your brother that I didn't want to take care of you as your brother. I wanted to be your boyfriend. Wang Shintong, bastard. Wang Shintong's tears fell uncontrollably. Seeing this, Lin Xian was relieved. Because she seemed to have thought it through. Do you need a warm hug? Lin Xian smiled and opened his arms to Wang Xintong. Wang Xintong was stunned for a moment. Then, she threw herself into Lin Xian's arms and cried. At this moment, it was as if she had vented everything out. It was as if Lin Xian's words had become her sustenance. Her brother found another brother to take care of her. Although this brother had bad intentions towards her and wasn't much older than her, she still felt that he was still there. Ding. Deceiving a big sister's feelings, scumbag value plus 100000. Lin Xian, deceiving? Fuck. This is called deceiving. This is called lying out of kindness. Fuck. Ding. Congratulations on completing the mission teasing Wang Xintong. Mission reward 1000 evils has been issued. Hearing this system notification, Lin Xian felt a bit better. This teasing big sister mission didn't only have to be completed by teasing her. It could also be completed by causing her emotions to fluctuate or some other actions. He had already completed 90% before, so naturally, he had completed it now. Ding. You have triggered the mission's successful confession of Wang Xintong. Mission time limit, 1 month. Mission reward royal wings. Lin Xian, as expected. Teasing Big Sister was only the first mission. Following that was the second mission, confession. This royal wings seemed to be a flying spiritual tool, and it seemed to be very powerful. If time and space were treasures amongst the attributes, then flying spiritual tools were treasures amongst spiritual tools. Especially a spiritual tool that could fly at high altitudes, that was simply too rare. A spiritual tool, not a piece of equipment. Usually, flying spiritual tools didn't just bring about fast flying. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so rare. If it was just a simple flying spiritual tool, then it wouldn't be that powerful. But if it was a powerful flying spiritual tool, then it would be daddy. This system definitely wouldn't give a simple flying spiritual tool. Wang Xintong vented out all of her sadness, which slowly turned into sobs. Ding. Wang Xintong's favorability towards you plus 50. Current favorability, 60. Lin Xian, just like that, her favorability increased by 50. It was enough to see that in Wang Xintong's heart, Lin Xian indeed occupied a rather high position. Alright. Hurry up and wash your face. You're so ugly from crying. After washing, let's eat. Lin Xian rubbed her hair. Wang Xintong then raised her head. Don't take advantage of me. With that, she ran to the bathroom. Lin Xian smiled and then went to prepare the meal. Wang Xintong washed her face a few times and looked at herself in the mirror. Big brother. Tong Tong will listen to you, eat well, and live well. Don't worry. Take good care of mom and dad. It was unknown if tears were flowing down her face. Then Wang Xintong secretly clenched her fists, and her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of determination. Tong Tong will also follow in Big Brother's footsteps and work hard to become stronger. I will continue to fulfill Big Brother's wish and join the Holy Palace to become strong and protect everyone. I will make you proud of Tong Tong. The dishes on the table were all laid out. After a while, Wang Xintong walked out. Lin Xian looked at her. In just a short while, Lin Xian saw the brilliance in her eyes. In other words, she had already thought it through. If that was the case, Lin Xian was relieved. Hurry up and eat. Try my cooking. Let's go out and play in the afternoon, okay? Lin Xian looked at Wang Xintong and said. The main thing was to let her relax. This girl was also his future girlfriend. Chapter 197. Wang Xintong's red and swollen eyes stared at Lin Xian for a few seconds. Why are you looking at me like that? Lin Xian asked. Then, Wang Xintong quickly turned her head and whispered, Thank you, but I'm fine. Don't bother. It's no trouble at all. What's so troublesome about accompanying a beautiful girl to play? Lin Xian interrupted her and said, If you have anything to say it after dinner. Then, Wang Xintong sat there and took small bites of her food. No one spoke during the meal. When she was about to finish eating, Wang Shintong put down her chopsticks and said, "I want to become stronger." Lin Xian paused for a moment and was slightly stunned. Then, he understood what she meant. Wanting to become stronger wasn't a bad thing. However, Lin Xian also understood why Wang Shintong said this. He also knew that Wang Shintong must have made up her mind. Becoming stronger isn't something that can be done in a day. No, you can do it. You've become stronger in a very short time. Wang Shintong looked at Lin Xian and said seriously, "Then let me ask you. Are you strong in battle?" Wang Shintong shook her head, "But I'm not too weak. I can improve." Lin Xian pondered for a moment. He had to agree. If he didn't, he was afraid that Wang Shintong would do something extreme. "Okay. If you have the determination, I can help you. But you have to promise me 3 things. Say it. First, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Your life is the most important thing. I can understand that you want to improve your heart. However, the demonic beast domain is very scary. You may think that your strength is enough, but you can't defeat any demonic beast. Therefore, you need time. Don't rush for success. I understand. I'm not stupid," Wang Shintong said. Lin Xian smiled helplessly. "I'm just afraid that you're stupid. The second thing is, you have to promise me that you'll have to be at least a 5 stars arcane body realm cultivator before you can enter the demonic beast domain alone. You can't go too far, and before that, you have to be accompanied by someone. Okay, third, go out with me in the afternoon. Also, please treat me well." Wang Shintong, "What the hell do you mean treat you well? What do you mean?" "Very simple. From now on, you will be my girlfriend." Wang Shintong, "Who's your girlfriend?" "Your brother told me to take care of you." "I don't care." Wang Shintong, "Let's talk about it in the future. Now." Lin Xian smiled. Since she said so, Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry. After all, there was still plenty of time. 1 month, although it didn't seem long, Lin Xian could do a lot of things in this 1 month. "Oh right, there's one more thing. My house just so happens to have an empty room. You can move into my house." Wang Shintong looked at Lin Xian in fear. "What do you want?" Lin Xian, fuck. Was he a big pervert in her eyes? Otherwise, why would she show such an expression? However, this 60 favorability gave Lin Xian the courage to say something. "I'll bring you home and raise you as my wife." The main reason was that Wang Shintong didn't have a family. It wasn't good for her to live here alone. She was still quite young. If she moved to his house, Lin Ya, and he could take care of her. At the same time, it would make the house livelier. Moreover, if she moved to his house, wouldn't he have too many opportunities to lay his hands on her? He might push her down one day. "Go to hell." Lin Xian then said, "The main reason is that my sister will take care of you at my house." Wang Shintong shook her head. "No, I'm not young anymore. Moreover, I don't like it. It's not troublesome. This is quite good. Don't. Your brother said that I will take care of you. But I really don't need this." Lin Xian looked at Wang Shintong's expression. She really didn't want to. She probably didn't want to trouble herself. "All right, but I will come often." Wang Shintong didn't reject this. "Then tell me, how do I become stronger?" Wang Shintong couldn't wait to ask. It seemed that her obsession was quite strong. Becoming stronger isn't about how to become stronger. It requires one's own effort. "What's your attribute?" "Water and light dual attributes." Lin Xian, dual attributes. Water and light. This combination, Lin Xian was shocked. At the same time, he was also surprised and felt that it was a pity. Among all the attributes, the water attribute was the weakest except for the wood attribute. The water attribute was more of a utility. It had healing, crowd control, and a large area of effect. The light attribute was also the weakest among all the rare attributes. This offensive ability not only meant that it could hurt others, but it could also increase one's own strength in battle. The light attribute was mainly used for purification and healing. If she was paired with another fire attribute, it would be very good. However, these two attributes were actually equivalent to a support character in the game. If Wang Xintong wanted to become stronger, it meant that she wanted to fight. Therefore, the attributes weren't very suitable. Of course, this wasn't absolute. Furthermore, attributes weren't the only ones. Combat ability was still the foundation. Moreover, water and light didn't mean that combat ability wasn't strong. The light attribute was even rarer than the dark attribute. In other words, other than time and space, only the dark attribute was rarer than the light attribute. It was also because Lin Xian didn't know much about it. Perhaps it was very strong. Moreover, having two attributes meant that combat ability was doubled. Perhaps this combination wasn't as strong as Ling Ying's wind and dark attributes, but it might not be weak either. It still depended on one's own potential and ability. When Lin Xian heard that she had two attributes, he already had a plan in mind. Alright, I'll bring you to meet someone in 2 days. He'll fit your requirements very well. Don't you want to join the holy sanctum? Ah, how did you know? Wang Xintong was surprised. I guessed, idiot. You're the idiot. Lin Xian smiled and said, then it's settled. I'll bring you to meet him in 2 days. He's also from the holy sanctum. He can help you. Can't we meet today? Nonsense. We already said that we're going out to play in the afternoon. You can slowly get your emotions in the next 2 days. When you're better, come find me and I'll bring you to meet him. The person Lin Xian was talking about was naturally Qin Feng. Lin Xian wanted to introduce Wang Xintong to him so that he could train with Wang Xintong and let Qin Feng be Wang Xintong's master. Although this meant that he owed Qin Feng a big favor, Qin Feng also owed him a favor, right? He believed that he would agree. Okay. Wang Xintong nodded lightly and then lowered her head and said in a small voice, thank you. Ding. Wang Xintong's favorability towards you +1. Lin Xian, 1 point of favorability didn't seem like much, but at this point in favorability, it wasn't easy to increase it by even 1 point. After eating, Lin Xian took Wang Xintong out to play for the entire afternoon. Although Wang Xintong didn't reveal much of a smile, Lin Xian could see that her mood was a bit better. Chapter 198. Lin Xian sent Wang Xintong home and said, how about? I don't go back tonight. Don't go back. What are you going to do? I'm going to sleep with you. Bang. Then Wang Xintong pushed Lin Xian out the door and closed it. Lin Xian smiled at the door of her room and prepared to leave. That, Wang Xintong's voice came. Thank you. Lin Xian's mouth slightly raised. You're welcome. After saying that, he left Wang Xintong's house. Wang Xintong sat on her bed and looked at the phone in her hand for a long time. Brother. Tong Tong will become better. After saying that, she put the phone in a box and sealed it forever. From tomorrow onwards, Wang Xintong will be a new her. After leaving Wang Xintong's house, Lin Xian hesitated about one thing. Should he go home or go to Ling Ying's house? After thinking about it, he decided to go to Ling Ying's house. Hello, little fairy. Lin Xian walked to Ling Ying's house while calling Lin Ya. She hasn't returned home yet. What's the matter? Lin Ya asked gently. Cough cough, that, I won't be going home tonight. Lin Ya was slightly stunned and then quickly asked, are you going to the beast domain again? No. I have something to do at my friend's house. As for what it was hard to say. Be careful. As long as Lin Xian didn't go to the beast domain, then Lin Ya wouldn't be worried. As for what he did, she didn't care as long as he didn't do anything bad. However, Lin Xian was going to do something bad. Little fairy, be careful too. Remember to bring the ice spirit snow pearl with you. Lin Xian gave a few more instructions before hanging up. Then, he sent a message to Ling Ying. Ling Ying was lying on the sofa at home with his legs crossed and playing with his phone. Then, his phone rang and he saw Lin Xian's message. Ling Ying immediately sat up in shock. Bastard. Bastard. Ling Ying gritted her teeth as she looked at Lin Xian's message. Then, she replied angrily. Scram, I'm on my period. Lin Xian was also taken aback, then he replied, then I won't be going. Ling Ying, fuck. She couldn't help but curse. Other people's boyfriends were so warm, but this guy came to her just to have sex with her, and then he didn't go because it was inconvenient for her. It was too damn realistic. Scram. Ling Ying angrily sent a message, then he lay on the sofa and sulked. That was called grievance. Other people spoiled their girlfriends, but this bastard. Fuck. It was too infuriating. She really wanted to kick him away. After 20 minutes, Ling Ying heard the sound of keys opening the door. Then, he saw Lin Xian walk in. Ling Ying, didn't you say you won't be coming? Ling Ying glared fiercely at Lin Xian. I'm hungry, I want to eat your cooking. Lin Xian grinned. If you're hungry, go home and ask Sister Lin Ya to cook for you. Hihi, I said, I want to eat your cooking. Lin Xian said shamelessly. Ling Ying rolled her eyes. No, I won't do it. If I do it just because you ask me to, wouldn't I lose face? Oh, then let's see how long your face can last. Then, Lin Xian pounced on Ling Ying and tickled him. Ha ha ha, bastard, stop it, ha ha, big brother. I'll cook, ha ha ha, I'll cook. Ling Ying was about to cry from laughing. Lin Xian then let go of her. If you were so obedient earlier, you wouldn't have to suffer, right? Lin Xian laughed. Scram. You don't know how to care for your girlfriend at all. Just wait for me to die, thank you. After speaking, Ling Ying went to the kitchen to help Lin Xian prepare dinner. However, she hadn't eaten yet because it wasn't too late. Lin Xian lay on the sofa and played with his phone, listening to the sound of cooking in the kitchen. Needless to say, this feeling was really blissful. After 10 minutes, Ling Ying suddenly rushed out of the kitchen. You go first. What? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Han Chushua is coming, you go first. Lin Xian then crossed his legs and said indifferently, if she's coming, then she's coming. Why should I leave? Ling Ying was about to cry. She hadn't told Han Chushua about this matter. When she came and saw that there was another man in the house, Ling Ying didn't even know how to explain it. What did she come here for? Lin Xian asked. She was passing by and wanted to take a look at my house. Then take it, I'm not leaving. Ling Ying realized that force didn't work, so she sat beside Lin Xian and hugged his arm. She shook it coquettishly and said in a sweet voice, Big brother, just leave for a while. Gigi. Lin Xian quivered and almost couldn't hold it in. This valiant woman was really unbearable when she acted coquettishly. No. I just don't want to leave. Lin Xian went along with Ling Ying's coquettishly. Wretch. Ling Ying heard Lin Xian's words and rolled her eyes. Then what are you going to do? I'm really not ready. My family wants a kiss. Ling Ying, God. She wanted to slap this pervert to death. Smack. Then Ling Ying pecked Lin Xian's face. Done. Kiss here. Lin Xian pointed at his lips. Then Ling Ying pecked again. Are you done? No, I didn't promise you that you'll leave after kissing me. Lin Xian, you scoundrel. Ling Ying was about to go crazy. Han Chushua just said that they were already at the entrance of the neighborhood. If Lin Xian didn't leave now, it would be too late. It's not your first day knowing me. She's almost here. Then what do you think we should do? Lin Xian smirked and whispered something in Ling Ying's ear. Ling Ying's face instantly turned red. Get lost. Ling Ying hit Lin Xian with a red face. Then I won't leave. Ling Ying, he really wanted to kill someone. Just this once. I'll find a good reason next time. I don't care. Other than the conditions I just mentioned, nothing else is possible. But, it's too. I don't know how to do it, Ling Ying said with a red face. But this is normal between couples. Don't you eat lollipops every day? It's the same. Ling Ying, I can try, Ling Ying said with a red face. If he didn't agree now, she would be here. All right, you said it. Lin Xian then walked away with a smile on his face. Awesome. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Lin Xian and Ling Ying looked at each other. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I told you to leave earlier, but you didn't leave. Jump out of the window. Ling Ying pointed at the window next to her. Lin Xian, big sister, this is the 24th floor. Even if I'm at the arcane body realm, I can't jump from the 24th floor, right? Lin Xian said, dumbfounded. Go to my closet. Then Ling Ying pushed Lin Xian into her room and closed the door. Chapter 199. Lin Xian didn't dare to move around in Ling Ying's room, so he hid in Ling Ying's closet. This was because if he walked around randomly, even the slightest movement could be heard by an expert like Han Chuxue. And Ling Ying didn't want to be found out, at least not now. Lin Xian was just teasing her before, but when it really came down to it, Lin Xian would definitely do as Ling Ying said, not for anything else, but out of respect for her. If she didn't want to, Lin Xian definitely wouldn't force her to show up. Although he really wanted to see this Han Chuxue, the #1 beauty, this dam system would definitely trigger a mission if he saw her. If he let Han Chuxue know that Lin Xian and Ling Ying were in a relationship, it wouldn't be good for Lin Xian to pick up girls. So if he didn't show up, at least in Ling Ying's house, it would be good for him to not see Han Chuxue and Lin Xian. After going in, he felt a bit dizzy. Heavens! The girls' wardrobes were really too unbearable. Some of the ordinary outerwear were fine, but some of the other ones were a bit unbearable. The most fragrant ones. Outside, Ling Ying smiled awkwardly at Han Chuxue. That, here you go. Ling Ying handed over a pair of gloves to Han Chuxue. Naturally, these weren't ordinary gloves, but spirit tools. Ling Ying went to the beast domain to borrow them from Han Chuxue. You haven't eaten yet? Han Chuxue glanced at the kitchen. Yeah, I haven't eaten yet. Have you eaten? Han Chuxue shook her head slightly. No, then I'll eat here. Ling Ying, she couldn't refuse. If she refused, Han Chuxue would definitely guess something. But eating a meal? Could Lin Xian stay there for so long? Sure, I'm going to cook. You can help me. Then, the two girls went into the kitchen. When Lin Xian released his spirit energy, he could hear the conversation outside. If an arcane body realm martial artist released their spirit energy and couldn't hear the voices outside the wall, then they really didn't need to live anymore. However, if they didn't release their spirit energy, then their hearing and other aspects would be better than ordinary people, but not by much. Damn, that means I'll have to stay here for at least another 10 minutes. Lin Xian shrugged helplessly. Ling Ying naturally wanted Han Chuxue to leave as soon as possible. The longer she stayed here, the more dangerous it would be, so she prepared to go down. Aren't you going to cook? I can do it, Han Chuxue said in surprise. In the past, she had to cook a lot of dishes every time she came here. However, something was not right with Ling Ying today. Oh, that. My period came today, so I don't feel very well. I don't want to eat too much. If you eat first, then I'll accompany you. Han Chuxue thought about it. Today was indeed Ling Ying's period. Then, she said, no need, noodles are fine. Ling Ying let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, great aunt. However, Han Chuxue still felt that something was wrong. Since he wanted to go down, why did he want her to help? There was no need for her to help him down there. Moreover, there were already some prepared vegetables in the kitchen. It looked like they had just been cut. Of course, the vegetables that were just cut could be prepared for tomorrow, but normally they wouldn't be. Chuxue, go sit in the living room. You don't need to help me down there. Okay. Han Chuxue nodded slightly and then walked to the living room. She felt that something was wrong. Han Chuxue didn't suspect that Ling Ying would do something bad, but they had been friends for more than 10 years. With Han Chuxue's personality, she might not be curious about other people, but she still wanted to know about Ling Ying's strange behavior. Her gaze fell on the shoe cabinet. She saw a pair of men's shoes in the shoe cabinet. Then, her cold face revealed shock. Ling Ying had a man in his house. It couldn't be, right? At first, Han Chuxue felt that it was impossible, Because she knew Ling Ying too well. Her taste was not lower than Han Chushue's. What kind of man could enter her eyes? Especially in a place like Tianhua City. But if it wasn't, then what was with her strange behavior today and the man's shoes in the shoe cabinet? The doors of the other rooms were all open. Only Ling Ying's door was closed. In the past, when she came to Ling Ying's house, she never closed the door. Could it be? Han Chushue thought of this possibility, but she didn't go. She sat on the sofa and pondered. Her gaze inadvertently swept to the trash can beside the coffee table. Then, she frowned. Because she saw a line of very special words. She rarely showed her emotions on her face. Even if the sky fell, her face would still be cold. But when she saw the box in the trash can, she couldn't stay calm. Set of condoms and medicine. But the box was opened. But whether it was opened or not, this kind of thing couldn't appear in Ling Ying's house, let alone be opened. Ling Ying was speechless. She was in such a hurry. Why would she care about these things? Although Han Chushue was curious, since Ling Ying didn't say anything, she didn't ask. She also didn't want to expose him. She acted as if she didn't see it. Soon, Ling Ying came to the living room with 2 bowls of noodles and placed them on the table. Eat the noodles. This is my special seafood noodles. There's crab roe. Ling Ying smiled at Han Chushue. Ian, sorry to trouble you. Han Chushue and Ling Ying sat at the table and ate the noodles. Ling Ying, halfway through the meal, Han Chushue said. What? Ling Ying looked at Han Chushue suspiciously. After a while, leave Tianhua City and return to Tianju. Ling Ying's hand movement paused. Then, he looked at Han Chushue in surprise. What's wrong? Han Chushue's face didn't have much expression. It was as if she was talking about a very ordinary thing. Tianhua City can't be defended for long. Return to Tianju. Pa. Ling Ying slammed the chopsticks on the table. He used quite a lot of strength. It was obvious that he was a little angry. Han Chushue, back then, we came to the border city with the idea of doing something for mankind. We came to Tianhua City. Now, you're saying this to me? Han Chushue didn't move. The Han Chushue I knew in the past also had such a character. However, she hated evil as if it was her enemy. She took righteousness as her duty and risked her life to improve her strength. But now, what have you become? How long has it been since you went to the demonic beast domain to improve yourself? Isn't it all because of a man? How much influence did he have on you to make you become like this? Now, Tianhua City is in danger. You tell me that you want to return to Tianju to avoid the disaster. You don't want to fight. I can't accept it. Ling Ying stared at Han Chushue. Even his voice was a little louder. Han Chushue shook her head slightly. Forget it. So what if you're strong? You still can't beat the demonic beasts. Don't you still need someone to die for you? Bullshit. Han Chushue, maybe I don't understand your inner thoughts. I also don't know how much influence the person who saved you had on you. However, I want to say that running away is useless. If you feel ashamed, then improve yourself and kill more demonic beasts to avenge him. The one who killed him wasn't you, it was the demonic beast. Chapter 200. Han Chushue was slightly moved. After so many years, not to mention demonic beasts, the number of people who had died in her hands was not small. Many of the people she knew had also died in the hands of demonic beasts. But for Han Chushue, that person was the only one who had died for her. This made Han Chushue unable to accept this fact. Perhaps it was because she felt that because of her mistake, she caused the death of an innocent person, yet she was still dragging out an ignoble existence. She couldn't accept this feeling. I'm done eating. Han Chushue put down her chopsticks. You should have an end to this, right? You're Han Chushue. I really don't understand how such a thing can change your mentality. Ling Ying was really angered by Han Chushue's words. I'll go back and think about it. You should rest early. Stop. Ling Ying shouted at Han Chushue and said, this time it's your turn to wash the dishes. Han Chushue, then, Han Chushue went to the kitchen to wash the dishes, while Ling Ying sat on the sofa angrily. Okay, I'll go back first. Go back and think about it. Anyway, I can't leave. Tianhua City is one more day of my strength. Either I die in battle, or Tianhua City completely falls. I can only go back. But before Tianhua City falls, I can't leave. Ling Ying said to Han Chushue word by word. I know, I'll go back first. After saying that, Han Chushue left. Ling Ying rubbed his temples. He never thought that one day, Han Chushue would become like this. Perhaps the colder a person was on the surface, the more fragile their heart was. Lin Xian opened the door and walked out. I'm suffocating. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He didn't have to stay in the wardrobe, but he was afraid that Han Chushue would go into Ling Ying's room for no reason. At that time, whether he could make it in time or not, he would definitely make a lot of noise when he rushed into the wardrobe. At that time, he would definitely be discovered, so he stayed inside and didn't come out. But it wasn't a big deal. Being able to stay in that kind of treasure land was also a kind of happiness. Ling Ying glanced at Lin Xian before turning his head away. What's wrong? You look so glum. Lin Xian walked over and pulled Ling Ying into his embrace. Ling Ying didn't struggle and leaned into Lin Xian's embrace. Didn't you hear it from inside? Ling Ying asked. At first, I heard it. Later on, I focused on my work and didn't really listen. Ah! Ling Ying was slightly taken aback. What could he focus on in there? Then she remembered that it was her wardrobe. Pervert. What did you do? Ling Ying gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. Guess. Lin Xian grinned. Ling Ying had read a lot of novels. Some perverted men liked to hit a girl's underwear. This Lin Xian shouldn't be that perverted, right? Get lost. Ling Ying rolled her eyes in annoyance. Say it. What made you so angry? Are you still angry with Han Chushue? Could it be that they are sisters on the surface? I'm so angry. Ling Ying took a deep breath. Then he said, it's something I told you before. Han Chushue was saved by a man in the beast domain. That man died. Just like that, she has fallen to the point that she doesn't go to the beast domain to improve herself. Now that Tianhua City is in danger, she even wants to run away. Lin Xian was also stunned. It's that serious. Han Chushue should be the kind of cultivation maniac. How could one person change her to the point of giving up her original heart? Ling Ying sighed and shook her head. I never thought that it would have such a big impact. I thought that she would forget about it after resting for a while, but it's getting worse. I really don't understand what she's thinking. She fell in love with that person, right? Lin Xian asked. Ling Ying shook her head. I'm not sure. Normally, it's impossible for her to fall in love with someone. Han Chushue wouldn't fall in love with someone who was more outstanding and powerful than her. But that person was very weak, and it affected Han Chushue too much. It was as if she changed into a different person. So maybe the colder a person is, the more fragile her heart is. A person sacrificed himself to save her when she was at her most desperate and helpless. This sacrifice completely changed the nature of Han Chushue's heart. Lin Xian said. But that's not a solution. I really can't think of a way to get her back. The key person is already dead, so it's useless to think of any other methods unless she can figure it out herself. But she can't. The more time passes, the more this matter will ferment in her heart. The person who died for her will become more perfect in her heart, and the greater the impact on her. Ling Ying said helplessly. Lin Xian sighed and said, you women are so arrogant, but why are your hearts so fragile? That's too much of a blow. It's her, Han Chushue. No, normal people wouldn't be like this. Maybe I'm not her. Maybe if I went through the same thing, I would be like this too. No, definitely not. Even if you died, I wouldn't be sad. Lin Xian, I think you need the sun. Lin Xian said with a smirk. Sun? What's that? Fuck. Ling Ying, fuck off. Pervert. Ha ha ha, don't think about it. The key is that you didn't let me out tonight. If you let me out, then wouldn't Han Chushue like me? Naturally, she would forget about that guy. Lin Xian laughed. You. I don't know where you got the confidence to say something like that. TSK, Ling Ying rolled his eyes. I don't care. That's not important right now. What's important is what you promised me. Hearing Lin Shen's words, Ling Ying's little face turned red. No way. I told you to leave, but you didn't do it. You're still at home, so you didn't complete what you promised. So no. Ling Ying had a very reasonable look on his face. This was a fucking woman. No, what you mean is that I didn't come out and let Han Chushua see me. I did that. So that means I completed it. So, you have to fulfill your promise too. Me. Ling Ying proudly raised her little head and said, I'm not in the mood, thank you. Really? You're not afraid of me? Lin Xian's lips curled into a sinister smile. Ling Ying shuddered at the sight of Lin Xian's sinister smile. Ah, this bastard. You're indeed in a special period now, but after your special period, if you don't fulfill your promise, I have plenty of ways to punish you. Lin Xian smiled and looked at Ling Ying. Lin Xian, you, bastard. Ling Ying pointed at Lin Xian. She really couldn't think of anything to say. No, it wasn't that she couldn't think, but that she didn't dare to say it. She, the great Ling Ying, was actually subdued by Lin Xian. Chapter 201. After a few seconds, Ling Ying took a deep breath and let out a sigh. But if I don't like it, then I'll stop. If you like lollipops, then you'll like it. Fuck off. Bastard. Ling Ying kicked Lin Xian's leg angrily and entered the room angrily. Ha ha ha. Lin Xian laughed out loud and walked in as well. After taking a shower in Ling Ying's bathroom, it was time for what he had been dreaming of. The next morning, Ling Ying and Lin Xian were both awakened by a knock on the door. Oh, Ling Ying rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up. Other than Han Chushua, who else would come looking for you? Lin Xian asked curiously. Ling Ying yawned and said indifferently, very few, but it's possible. After saying that, she put on her cute pink slippers and walked out to open the door. Lin Xian stretched comfortably. Last night was really a happy night. In the beginning, Ling Ying was not used to it, but in the end, she persevered. Lin Xian was very satisfied with the completion rate. This Ling Ying was completely conquered by him. Lin Xian was also very happy. Ling Ying was also the kind of girl that would make many men feel ashamed regardless of appearance, temperament, or even background. However, this kind of girl was conquered by Lin Xian. This was really super satisfying. At the same time, Lin Xian was also very touched. Ling Ying was really unwilling. She could completely ignore Lin Xian and even break up with him, but she had never been bullied by Lin Xian to this extent. She even gave up her self-esteem for Lin Xian. This was indeed very touching. Ling Ying yawned and opened the door. At first glance, she didn't care, but at second glance, her whole body tensed up. The next moment, she swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Ma! Why are you here? Ling Ying opened her beautiful eyes wide and stammered. In front of him was a young woman who looked quite similar to Ling Ying. She was Ling Ying's mother, Qinlan. She was so young that when she stood next to Ling Ying, people would think that they were sisters instead of mother and daughter. This was also because of her natural beauty and good maintenance. The most important point was that Qinlan was definitely a martial artist, and her level was not too low. This caused her to age very slowly. Many people in their 50s or 60s looked like they were in their 20s or 30s. This was because of their high strength. On the other hand, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Ling Ying's words. Fuck. Mother-in-law is here. But why do I feel like I'm going to be caught in bed? His first reaction was to run. Perhaps it was because this was the first time he had encountered such a situation, but Lin Xian really panicked. He immediately hid in the wardrobe. He had thought of using the space attribute to do a 100-meter space jump, but fuck. He was only wearing underwear. If he went out like this, wouldn't he become a social celebrity? Qinlan was an expert. Even the slightest movement from Ling Ying's room was noticed by her. At that moment, her eyebrows twitched slightly. As a mother, She thought of something and walked in indifferently as if she hadn't noticed anything. What's wrong? Is there a need to be so flustered when you see your mother? Did you do something bad? No. No, how could that be? Don't you know how obedient and cute your daughter is? How could she do something bad? Ling Ying bitterly smiled and looked into the room. She didn't see Lin Xian's figure anymore. She let out a sigh of relief, but then she suddenly realized that her mother was a mysterious heaven realm expert who was close to the lightning tribulation realm. Even if Lin Xian turned over on the bed, she might be able to hear it. It's over, it's over, it's over. The first thing Qinlan did was to walk towards Ling Ying's room. Ma! Mommy! Mother Empress! Ling Ying chased after her in a panic. This was how Ling Ying was used to addressing his mother. He liked to call Qinlan Mother Empress and often called her mother, depending on the situation. However, it was precisely because they had a good relationship that he called her that. It's nothing. I'm just a little tired from running around. Sit on my good daughter's bed for a while. Go get me a glass of water. Qinlan sat on the edge of the bed and said with a smile. Oh. Ling Ying subconsciously glanced at the wardrobe and then went out to get Qinlan a glass of water. Qinlan was a shrewd person. She could tell if there were any traces of a man sleeping on the bed just now. Perhaps this was a little exaggerated, but she could naturally tell if there were 1 or 2 people sleeping here. She was sure that there were 2 people sleeping here, but she was a little nervous. Could it be a woman? Then, her gaze fell on the wardrobe. Ling Ying hurried in and said, "Dear Mother Empress, here's your water." Qinlan took the water and then looked at Ling Ying with a smile. Ling Ying felt goosebumps all over her body. Mom! Why are you here? Why didn't you tell me in advance? Qinlan drank a mouthful of water and patted Ling Ying's little hand with her other hand. She said, "You asked the servants at home to send a space ring, so Mom sent it for you. I haven't seen you for half a year and missed you very much. I also wanted to give you a surprise. I didn't expect that you would give Mom a bigger surprise." What surprise? Ling Ying stammered. Hearing Qinlan's words, with Ling Ying's intelligence, he could basically guess what she already knew. Lin Xian was now completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Could he actually go out to meet her or not? He didn't want to leave with a space jump. That would be so embarrassing. Aya, my good daughter has grown up. There are some things that you keep secret from your dearest mommy. How sad. No. It's nothing, Ling Ying hurriedly said. At this time, she was just like a little girl. Then when are you going to find a boyfriend? Mom has been waiting at home every day, waiting for you to find a boyfriend to come home. Soon. Ling Ying stammered. Qinlan tidied Ling Ying's hair and said earnestly, Mom will panic if you don't find a boyfriend for a day. Mom, why are you panicking? How old am I? There's no rush. It's not like your daughter isn't pretty. That's why I'm panicking. Your old man thinks that you don't like men. Lin Xian, really? Lin Xian almost laughed out loud. Damn. Mom. What are you saying? Ling Ying said coquettishly. Mom didn't believe it at first, but it's been 23 years. Don't talk about a boyfriend, you don't even have a decent male friend. You only talk about Han Chushue all the time. Mom thinks that you like her. Ling Ying, Mom. I really don't have one. Ling Ying was about to cry from laughing. Her parents actually thought that she was a lesbian. Oh my God. Really? Yes, Anne. I have a boyfriend. It's just that. I didn't tell you. Ling Ying whispered. Chapter 202. When Qinlan heard Ling Ying's words, she couldn't help but laugh. Why didn't you tell Mom? This is a good thing. It's my dad. You know how he is. He can't wait for me to get married. What should I say? Ling Ying said coquettishly. That old man, don't worry about him. Then, Qinlan touched Ling Ying's little hand and said earnestly, the most uncomfortable thing for a father in this world at this time is to put his daughter's hand in another man's hand. He can't bear to let her go. Daughters are the treasures of fathers. Which father doesn't want to be his daughter's support for the rest of her life? However, His daughter will definitely get married. It's not that your father doesn't want you to get married, but he can't bear to let you go. I know, but you're not young anymore. When I was your age, I already had you. Mom is waiting to hold a grandson. Then you can bear to let me get married? Qinlan smiled and said, I can't bear to, but a grandson is more important than you. Lingying, you're indeed my biological mother. So, the one in the closet, come out. Don't be afraid. If you're Han Chushue, then pretend I didn't say anything. If you come out, I don't want to accept this reality, Qinlan said to the closet. Lin Xian, Lingying, Mom, you already know. Qinlan smiled helplessly and said, I can still hear the sound of the closet opening and closing. Lin Xian was also helpless. He was so flustered that he forgot to use the space attribute to enter the closet. It was very awkward. As long as it's not Han Chushue, Mom can accept it. Lingying, I already said I'm not that. Lingying said coquettishly. So you have to let Mom see if it's a man or a woman inside. Only then can Mom be sure. Lingying blushed and muttered softly, don't you think it's embarrassing? Qinlan was stunned by her daughter's question. Embarrassing? Why should I be embarrassed? Because your daughter spent the night with someone else before she got married. Qinlan rubbed Lingying's hair with a smile and said, what era are we in now? If you like someone, as long as that person isn't a shady person, why wouldn't I support you? However, after hearing Lingying's words, Qinlan was relieved. At least it meant that there was a man inside. That's great. She was most afraid that she wouldn't even be a man by then. That would be super awkward. Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. This mother-in-law was pretty good. That's good. But I remember that this is a special period for you, right? Lingying blushed. No, nothing. Qinlan smiled dotingly. Then Lingying walked to the wardrobe and whispered, well, you have to be prepared. What do I need to prepare? Qinlan was stunned. Because I might be disappointed. Lin Xian, damn it. Wasn't this too hurtful? In any case, Lin Xian remembered this sentence. When the time came, he would definitely make Lingying cry. Qinlan was stunned and then secretly shook her head. She thought that Lingying might think that she had high standards for a son-in-law. But in fact, she didn't care. As long as Lingying liked her and treated her well, she felt that was enough. However, Lingying's standards were very high. Then, Lin Xian took the initiative to open the door, but only his head popped out. Auntie, hello. Lin Xian smiled awkwardly. Qinlan, Lingying, Lin Xian was also helpless. He couldn't possibly stand in front of Qinlan in his underwear. That would be impolite. Moreover, damn it, it was the first time they met in such an awkward manner. He really couldn't stand it. Fortunately, Lin Xian was thick-skinned. It was also fortunate that Lingying's mother was more open-minded. Not bad. You're quite a handsome young man. Why are you so shy? Qinlan looked at Lin Xian and said. That. I only have a pair of underwear. Qinlan, all right. I'll excuse myself. Sorry for disturbing you. Then Qinlan walked out. Lingying glared at Lin Xian and chased after her. Lin Xian helplessly walked out to put on his clothes. Mom, is it really okay? Qinlan looked at Lingying and asked, Little Ying, in my eyes, you have very high standards, right? Is there anything special about this child that makes you like him? Something special. Lingying thought for a moment. She didn't know either. She had been fooled by Lin Xian for no reason. No, he had forcefully fooled her. If you ask me, I think he's very talented. Moreover, he's a good person. Tell me about it. When Qinlan first saw Lin Xian, she did not see anything special about him. Based on her daughter's standards, many outstanding young masters had gone to her house to propose marriage. However, Lingying did not even spare them a glance. She did not expect her daughter to end up in the hands of an ordinary-looking young man. To be honest, if Lin Xian was just an ordinary person, Qinlan would not believe it. There must be something special about him that caught her daughter's attention. He has lightning and space dual attributes, Lingying said. Although Ling Ying knew Lin Xian could not use the space attribute for the time being, he still said it out loud for fear that Qinlan would be dissatisfied. What? Space attribute? Qinlan was also slightly surprised. No matter which clan or force it was, no matter how powerful they were, they would not ignore a person with the space attribute, especially a person with dual attributes. Yes, he's the young man who saved everyone when the Sky Marshal Court went out to train. I see. I'm my daughter. My taste can't be bad. Qinlan smiled. She felt much better now. Her daughter's boyfriend was a young man with great attainments in the space attribute. She, Qinlan, was very satisfied. Moreover, the young man had chosen to stay behind to save the others. This matter was widely spread and was talked about by many people. Everyone said that there was such a young man in Tianhua City. Qinlan naturally knew about it because it was related to her daughter. She did not expect the young man to be her daughter's boyfriend. No wonder she heard that the young man had stayed behind alone. Later on, her daughter went there alone. It turned out that they had such a relationship. Everything made sense now. Not bad. I'm quite satisfied with this child. I just want to see how your father's family background is. Mom, didn't you say you don't care about the man's family background? Ling Ying pouted. I don't care, but your father doesn't want you to get married for the time being. When the time comes, he will definitely think of ways to make things difficult for him. There are so many outstanding people in Tiandu who went to the Ling family to propose marriage. Tell me, won't your father make things difficult for your boyfriend? Chapter 203. Hearing this, Ling Ying felt a headache coming on. Her father wasn't a materialistic person, but because he couldn't bear to let Ling Ying get married, it was normal for him to make things difficult for her. At the very least, he had to be satisfied. But Lin Xian, with his space attribute, it really wasn't enough to satisfy her father. In addition, among the young talents in Tianju, there were also people who had space attributes. In comparison, Lin Xian didn't have any outstanding points, so, anyway, I'm not getting married, and I'm not bringing Lin Xian home. He can't make things difficult for me even if he wants to. Qinlan tapped Ling Ying's forehead and said helplessly, You're still too young. At this time, Lin Xian put on his clothes and walked out. Fuck. Meeting his mother-in-law in such an awkward situation, Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Hello, Auntie. Lin Xian shouted again. No. He couldn't be too reserved. If he was too reserved, it would make people think that he, Lin Xian, hadn't seen the world. Little Xian, right? Come, sit down and chat with Auntie. Okay. Then Lin Xian sat next to Qinlan. Auntie, there's something I want to ask. Lin Xian scratched his head and asked. Ask. Why did you and Ling Ying go shopping together? Will people mistake you for sisters? Qinlan was stunned, then she couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, there really are, and there are a lot of them. Ling Ying rolled his eyes. Pay. Bootlicker. Qinlan was so happy to hear it. Even if she was Ling Ying's mother, she still liked to hear such word. Lin Xian smiled and said, If I didn't hear the conversation between Auntie and Ling Ying in the closet, the first thing I would say when I see you would be sister. Ha ha ha. Qinlan was amused by Lin Xian and laughed happily. Oh my god. Why is this guy such a bootlicker? Shameless. However, this was not an exaggeration. When Qinlan and Ling Ying stood together, they really looked like sisters. Qinlan also felt that it was a little strange. At first, she thought that Lin Xian was a very shy boy, but after hearing his proactive words, Qinlan suddenly felt that this Lin Xian wasn't the kind of person who couldn't see the world. This was because Qinlan felt that Lin Xian was very relaxed. The more he acted this way, the more Qinlan liked him. Tell me, how did you two confirm your relationship? Qinlan curiously asked Lin Xian. Asking Lin Xian was much more interesting than asking Ling Ying. Mom, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? Why don't we have breakfast together? Ling Ying giggled and acted like a spoiled child. Sure, I'll chat with little Xian. Little Ying, go make us breakfast. Qinlan said. Ling Ying, oh. Then, She glared at Lin Xian and walked away. At this time, Lin Xian said with a smile, "Speaking of how we got together, there wasn't that much of a process. In fact, I liked her and then tried my best to woo her." He was going to explode. "Mom, I'm only 23 years old, and Lin Xian isn't even 22 years old yet. What's the rush? Little Xian isn't even 22 years old yet." Qin Lan was stunned. Actually, it was impossible to tell if a person was 21 or 22 years old or 24 or 25 years old. At most, one could tell a person's experience from their speech. But Lin Xian's speech made Qin Lan feel that it was not something a 21-year-old could have. Ling Ying nodded. "That's right. I say, lass, aren't you an old cow eating young grass?" Ling Ying. Lin Xian nearly laughed out loud. "Mom, you're only older by a year or so. You're not even 2 years old. That's nothing." Ling Ying was about to die of helplessness because of his mother. "No wonder you're so skinny, little Xian. You have to eat more. Otherwise, you won't be able to feed this lass," Qin Lan said to Lin Xian in all seriousness. Lin Xian, damn. This mother is tough. Ling Ying secretly held his forehead. That's right, he was also used to this mother's toughness. It's nothing. I'm still okay. That won't do. Auntie has been through this before. There are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no fields that are ruined by plowing. Lin Xian. Chapter 204. This mother-in-law of his. How valiant. "Mom, why are you telling Lin Xian this?" Ling Ying was about to cry. She had a feeling that she, as his daughter, had nothing to say. "Go and get some rice for Lin Xian," Qin Lan snapped at Qin Lan. Qin Lan said to Ling Ying in annoyance. She then turned and smiled at Lin Xian. Ling Ying, she was his biological daughter. This Lin Xian, oh, Ling Ying replied and went to get some rice for Lin Xian. Qin Lan then whispered to Lin Xian, "You mustn't take this matter lightly. If you can't do that, even if a girl doesn't say it out loud, she'll still be unhappy. Auntie has been through this before. Although that uncle of yours is very capable, that was when he was young. Now, he's not as good as he used to be. You have to pay more attention to this when you're young. Ask Xiaoying to make more nutritious food for you. Do you hear me?" Lin Xian was dying of laughter in his heart. He nodded and said, "Auntie, I'll remember that." Also, Qin Lan looked at Ling Ying in the kitchen and whispered, "There's something Auntie wants to praise you for. You didn't see that thing." "What?" "You know." Lin Xian. He really didn't know. He didn't see anything to be praised for. Qin Lan clicked her tongue and said, "That's what you men wear." Lin Xian. Phut. Lin Xian couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ling Ying, who was in the kitchen, turned around and looked at her in confusion. "Auntie, don't people have to pay attention to safety? Why are you doing the opposite? You don't understand. This girl finally found a boyfriend. It's been 23 years. She's not anxious, but I'm anxious. When I see people her age carrying grandchildren, do you think Auntie isn't anxious? So, in the future, if this girl asks you to wear it, don't wear it. Do you hear me?" Lin Xian. What should I wear?" Ling Ying happened to hear this and passed the rice to Lin Xian. "Go play in the sand," Qin Lan said to Ling Ying. He had just reached the most important part when this girl came to interrupt him. Qin Lan was displeased. Lin Xian also wanted to laugh to death. Previously in Ling Ying's room, Qin Lan was as gentle as she could be to Ling Ying. Now that her interest had shifted to Lin Xian, Ling Ying directly kicked her away. Lin Xian, it was so damn realistic. She should have known that her mother was like this. "Mom, I haven't had breakfast yet," Ling Ying said helplessly. "Eat while playing on the sand." Ling Ying, "All right, you're my mother. You're amazing." "Ha ha ha, Auntie is just joking," Lin Xian said to Ling Ying. Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian. It was this guy. Qin Lan should have made a table full of delicious food for him. Who would have thought that now? Sob, 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 he was crying. "Sit down and eat. This girl is jealous of you, ha ha ha." Qin Lan looked at Ling Ying's expression and couldn't help but laugh. Mom, Ling Ying stomped his little feet and couldn't help but grumble. Okay. Mom won't say any more. Mom is very satisfied with little Xian. As for your dad, I'll talk to him, but it might not be very effective. When you go back and act coquettishly with your dad and cook more delicious food for him, maybe things will be better. Qin Lan looked at Ling Ying and said, No way. When the time comes, he won't let me come back. Sai, you have to go back to Tianju sooner or later. You can't forget about your dad when you have a man. This Tianhua city, actually, even if we defend it, we won't be able to defend it for too long. According to one thing I know, there's an expert proficient in space in the Myriad Demon Alliance. She should be at the Heavenly Venerable Realm at most, and Heavenly Venerable Realm experts can participate in battles. It's not like we don't have Heavenly Venerable Realm experts with the space attribute. What are you afraid of? Ling Ying asked. It's different. That's a void fox. It's impossible for anyone to be comparable to a void fox in terms of space power and control. Our so-called Heavenly Venerable Realm experts with the space attribute are probably not a match for a void fox of the same level. Qin Lan sighed and said, Void fox? Isn't that neutral? Why would she join the Myriad Demon Alliance? Ling Ying asked in shock. We definitely don't know about this. This news seems to have come from the demonic beast domain. It seems like someone specially told us this news and asked us to pay attention to it. It's better to believe it than not. Otherwise, if we are completely unprepared, it will only be a mess. Lin Xian was surprised when he heard their word. The existence with the strongest control of space. That woman from before also had an extremely strong control of space, right? Auntie, are there many demonic beasts with the space attribute? Lin Xian asked. Qin Lan shook her head. Demonic beasts are different from us humans. When demonic beasts are born, their attributes are determined by their race. For example, when a fire Chileen is born, it can only have the fire attribute. It can't have any other attributes. The most common one is the vanishing shadow heavenly wolf. It can only have the half-darkness attribute. It can't have any other attributes. Qin Lan paused for a moment before continuing. Among the demonic beasts, there are only a few races with the space attribute. The void fox is the first. We aren't afraid of the others, but the void fox's control of space is heaven-defying. If they join the Myriad Demon Alliance, their Heavenly Venerable Realm experts are enough to make us have no room to fight back. So, we can only pray that this news is false. Lin Xian wasn't sure if the woman he had slept with was a void fox. He felt that her use of the space attribute was very powerful. However, because her realm was high, if other demonic beasts with the space attribute were also high and could casually do the same, then he couldn't be sure that she was a void fox. However, Lin Xian had heard legends that the Fox clan was beautiful. This void fox was also a fox clan. That woman was so beautiful that she could be a demon. Who knows? Lin Xian didn't want to think about it anymore. The key was that it was useless. The other party wanted to kill him, so why should he think about it? So, little Xian, it's not that Auntie didn't remind you. The best situation is to move away from Tianhua City and come to Tiandu. Auntie will protect you there. Qin Lan looked at Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Forget it. Tianhua City is my home. I won't leave until this place falls. Also, as a martial artist, I should contribute more to the survival of mankind. It may be a small amount, but if everyone says what Auntie said, then there will be no one to protect this world. Our cities will be easily conquered by the demonic beasts. They will even think that we humans are afraid of them. Then, it won't be long before there is no place for us to stand in this world. Chapter 205. Qin Lan looked at Lin Xian's sincere eyes and nodded. No wonder you can get along with little Ying. The two of you are very similar. This girl also gave up everything to come to the border in order to contribute to the survival of the human race. She fought on the front line. For this reason, your uncle was very angry at that time, but as time passed, Auntie found that her choice was not wrong. Qin Lan rubbed Ling Ying's hair and said, "Little Ying has grown too much in these 2 years. This is the biggest gain in life, and it is also the only gain that can be obtained. So, Auntie should support her even more, right?" Lin Xian said with a smile. "Support, of course I support her. Otherwise, this girl would not have been able to come out. I quarreled with her father many times because of this. Fortunately, she is fine, but this time, little Xian, this time is different. If the Void Fox is real, you won't have any room to resist. The power of the Void Fox can detonate space. No matter how many people there are, especially you will all die in an instant." Qin Lan sighed. "Auntie understands what you mean. Isn't this world lacking children like you? The future also needs to rely on you to protect it. However, without absolute strength, in the face of such danger, you are not fighting for mankind. You know that there is a tiger in the mountain, but you still want to go to the tiger's mountain. This is a stupid behavior." Qin Lan looked at Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian nodded, "But, because of this, we have to stand up and let more people stand up. The Void Fox is blocked by human experts. If we are not on the same level, we will not fight with her. Our battlefield is the other demon beast. If everyone is like this, then there is really no hope." Ling Ying said, "Yes, Mom, you don't have to worry about this matter. If we leave like this, the demon beasts will be even more unscrupulous. Tianju is safe now, but what if the demon beasts attack Tianju? At that time, will we still have the same idea? Even if I did, would it be too late?" "That's true. I'm just worried about you. If something happens to you, what am I going to do with my chubby grandson? Why don't you give birth to a grandson for me to hold first, and then you can do whatever you want? Is that okay?" Lin Xian, "Ling Ying, why do I feel like I've been tricked? Mom, you're still talking about this." Ling Ying blushed and pouted. Qin Lan said, "Xian, I don't care about your family background as long as you treat Xiaoying well. But there's one thing I care about very much. When are you going to help me make this child? Mom, do you think I'm laying eggs?" Ling Ying said helplessly, "Don't tell me. Little Xian can't do it." Qin Lan looked at Lin Xian and said without hesitation, "Lin Xian, Auntie, you should ask Ling Ying about this. She has the most right to speak." Lin Xian said with a smile. Ling Ying blushed. "Bastard." She did know whether he could do it or not, but it was too damn good. This Qin Lan even said that there were only cows that died from exhaustion and no fields that could be plowed. Why did Lin Xian think that she said the opposite? "Oh, Xiaoying, tell me about it," Qin Lan asked curiously. "What are you talking about, Mom? How old are you? Is it really okay to talk about this in front of the younger generation?" Qin Lan was not happy. "Tell me, how old am I?" "Ling Ying, lass, you're a far cry from little Xian when it comes to talking." All right. I was wrong. Ling Ying wanted to cry. "Then tell me about it." Qin Lan continued to interrogate her. She could not let Ling Ying be taken advantage of. This kind of thing was very necessary, because she knew very well that if a girl was not satisfied, it would be very uncomfortable. She could not let her daughter be like this. It was not too late to give up now. When the time came for them to get married, then it would be too late. Very good," Ling Ying said with a red face. Lin Xian felt very good. There was nothing better than a woman commenting on a man. How good? Qin Lan looked at her shy daughter and asked with a smile. "Aya, Mom, tell me. Otherwise, don't even think about bringing little Xian home. I don't agree to this marriage." Lin Xian, "Ling Ying, then what do you want me to say?" "This is not easy to say." Lin Xian expressed his admiration. This mother-in-law of his was too damn tough. She was asking about this in front of them. TSK, but Lin Xian liked it very much. "Just tell me how long it will take." Lin Xian's face turned red. "Damn. Can't you and your daughter talk about this in private?" Is it really okay to do it in front of me? Fortunately, Lin Xian was very confident in this aspect, so it was fine. Ling Ying tilted her head and really thought about it. She did not know how long it would take, but she knew that it would be very long. Every time, she would have to beg Lin Xian for mercy before he would stop and end everything. Okay, a few hours. Qin Lan, tell me the truth. Really, I'm not lying to you. Qin Lan opened her small mouth. Auntie, let's not talk about this. Lin Xian's face turned red. Qin Lan really wanted to ask him what a few hours meant, but she really did not believe it. Why don't I believe it? It's true. Every time, I have to beg for mercy before he stops. Are you on medication? Lin Xian, no, good. Then I'll leave little Ying in your care. Lin Xian, damn. She was the first adult in the world to have such a standard for a son-in-law, right? Who could stand this? But, if all the mothers-in-law in the world were like this, then Lin Xian, wouldn't the world be like heaven? Qin Lan's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Xian a few more times, then she coughed and said, well, let's eat first. After awkwardly finishing breakfast, Ling Ying obediently went to wash the dishes. Qin Lan quickly pulled Lin Xian to the side. Little Xian, listen to Auntie. Don't wear it in the future. Lin Xian, Auntie, we're still young. How old are you? Still young. I don't care. If you don't agree to this, you can forget about being with little Ying. Lin Xian, I agree, but on her side, Auntie will talk to her. Don't worry. Also, Qin Lan sighed and said, actually, Auntie really hopes that you can leave Tianhua City temporarily. Even if you go to a neighboring city, don't stay in Tianhua City. Auntie is really afraid that something will happen to you. We won't. We know what to do. You child, this is not a matter of whether or not you know what to do. When the time comes, can you know what to do? This is for the demonic beasts. Auntie is not afraid to tell you that for now, at least for the next 10 years, humans can only try their best to defend against the attacks of demonic beasts, but they can't defend against them. Chapter 206. Qin Lan's words were not meant to frighten Lin Xian and Ling Ying, but it was a fact. Although there were many human cultivators now, most of them were like the cultivators in Sky Martial Court's beginner class. They were around Qi building realm 5 stars, and many of them did not know how to fight. They also did not have the courage to go out of the demonic beast domain to continuously improve themselves. In simple terms, they were equivalent to slackers. It was a stark contrast to Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and Qin Xiaotian, who went out crazily to improve themselves. This kind of cultivator occupied the majority of the human population. Therefore, the country adopted a series of policies, including the operation in Linfeng City, to massively improve the strength of the entire population. The country also knew this. It was useless for a small number of people to be strong. Only when the entire population was strong and had the desire to become strong could it be possible. Everyone knew this, so the country also implemented this. Unfortunately, the first operation ended in failure. What Qin Lan meant was that, at least for now, the current situation would not change. Even if it changed, it would take time. 10 years was the minimum time it would take. That was under the premise that a series of policies were successful and the entire population became stronger. Only then would they be able to withstand the attacks of the demonic beast. However, this was only an ideal. It was too difficult to realize it in reality. But at least for now, this was the current situation. Otherwise, the demonic beasts would not have occupied half of the cities and regions in China. We know this as well, but Auntie, isn't it back to that sentence? If we also give up on our ideals and run away when the demonic beasts attack the city, not to mention whether we can defend against the demonic beasts in 10 years, China might not even exist in 10 years. Lin Xian looked at Qin Lan and said. Qin Lan sighed softly. All right, Auntie also knows that I can't persuade you and Xiao Ying. However, there is one condition. You must act according to your capabilities. Lin Xian nodded slightly. At this time, Ling Ying finished washing the dishes and walked over with a wronged expression. She was unhappy. She felt that her biological mother had forgotten her old love after finding a new one. She, the biological daughter, seemed to have become a servant. Mom, that spatial ring. Ling Ying thought of this and asked. Oh, I almost forgot. Qin Lan stretched out her hand and an inconspicuous ring appeared in her hand. She said, if I'm not wrong, this ring should be for little Xian, right? Ling Ying nodded slightly. Then, Qin Lan handed the interspatial ring to Lin Xian. Lin Xian took it. As someone with the spatial attribute, he could indeed feel the power of space. For a warrior, a spatial ring is still a very important thing. It is very convenient. You can open and close it by pouring your spiritual power into it, Qin Lan said to Lin Xian. Thank you, Auntie. We're family. There's no need for thanks, Qin Lan said with a smile. Mom, what family? We're not even a family yet, Ling Ying said coquettishly with a red face. Qin Lan looked at Ling Ying with a smile and said, aren't we family? If we aren't, then I won't give it to you. Ling Ying. Yes, it's not enough. Lin Xian smiled awkwardly and put the interspatial ring on his finger. With a slight movement of his mind, he could see the inside of the interspatial ring. It wasn't big, only 5 cubic meters, but it was already very good and very precious. By the way, I happen to be in Tianhua City for the next 2 days. How about? Little Xian, when you have time, let Auntie meet your parents. Qin Lan revealed a smile. Since Ling Ying liked this matter, she would settle it. As for the one in her family, when the time came, he would be helpless. Therefore, she would try her best to settle this matter. Qin Lan really didn't care about Lin Xian's family background. Because her family was too big, it didn't matter. As long as her daughter liked it, it was the most important. Her daughter was sleeping with him, so how could she not like him? The most important thing was that Qin Lan was very satisfied with Lin Xian. Lin Xian froze for a moment and then said, I don't have parents. After Qin Lan heard this, she was slightly stunned and then suddenly understood. In the past, it might be very strange to hear that he didn't have parents, but in the current era, it was very normal. Many people's families were incomplete because of the demon beasts attacking the city. Too many people died in the hands of the demon beast. It was no wonder that Lin Xian was different from ordinary people. Only by living in a different environment could one cultivate different people. It's okay. You can call me Mom in the future. Lin Xian. No, shouldn't the legendary mother-in-law be very strict? This Qin Lan was so good that Lin Xian was touched. Mom, hearing Qin Lan's words, Ling Ying helplessly pouted. Okay. I won't say any more. Little Xian, your family now, Lin Xian said. I have an older sister who grew up in an orphanage. You were so young. Qin Lan was slightly surprised. Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. No. To be precise, I don't have parents in my memory. It seems that I was born in an orphanage. This body was indeed like that. His parents had never seen it, at least not in his memory. The starting point of his memory was a very small orphanage, and Lin Yai's porcelain doll when he was young. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Qin Lan was even more shocked. In this era, it was normal to not have a family, but it was rare to be born without a family. As for Lin Xian, Qin Lan felt sorry for him and admired him. He had never felt the care of a family since he was young, but he was still able to grow up to be a good child who served the country and the people. Normally, children who grew up in such circumstances would be incomparably eccentric. Ling Ying was actually quite surprised. She knew that Lin Xian grew up in an orphanage, but she didn't expect that he didn't have parents in his memory. A person who grew up in such a way could become such a sloppy person. Ling Ying also admired Lin Xian. It's okay. Auntie and little Ying will be your family in the future. Lin Xian grinned. Okay. By the way, let Auntie feel your space attribute. Ah. Mom, about that, let's go shopping. Hearing Qin Lan's words, Ling Ying quickly said. She heard from Lin Xian that his space attribute was temporarily gone. If he couldn't release it now, it would be awkward. Shopping. Later, there's no need to rush. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Okay, then what does Auntie want me to do?" Ling Ying was slightly stunned. Lin Xian actually agreed. Or was it that his space attribute had returned? "How about this? Use all your strength to compress the space around me. Auntie will feel what level your space power has reached." Chapter 207. In the past, Lin Xian's spatial power was naturally not strong. However, after completing that mission, his spatial speed had increased by 10%. In other words, Lin Xian now had around 11% spatial proficiency, which was actually very high. Previously, it was only 1%. When he was at the place where the woman lived, he could jump 100 meters with his full strength. Now, it had increased by 10 times. That's good. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Since Qinlan dared to say such words, she was not afraid. Moreover, Lin Xian's eye of spiritual insight could not detect her realm. Therefore, she must be at the mysterious heaven realm. Then, the spiritual energy around Lin Xian's body surged. Ling Ying felt the spatial power around Lin Xian's body, and her beautiful eyes lit up. This time, she was satisfied. Her man wasn't that useless after all. If Lin Xian knew what she was thinking, he would definitely bully her to death. Fuck. In other words, before this, he was useless. Qinlan felt the purity of the spatial energy and was very satisfied. Then, Lin Xian released the spatial compression. The spatial compression he released with his full strength should be able to crush someone of the same realm to death within a 3 square meter radius. Of course, that was not necessarily the case. However, if his spatial proficiency was raised to a very high level, not to mention someone of the same realm, he might be able to kill someone of a higher realm. This was determined by several factors. The first was the strength of the person and the opponent. The second was the number of opponents. The third was the size of the spatial compression. The fourth was the degree of spatial control. These factors determined the effect of one's spatial or temporal manipulation. Qinlan felt the spatial compression and released her power to resist. Then, she revealed a slightly surprised expression. Lin Xian took a deep breath and cancelled his spiritual energy. "Not bad." Qinlan nodded slightly and said, "Your cultivation level isn't too high, only at the arcane body stage 6 stars. However, there's no need to worry about your cultivation level for now. Your control over space is stronger than any other young talent with the same spatial attribute that I've seen. This is also a kind of talent, but..." Qinlan frowned slightly and then muttered, "I heard that when you were at the mysterious body realm 1 star, you were able to jump 1,000 meters with 40 people. According to your current situation, you can't do that. Instead, you're at the mysterious body realm 6 stars now. Did you not use your full strength?" Lin Xian shook his head. "No, I used my full strength. As for why I was able to do it before, I think it's because I was in a desperate situation." "That is also possible. However, your spiritual energy must be sufficient to support it. You should have something that can greatly increase your spiritual energy as support, right?" Lin Xian nodded. What could he do? That was the first time he used spatial release. The effect might have reached 50%, so it was very strong. But now, it was only 11%. Even if his realm was higher, his proficiency was too far away. Therefore, Lin Xian could only follow Qinlan's word. But since you were able to reach such a level in that situation, it proves that you do have the potential. You do have an extraordinary grasp of spatial control. Although I'm a little disappointed, I'm not disappointed with your potential. If you can stay true to your heart and continue to improve your realm, you will become a strong person in the future. You will also be worthy of little Ying, Qinlan said to Lin Xian. "Mom, don't say it out loud." Ling Ying pouted. "Look, this girl isn't even married yet and she's already siding with an outsider." "No, it's just that, some things shouldn't be said out loud," Ling Ying said helplessly. He was a little disappointed. It wasn't good to say such things out loud. Lin Xian actually didn't care. Normally speaking, it was reasonable to be disappointed. Because Lin Xian's grasp of spatial control was too different from the rumors. But this was Qin Lan. She didn't like to beat around the bush with others. If she liked someone, she liked them. If she didn't like them, she didn't like them. For example, if Qin Lan was satisfied with Lin Xian, she would talk and laugh with Lin Xian. If Qin Lan didn't like Ling Ying's boyfriend, regardless of whether Ling Ying liked him or not, Qin Lan wouldn't be nice to him. She was such a truthful person. This was what made Lin Xian feel better about Qin Lan. Lin Xian didn't feel that there was anything wrong with what Qin Lan said. It's okay. Auntie is right. But I have confidence in improving myself. Qin Lan nodded in satisfaction. Your starting point is already very high because of your spatial attribute. In addition, your grasp of spatial control is also top-notch among your peers. But you just need to have the heart to become stronger. Auntie doesn't like people who don't have ambition. On the contrary, Auntie didn't want you to stay in Tianhua City and retire to the second line. If you had agreed, it would have reduced Auntie's score. But you passed Auntie's test. It can't be called a test. My good impression of you didn't decrease. But you can't be arrogant. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Ling Ying secretly touched his forehead. By the way, I heard from Xiao Ying that you also have a lightning attribute, right? Lin Xian nodded and stretched out his hand. Lightning condensed in his palm. Purple lightning. Qin Lan's beautiful eyes lit up. The spatial attribute was one of the top-notch attributes. But the lightning attribute was actually the strongest among all the lightning, the purple lightning. Any one of these two attributes was already very powerful. She didn't expect that both of them would appear in the same person. That's right. There's something I don't know if you've noticed before. Qin Lan said. Auntie, please go ahead. Have you ever tried to combine the power of two attributes? To be precise, it's a combination. Combination? Lin Xian frowned and stood there thinking. For example, you can release a bolt of lightning to attack a target. Then, with the help of spatial energy, the lightning can instantly jump to another location of the target, achieving a surprise attack. Hearing Qin Lan's words, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Damn. Auntie, you're simply too smart. Lin Xian said excitedly. This sentence wasn't deliberately flattering her. It was truly from the bottom of his heart. Why didn't he think of it? This might be the power of having two attributes. It could be used in combination, but basically, spatial energy could achieve the highest cost-performance ratio. It was difficult for other attributes to be combined, releasing lightning, and when it was about to hit the target, suddenly releasing spatial energy to perform a spatial jump, creating a wormhole in front of the target for the lightning to enter. Then, creating a wormhole behind the target for the lightning to come out from behind. If this was used skillfully, it was simply heaven-defying in battle. Qin Lan smiled faintly and said, because you have the space attribute. Space is the most powerful attribute among all the attributes. But don't be happy too early. If your current space attribute is only at the elementary level, then you'll need at least 5 years to reach the proficiency level. You might not be able to grasp it even after 10 years. Chapter 208. What Qin Lan said was right. Dreams were beautiful, but it was too harsh on the individual. You're right, but I'll work hard on my cultivation. All right, that's good for you. Ling Ying rubbed her forehead secretly. What was so good about Lin Xian that her mother liked him so much? Little Ying, go change your clothes. Let's go shopping. Little Xian, come with us. Lin Xian. Initially, he did not want to go shopping with a woman. After all, shopping with a woman was a very scary thing. However, she was his mother-in-law. Since she had said that she would come with him, it would not be good if Lin Xian rejected her. All right. After changing their clothes, the three of them went shopping together. They only finished at around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. They also had lunch outside. However, after shopping, Lin Xian went to the Sky Marshal Court. Ling Ying did not go. Naturally, she accompanied Qin Lan. In Ling Ying's house, Qin Lan and Ling Ying were sitting on the sofa. Ling Ying was massaging Qin Lan's legs. Mom. It's better if you don't interfere in the matter between Lin Xian and me. Ling Ying said softly. What? Don't interfere? Qin Lan looked at her daughter. Ling Ying nodded slightly. All right, let nature take its course. Sigh, my daughter has grown up. She has her own thoughts now. No, Ling Ying bit her lip. She liked Lin Xian. Naturally, she liked him now. However, Ling Ying felt that there was a strange feeling between her and Lin Xian. She could not put her finger on it. It was not that they were not suitable. However, if one day, Lin Xian was seen seducing other girls, what would she think? Or was she only with Lin Xian for a short period of time? Could they not be together forever? Ling Ying was also conflicted. She did not understand her own heart. Even in Ling Ying's eyes, she wanted to let nature take its course. Then I'll still have to tell your father about this. Can I not tell you? Ling Ying looked at Qin Lan. Qin Lan shook her head. You also know that those families in Tianju have come to our Ling family to propose marriage many times. It's fine if you're not here, but you have to go back. You need to let your father know about this matter and let him express his attitude to those families. After all, they are some big families that are not inferior to the Ling family. We can't let them wait for you all the time. When you go back and suddenly say that you have a boyfriend, they won't be able to end it. Therefore, we need to let your father inform the young masters of those families in advance about this matter. Then, all right. So, correspondingly, your father's attitude towards Lin Xian will also be affected by one thing, and that is your father's attitude towards him. What's done can't be undone. It's useless even if your father refuses. However, no matter what, he has to be satisfied with Lin Xian. Therefore, it shouldn't be long before you bring Lin Xian to the Ling family. Lu Yufan pouted. Don't think about it. It's useless even if you're strong. Lin Xian laughed. Lu Yufan, you can't hurt people like that. Lu Yufan rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. However, don't go out to train for the time being. Let's wait for this period of time to pass. Lin Xian reminded them. Lin Xian glanced at Lu Yufan's favorability towards him. 62. With this favorability, if he were to confess, he would normally succeed. Furthermore, Lin Xian urgently needed to open the second shopping center. Right now, he had more than 30 million scum man points that he had nowhere to use. Simply exchanging them for experience fruits would be too wasteful. Thus, Lin Xian didn't use them at all. Furthermore, he still needed to go to the demonic beast domain. Even in such an environment, he still needed to go. Right now, he was at Arcane Body Realm 6 stars. It would be best if he could reach Arcane Heaven Realm within half a month. In half a month, it would be the Tianwu conference. Lin Xian was looking forward to the second shopping center. Thus, Lin Xian decided that if there was a chance, he would take down Lu Yufan, this little cutie, in these 2 days. It should be about time. Right, is Qin Xiaotian back yet? Lin Xian asked. As for whether Qin Xiaotian had died in the demonic beast domain, Lin Xian didn't know. If he died, he might be relieved, but at the same time, he wouldn't be willing to accept it. Chapter 209. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Yi nodded. His back. Yeah, he came to look for Yi not long ago. Why are you looking for him? As expected, Lin Xian muttered to himself. It was not easy for someone like him to die there. Since Ling Ying had reached the Mystic Heaven Realm, Qin Xiaotian must have reached the Mystic Heaven Realm as well. Although Lin Xian's cultivation was not slow, the Mystic Heaven Realm and the Mystic Body Realm were 2 different realms. Oh, right. Yi thought of something and looked at Lin Xian with a red face. It's my birthday the day after tomorrow. Are you free tonight? There's a birthday party at home. If you're free. Of course. Lin Xian grinned. This was a good opportunity to get closer to a girl. He had to go. Upon hearing Lin Xian's straightforward answer, Yi was overjoyed. Okay, the day after tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the evening. I'll send you the address then. But I don't have much money to buy expensive gift. No need. It's fine as long as you're here. Yi Yi said with a smile. Okay. Oh, right, I almost forgot. I still have something to do. Lin Xian suddenly remembered Wang Shintong. He still had to look for Qin Feng. Alright, I'll be off first. Lin Xian left in a hurry. Lin Xian did not know where Qin Feng was, but he would know when he reached the sacred palace. After hailing a cab, Lin Xian went straight to the sacred palace. At that moment, Qin Xiaotian was in the garden of the Sky Marshal Court's villa. He took out his phone and made a call. What's wrong with you? Why aren't you making a move? Qin Xiaotian thought that Lin Xian would die in the demonic beast domain after what happened. He did not expect that Lin Xian was still alive. And Lin Xian definitely couldn't be left alive, so they had to act as soon as possible. Chu Haohan's voice came from the phone. Young Master Qin, don't be anxious. We're just looking for a suitable opportunity. Besides, Lin Xian didn't come home last night, so I haven't made a move yet. It's best to settle this matter within the next 2 days. Lin Xian coming back alive gave Qin Xiaotian a feeling that he would not die so easily. It was true that he had reached the profound sky realm, but it was not easy for him to make a move, and if Lin Xian continued to stay, he would feel an inexplicable sense of threat. Even in his eyes, Lin Xian was still worthless. However, the space attribute, he didn't dare to make any guarantees. Okay. After saying that, the call was hung up. At this time, a figure walked over, causing Qin Xiaotian's brows to furrow. He turned around and looked at Han Chuxue. Did she hear that? He should have heard it. For Han Chuxue, it was very easy to hear. Fortunately, Qin Xiaotian recalled that what he had just said didn't seem to reveal anything. Good afternoon. Qin Xiaotian smiled and greeted Han Chuxue. Han Chuxue nodded slightly, then walked over and put away some of her previous paintings. Why haven't I seen you go to the beast domain to train recently? Qin Xiaotian asked. Boring. After saying that, Han Chuxue hugged her things and walked away. When she reached the door, she paused and said, Do you know that there was a traitor among the humans in the last operation? Qin Xiaotian was slightly stunned. He subconsciously thought that it was him, but it shouldn't be him, right? What's wrong? I'm not too sure. Nothing. After saying that, Han Chuxue walked away. Qin Xiaotian frowned on the spot. Was she trying to get information from him? But that wasn't right. He, Qin Xiaotian, was not a traitor of the humans. The failure of the last operation was not because of him, so he really didn't understand the meaning of Han Chushue's words. Han Chuxue actually didn't mean anything else. The traitor of the humans caused the failure of the operation and heavy losses. This matter was temporarily confidential to the public, but there were some people who knew about it. Han Chuxue was naturally one of them. She naturally heard what Qin Xiaotian said on the phone just now. She couldn't hear anything from the content, but she was smart enough to hear the urgency in Qin Xiaotian's voice, and there were some emotions in his tone that were completely different from his usual gentlemanly demeanor. Han Chushue's mind was actually very meticulous. Even if she didn't know anything, she knew that Qin Xiaotian must be doing something bad, because her impression of Qin Xiaotian was actually not good. So it could be said that she was trying to get information from Qin Xiaotian. At this moment, Qin Xiaotian even had an impulse to get rid of Han Chuxue, but he dispelled it. Even if she was suspicious, so what? If Qin Xiaotian had said a name or some key words, then he might have really chosen to get rid of Han Chuxue. Between the person he liked and his own life, Qin Xiaotian naturally chose the latter. At this moment, Lin Xian arrived outside the temple building. The temple and the Bounty Hunter Guild were different. Non-members of the temple were not allowed to enter. Identification was required. Hello, I'm looking for Commander-in-Chief Qin Feng, Lin Xian said to the temple member guarding the door. Commander-in-Chief Qin Feng? May I know who you are? Lin Xian said, I'm his friend, I have an appointment with him. In the taxi, Lin Xian called Qin Feng and said that he had something important to discuss with him, and Qin Feng told him to go directly to the temple. Please come with me. After Lin Xian said this, he respectfully led Lin Xian into the temple. Of course, Qin Feng had already given the order. They arrived at the 33rd floor, which was the top floor of the building. The commander-in-chief is in the room at the front. Thank you. Lin Xian then walked over. Knock knock knock, come in. Qin Feng's voice came from inside, and Lin Xian pushed open the door and walked in. When he saw Lin Xian, Qin Feng hurriedly smiled and said, "Have a seat. I'll get you a cup of tea." "Uncle Qin, you're too kind." Lin Xian did not pretend to be polite. "Come with me to the trial hall later," Qin Feng said as he placed the tea in front of Lin Xian. "Ah!" Lin Xian was stunned. Qin Feng said, "The trial of Wang Jichao will be decided in the afternoon. You can also be a witness. After all, it was thanks to you that we were able to find this traitor, so, when the time comes, you will have some rights to punish him. For this, the 3 major guilds would like to thank you in person. Although it's a little late, and even if he is executed, nothing will be salvaged, but we still hope that you can go. Even if you didn't come to me, I would have come to you." Lin Xian nodded, "Okay." Although Lin Xian did not care about this matter, to be able to see such a person being judged with his own eyes was also a way to vent his anger. Then, Qin Feng handed Lin Xian a small notebook and a badge. "This is your identity as the deputy commander, and this badge is also your identity badge. In the temple, at least in Tianhua City, it's not very useful in the other 2 major guilds." Chapter 210. Lin Xian took it and looked at it. It was a proof of identity, but this identity was something that many people couldn't obtain even if they risked their lives. Simply put, his status was second only to Qin Feng in the Divine Palace of Tianhua City. Even if Qin Feng reported Lin Xian's actions to China and Lin Xian received a lot of rewards, he definitely wouldn't be able to obtain this level of status. Although Lin Xian's contributions were great, his rank wasn't high enough and he wasn't qualified for this position. But Qin Feng had the right to set up this position himself. He didn't need Lin Xian to be strong enough to lead a lot of people to do something. Lin Xian couldn't do it either. Giving Lin Xian this identity could be considered a form of repayment to Lin Xian. It would allow Lin Xian to be fearless in Tianhua City even when facing some of the big families. Because he had the sanctuary as his backer and this position, it was more accurate to say that he didn't have the authority, but it was enough. If he had the authority, Lin Xian wouldn't have dared to lead troops into battle. It's still the same thing. This identity will allow you to do what you want in the police department and other high-ranking officials. You also have the authority to order people from the sanctuary to do some small things. But you don't have the authority to lead troops into battle. "You'll have to report this to me," Qin Feng said. "I know. I don't lead troops into battle. This is enough. Thank you, Uncle Qin, for your trouble." Qin Feng waved his hand. "To be honest, this is useless. Why don't you let me report it and help you get more rewards? There might even be an Earth rank martial skill. Speaking of which, I'm actually here to ask Uncle Qin about something. Don't be so polite with me. Speak." Lin Xian thought for a moment, then said, "I have a friend. Her brother was a member of the Holy Sanctum, but he sacrificed himself that night. There's no one left in her family, and she's the only one left. She wants to improve herself, so I'm thinking of asking Uncle Qin to teach her." Qin Feng said without hesitation, "This is a small matter, especially since her brother sacrificed himself for China. I naturally have to take up this responsibility. Is it a boy or a girl?" "That girl is my girlfriend." Qin Feng was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. That's even less of a problem. Although she wasn't Lin Xian's girlfriend yet, Lin Xian felt that Qin Feng would definitely be more interested in Wang Xintong. "However, there is one thing that I have to say in advance. Because you know my identity, I will naturally teach her when I am free. I will even bring her to learn some leadership skills. If she is capable, perhaps I can nurture her to a higher position. However, when I am busy, I can only hire others to teach her," Qin Feng said. Lin Xian nodded. "I understand. I just feel that if Uncle Qin teaches her, she will definitely grow faster. I also believe that she will work even harder. What are its attributes? Qin Feng asked. Water and light dual attribute. Oh. Water and light dual attributes. These two attributes aren't the most powerful battle attributes, but it depends on the person. Dual attributes and light attribute at the same time. Not bad. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Then I'll bring her to you tomorrow. Good. If there is nothing else, come with me to the trial union now. Okay. Then, Qin Feng personally drove Lin Xian to the trial union. After getting out of the car, Qin Feng said to Lin Xian as they walked, the trial union is different from the other two major factions. In every city, the trial union is considered a mysterious faction. This means that on the surface, you can only find representatives of the trial union. However, the real trial union and its members are all hidden. Moreover, some of the members of the trial union are also relatively hidden. Trial union members. So many trial union members who participated in the operation belong to. Those are the members on the surface. They need to show their faces in public. However, the truly powerful ones are those who are hidden. Perhaps somewhere in our lives, even a student, or even a waiter in a bar could be a member of the trial union. They are the elites of the trial union. They are also the backbone of the investigation of the evil fiend temple and other martial artists who have violated the rules. Qin Feng explained to Lin Xian. I see. As they spoke, they walked into a noodle shop. There were very few people inside, so the business was probably not good. The two of them directly went behind a broken door that looked like a warehouse. When the broken door opened, there was actually an elevator in front of them. After entering the elevator, the two of them directly went underground. Lin Xian looked at the number. They were now 30 meters underground. The elevator door opened. In front of them was an underground base filled with a sense of technology. There were quite a lot of people, and there were even surveillance cameras everywhere. It was as if the trial union could monitor every place in Tianhua City. After all, they were mainly responsible for the safety of human living areas. They were similar to the police. Commander Qin. The people from the trial union saw Qin Feng and greeted him. Although they were not from the same faction, they still communicated a lot. After all, the world was under the protection of the three major factions. Naturally, they communicated with each other very actively. Moreover, Qin Feng's status was also high. He was one of the three people with the highest status in Tianhua City. It was normal for him to be able to enter and leave the base as he wished. It was the same as other people entering and leaving other factions. Of course, there might be some very special places that were not allowed. Generally speaking, there was nothing special about the border cities. Commander Qin. A man walked towards them. Lin Xian had seen him before. It was the vice president, Chen Mo. Vice President Chen. The two of them shook hands. Then, Chen Mo looked at Lin Xian and extended his hand. Lin Xian, long time no see. Vice President, you're too polite. Go quickly. Some people from the higher-ups are already there. They're just waiting for the two of you. Okay. Then, they followed Chen Mo to a huge steel door. It seemed that even if you bombed it with a missile, the door would not be damaged. Chen Mo scanned it with a magnetic card and the door slowly opened. Please. Then, they walked in. To be precise, this place was equivalent to a prison. However, it was a place where you could not escape. This must be the place where the most dangerous and important criminals were kept. Once they entered, Lin Xian saw no less than 20 people standing there discussing something. Commander Qin. Long time no see. Mr. Liu, Commander Zhong, Commander Huang. The Commander-in-Chief of the Divine Palace, the President of the Trial Union, and the President of the Bounty Hunter Guild were the highest positions in each city. The people here were probably at least vice presidents or vice commanders. They were all powerful experts. Let me introduce you. This is Lin Xian. Qin Feng patted Lin Xian's shoulder and introduced him to the crowd. Chapter 211. Qin Feng might not have revealed the name of Lin Xian to the higher-ups of China, but the commanders of the nearby cities were naturally aware of it. Perhaps China was aware of it as well. After all, one of the representatives of China was Mr. Liu, an old man in his 60s or 70s. He was here on behalf of the higher-ups of China, so naturally, he knew about Lin Xian. He would definitely report it to China, but it was uncertain whether China would do anything about it. After all, Lin Xian had said that he did not want to be noticed. Everyone looked at Lin Xian. That's right. Since ancient times, heroes have always been young. Although this operation ended with 400 casualties and heavy losses, if it weren't for the measures taken by Lin Xian and your companions, our losses would have been total annihilation. You still saved tens of thousands of lives. For this, I express my gratitude to you on behalf of China. Liu Wui bowed slightly to Lin Xian, shocking everyone. Who was this Liu Wui? He was a high-ranking official in the Chinese government. To be precise, he was the superior of the commander-in-chief of the 3 major forces in each city. However, that was not the case. Although the 3 major forces protected the Chinese government, they did not belong to the Chinese government. They had their own bosses, but they maintained a cooperative relationship with the Chinese government. However, in terms of status and strength, Liu Wui was still superior to them. However, he bowed to Lin Xian with such a status. This, senior. I can't accept this. Lin Xian was also shocked and quickly helped Liu Wui up. It was said that the strong had their own dignity and would never lower their heads to those who were weaker than them. Lin Xian had firmly believed in this before, but now, he had changed his view of it. For those who cared about the world and the people, they would bow to those who had made special contributions like Lin Xian. This raised Lin Xian's impression of Liu Wui. Liu Wui patted Lin Xian's shoulder and said, "This is what I should do. I thank you on behalf of China for saving the people." Lin Xian did not know what to say. At this time, Qin Feng said to Lin Xian, "This is Mr. Liu. He doesn't belong to the 3 major forces. He represents China, and he's a super expert. If you have the chance, you can ask him for advice. Of course, it's my responsibility to teach these young talent." Liu Wui chuckled. Qin Feng said this for Lin Xian's sake. He wanted to close the relationship between Lin Xian and Liu Wui. "Thank you very much, Mr. Liu." Lin Xian bowed slightly. After that, Qin Feng introduced the other people to Lin Xian. There were only 2 people he knew, the president and vice president. Then, everyone's eyes fell on the big screen in front of them. The big screen showed Wang Jichao's current situation. He was tied to the wall by 4 iron chains and couldn't move. No one knew if he had fainted or was sleeping. "Sigh, it's my fault. I didn't think that there would be such a bastard in the upper echelons of the Tianhua court. He caused this operation to fail. So many people were sacrificed, and he even caused China's plan to fail." Zhong Nan sighed. Liu Wui looked at Wang Jichao on the screen. His killing intent surged, but it quickly disappeared. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. He was indeed an expert. This killing intent was not something an ordinary person could compare to. He looked like a kind old man, but when his killing intent surged, it was very scary. This is not your fault. This is the result of human selfishness. It's not just Wang Jichao. In our 3 major forces, there must be people like him. They are like the members of the evil fiend temple, hiding themselves. They are the biggest cancer of humanity, but there is no way to find them. If he didn't reveal anything, even if you were his good friend, you wouldn't know. "Mr. Liu, about this Wang Jichao, how should we deal with him?" Lin Xian asked. He knew that Liu Wui was the most powerful person here, and he had the final say. The others were here to be witnesses and give suggestions. Liu Wui scanned the crowd, then looked at Lin Xian and said, "This person must die, so I hope that everyone can discuss the best way to deal with him. If you ask me, we should just use torture and cut him into pieces. That's the only way to vent our anger." A man said angrily, "Commander Huang, that's not a good idea. Venting our anger is not our original intention." Qin Feng sighed. "How about hanging him in front of the Tianhua city sign for 3 days? Zhongnan said. Liu Wui shook his head. That won't do. He must die, but sometimes this is not the best way. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Who would have thought that executing an eternal sinner would be such a difficult task? Killing him was easy, and there were thousands of ways to do it. However, they needed to maximize the effect of his death. Even if he died, the tens of thousands of people who died because of him wouldn't be able to come back to life. However, wasn't it too easy to kill him? Lin Xian pondered for a moment and said, I think that the main point of our consideration is not to kill him, but to make him atone for his sins. Oh, what do you mean? Everyone looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, about the failure of our mission. Tens of thousands of people died. This matter is not only known in Tianhua City, but also in China. Even the other 4 big empires know about it. The impact is no less than a city being attacked by demonic beasts. However, the world knows that we failed. They will think that we are useless, and that the 3 big forces did not protect everyone well. That's why so many people died, because this matter was not revealed to the public, right? Qin Feng nodded. That's right. Because we considered that there was a traitor in the 3 big forces, and that this would cause everyone to lose confidence and trust in the 3 big forces. That's why this matter was not revealed to the public. Is there anything wrong with that? You are free to voice your opinion. Lin Xian then said, I can understand. However, from what I know, hiding this matter did not have a good effect. There are even some people in Tianhua City who are preparing to escape. Isn't this also a lack of trust in the 3 big forces? I think that we should not reveal this matter. Let the world know that our failure was not absolutely due to the incompetence of the 3 big forces, but because of this person. Lin Xian paused and continued, right now, the world thinks that the 3 big forces do not have the ability to protect the people. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many deaths. If this matter was revealed, everyone would only worry that there was a traitor in the 3 big forces. However, they would still think that they had the ability to protect everyone. Between these 2 choices, I think the latter is the best. Then why not choose the latter? We can increase the investigation of the traitor and let the people see our sincerity. This can make up for this. Then, we can bring Wang Jichao in front of the world and publicly announce his punishment. Isn't that good? Chapter 212. Hearing Lin Xian's words, everyone looked at each other, as if they were thinking about the pros and cons of Lin Xian's word. Thinking about it carefully, they realized that Lin Xian's words did make sense. Previously, they only cared about the image of the 3 major factions in the eyes of the people. However, after Lin Xian's words, they realized that even if they hid this news, the 3 major factions' ability in the eyes of the people would be greatly reduced. Then why not tell the truth? This way, most of the attention would be focused on Wang Jichao. This wasn't shirking responsibility, but Wang Jichao was a sinner for all eternity. Yeah, why don't we let the families of those who were killed by Wang Jichao have the right to decide? Someone suddenly said. Liu Wui shook his head, that's not right. I agree with what Lin Xian said, but forget about what Commander Huang said. Although they all want to kill this person, and although he deserves to die, wouldn't this cause unnecessary panic? Lin Xian said, Mr. Liu, I actually think that Commander Huang's words make sense. We don't have to consider the issue of humanity when dealing with Wang Jichao. He has already been deprived of this right, and so many people have died in his hands. Letting their families vent their anger will also help them vent. Liu Wui looked at Lin Xian and asked, do you think this is a good idea? Lin Xian nodded. Compared to everyone here, I'm just an ordinary citizen. From the perspective of the people, especially the families of the martial artists who were killed, I hope that we can use the solution I just mentioned to Commander Huang. That's good. Commander Qin, I'll have to trouble you to immediately spread the news to Tianhua City and the nearby major cities. In 4 hours, Wang Jichao's execution will be held in Tianhua City's Tianhua Plaza. Yes. Qin Feng saluted and prepared to leave. Then, he looked at Lin Xian and asked, do you want to come with me? Liu Wui said, Let Lin Xian stay here first. When the time comes, he will join us in the execution ceremony. All right. Under normal circumstances, the public execution of a sinner was not allowed because it was inhumane. Moreover, although this era was chaotic, many people had not experienced massacres, battles, or even seen human corpses, let alone witnessing a person's death with their own eyes. This would cause panic. This was what Liu Wui was worried about at the beginning, but compared to giving an explanation to the people, this seemed to be nothing. Lin Xian, do you want to talk to him? Zhongnan walked over and asked Lin Xian. Me? What do I have to say to him? We communicated with him, Zhongnan said. We tried to get the information about his connection with the 10,000 Demon Alliance, or rather, if there were any operations of the 10,000 Demon Alliance or such traitors among the information he knew, but he did not say anything. How do I know if you'll fulfill your promise? Wang Jichao glared at Lin Xian. Because you don't have a choice. This is your only chance to kill me. Kill the person you hate the most. Kill the person who caused you to become like this. Lin Xian sneered. Wang Jichao hesitated for more than 10 seconds, then gritted his teeth. All right, I hope you can keep your promise like a man. After a pause, Wang Jichao said, the Myriad Demon Alliance will attack Tianhua City at the end of this month. Is this information important enough? Ha ha ha, Lin Xian laughed loudly. What are you laughing at? I suddenly realized that you're just a lackey in the eyes of the Myriad Demon Alliance. You're not even a servant. How can you know about the Myriad Demon Alliance? After the door closed, Lin Xian glanced at the crowd and said, what he said just now should be true. The Void Fox. Liu Wui frowned and said, we also found out about this, but we can't confirm it. Wang Jichao also knows about this. After all, he's a high-ranking member of the trial union, so we can't confirm whether what he said is true or false. Lin Xian, under the circumstances just now, I think it's quite believable. In addition, we also found out that there's such a possibility, so, yes, a heavenly venerable void fox. This is going to be difficult. 4 hours later, they tied Wang Jichao up in a cart that was similar to the ancient execution grounds and came to Tianhua Square. At this moment, there were no less than tens of thousands of people gathered in Tianhua Square. Although this news had only been spread for 4 hours, the attention it received was extremely high. In addition, there were many people who died in that tragedy. Their families even put down their work to come and see this. Seeing so many people, Lin Xian sighed slightly. However, he didn't walk together with the 3 major forces. Then, he casually walked into the crowd and watched the scene in front of him. Everyone looked at the prisoner Wang Jichao with resentful expressions. Liu Wui and the experts of the 3 major forces stood at the side and glanced at the crowd. Then, Liu Wui channeled his spiritual power into his voice so that it could be heard very far. Everyone, please be quiet. Liu Wui then said, previously, our country implemented a plan. That was to have the experts of the 3 major forces lead everyone to the demonic beast territory for training. First, we could eliminate the demonic beasts on a large scale. Second, we could also increase everyone's strength. However, this plan failed. Liu Wui sighed and continued, this time, more than 50,000 people went out and more than 20,000 died. This number is very exaggerated. For this, the 3 major forces and China are willing to bear all the responsibility. However, I believe that everyone didn't know the truth before this. Now, you know that it's because of this that you're here. What I want to tell everyone is that our 3 major forces will do our best to protect the areas where humans live. However, it's inevitable that there will be some beasts that betray humans. This operation failed not because our plan failed, but because there was a Thunder Tribulation Realm traitor in the trial union. It was him, Wang Jichao. He leaked the plan to the demonic beast race and caused the mission to fail. Everyone, we don't want to shirk the responsibility. Even if he died, Those who died in vain would not be able to come back. However, perhaps this will give everyone some comfort. What I want to say next is that the three major forces and China will do their best to protect everyone, protect us humans, and even take back the territory that belongs to us. At the same time, we will increase the investigation of the three major forces and find out anyone with evil intentions. In addition, we will not cancel this plan just because of the first failure. This is because only in this way can we increase the strength of everyone and have more ability to fight against the demonic beast race. Finally, after a discussion between China and the three major forces, we've decided to hand this person over to the public. Whether he's dead or alive, everyone can hurt him with their own hands. I hope that no one will kill him. No, at least let everyone hurt this beast with their own hands so that everyone can vent their anger. Although it's a little cruel, it's not worth mentioning compared to the crimes he committed. Kill him. Kill him. Avenge our family. Avenge us humans. In an instant, the crowd was furious. After that, the people from the three major forces spread out and stood guard at the side. The crowd rushed over with all kinds of things in their hands, including their shoes, cosmetics in their bags, and even their mobile phones, and threw them at Wang Jichao, who was in the prison car. Lin Xian sighed softly. When would the world be peaceful? Suddenly, his gaze fell on a figure not far away. Chapter 214. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Wang Xintong's delicate body trembled, but she really turned around, using Lin Xian's arm as a pillow, burrowing into Lin Xian's embrace like a little kitten curled up in Lin Xian's embrace. Feeling Wang Xintong's tense body and trembling appearance, Lin Xian knew just how nervous she was. She had never kissed a boy before, and in her memories, other than her brother, she had never held hands with any other boy before, but now they were sleeping together. But it gave her a sense of security. Go to sleep, I'll take you to see your teacher tomorrow. Lin Xian said softly, then lightly touched her red lips. Ding, kissing a non-girlfriend big sister, scumbag value plus 800,000. Wang Xintong was slightly stunned. He was going to sleep. Wasn't he going to do something to her? She was even prepared to use her body to repay Lin Xian's kindness. Lin Xian also wanted to. Under normal circumstances, he would have already done it, but Wang Xintong's condition wasn't good. If he did it with her, it would feel weird, and Lin Xian wouldn't be happy either. Then why not wait for a better opportunity later? Last time, Wang Xintong's mission reward was Wan Xie. Lin Xian didn't have time to check it, but since it was a spiritual weapon, it should be of great help to him. But he wasn't in a hurry. Wang Xintong blinked her large eyes in the dark night, looking at Lin Xian in shock. Was he really not just doing it for her body? If it was just for her body, Lin Xian would have already done it with her, but he didn't. Wang Xintong murmured in her sleep, then burrowed into Lin Xian's embrace, and even relaxed a lot. Ding. Wang Xintong's favorability towards you +3. Wang Xintong's affinity with Lin Xian had reached 70 points. This 70 points of favorability was almost catching up to Ling Ying. Ling Ying only had 80 points of favorability right now. The next morning, Lin Xian opened his eyes and saw Wang Xintong looking at him with her big eyes. When Wang Xintong saw Lin Xian looking over, she blushed and quickly turned her head away. Hee hee. Lin Xian smirked and pressed her under his body. What are you doing? Don't move. It's itchy. Wang Xintong pouted. Then, she was tickled by Lin Xian and laughed. This was the first time that Lin Xian saw Wang Xintong laugh in the past few days. The two of them were tired and lay on the bed panting. Wang Xintong was pulled into Lin Xian's embrace. Tong Tong, be my girlfriend. Lin Xian caressed Wang Xintong's face and said, I want to protect you. Wang Xintong raised her head and looked at Lin Xian. She and Lin Xian looked at each other for a few seconds, then lowered her head. No, I want to become stronger. You're already at the 8 stars of the arcane body realm. In terms of rank, you're stronger than me. What you lack is fighting ability and martial skills, but it's enough. Moreover, becoming stronger doesn't conflict with being my girlfriend. Lin Xian looked at Wang Shintong and said. Although Wang Shintong was at the 8 stars of the arcane body realm, she might not even be able to defeat a 4 stars of the arcane body realm. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Wang Shintong was actually quite moved. In the past few days, her impression of Lin Xian had completely changed. Moreover, she had fallen for him, right? They had even slept together and kissed. But, don't you like Yi Yi? Wang Shintong mumbled softly. But I like you more. Ding, using sweet words to coax a big sister is considered a scumbag behavior. Scumbag value plus 50,000. Lin Xian. Although Wang Shintong felt that Lin Xian was going against his heart, she was still quite happy to hear this. No, go find Yi Yi. Lin Xian's lips curled. No, right? Then don't even think about getting out of bed today. Wang Shintong glared at Lin Xian, then snorted. Lin Xian then turned around and pressed her down on the bed, then looked down at Wang Shintong. Wang Shintong's little face blushed. She looked at Lin Xian with her big eyes, then slowly closed her eyes. Lin Xian laughed in his heart, then kissed her. Last night, it was just a light peck, now it was a real kiss. 5 minutes later, Lin Xian let go of the blushing Wang Shintong. Be my girlfriend. Lin Xian lightly scratched her delicate nose. Ian, Wang Shintong bit her red lips, then shyly said, Ian. Ding. Confession successful. Mission completed. Mission reward has been issued. Ding. 2 timing is the ultimate behavior of a scumbag. Scumbag value plus 5000000. Ding. Confession successful. The system has given Wang Shintong. Confirm use on target. Lin Xian thought for a moment, then replied, only whitening. If he directly leveled up Wang Shintong, she would be shocked. Moreover, Lin Xian felt that Wang Shintong's level was already increasing fast enough. Randomly leveling up by 2 stars might not be a good thing. She needed to level up in a real battle to truly improve herself. WN Xie and the Royal Wings directly appeared in the God's Child system. Simply put, the God's Child system was like a character panel in an online game. Other than the character's stats, there was also some space, such as the location of various spiritual equipment. In other words, such spiritual equipment could be stored in the God's Child system and used at any time without a spatial ring. Simply put, there was also a space in the God's Child system. However, the space was very small and could only store a few essential spiritual equipment. Let go of me. Wang Shintong shyly struggled under Lin Xian's body, then Lin Xian released her in satisfaction. I'll go wash up, then I'll make breakfast for you. After saying that, Wang Shintong shyly ran out. Aya. Lin Xian comfortably lay on the bed. He had 2 girlfriends. This was truly 2 timing. Who would have thought that Lin Xian would walk deeper and deeper into the path of being a scumbag? But it had to be said, the feeling of being a scumbag was really good. Lin Xian was also quite surprised. He did not think that he would be able to take down Wang Shintong so quickly. Next would be Lu Yufan. Next would be Xiao Running. As for Yi Yi, Lin Xian felt that Yi Yi would definitely trigger the confession mission, but it had not been triggered yet. Perhaps she was lacking an opportunity. Ling Ying triggered it because he had sex with her. Lin Ya. Lin Xian did not know. Xiao Running did not seem to have triggered the confession mission yet. Lu Yufan triggered it because Lin Xian stood up for her. Wang Shintong triggered it because of her brother's matter. Miao Xiao Miao. Lin Xian had forgotten about it, but this Miao Xiao Miao's confession mission gave Lin Xian a headache. She was too young. Fuck, how could he bear to do it? Fortunately, Miao Xiao Miao was more mature and did not have the mentality of a real loli. Otherwise, Lin Xian would feel even more guilty. Chapter 215. Now there was a very serious problem, and that was Miao Xiao Miao's confession mission. Lin Xian looked again. Mission penalty, all attributes minus 100, mission reward, Heaven class 10-star skill, current favorability, 55, mission duration, 1 month. That was the mission. Most importantly, there was a fucking mission penalty. All attributes reduced by 100. What kind of concept was that? That would be useless. But the reward was also very exaggerated, a heaven-class 10-star skill. But there was bad news. The mission duration was 1 month. In other words, there was still half a month left. In half a month, if Lin Xian did not take Miao Xiao Miao down, his attributes would ooh-ah. Lin Xian scratched his head. It was worrying. Why did there have to be a mission penalty? So in this half a month, Miao Xiao Miao would definitely be Lin Xian's main target. 55 favorability, he could confess, but Lin Xian felt that the success rate was less than 10% for Miao Xiao Miao. So sometimes, an opportunity was very important. For example, Wang Xintong, Lin Xian moved her, that was the opportunity to confess. But for Miao Xiao Miao, if Lin Xian rushed over to confess, it would be impossible to succeed. Sigh. Just go with the flow. Lin Xian sighed. Then, he stretched out his hand and WN Xie appeared in his palm. This WN Xie, Lin Xian only noticed what kind of spiritual weapon it was today. It was a sword. To be precise, it was not a light sword, but a heavy sword. Light swords were generally 6 to 8 centimeters wide, but this heavy sword was close to 20 centimeters wide. It was completely black, and the body of the sword was surrounded by a strange light. It gave off a very evil feeling. This sword, Lin Xian swung the Dragon Rain sword and compared it to WN Xie. The feeling was like heaven and earth. He felt that WN Xie was very heavy. It could even split a person in half with one slash. It felt great. However, a light sword and a heavy sword each had their own advantages. The former was light, while the latter was powerful. Lin Xian felt that it didn't matter which one he used, because he liked them all. Then, Lin Xian looked at WN Xie's attributes and was shocked. Grade, Earth rank 5-star. A spiritual weapon made from meteorite crystals from outer space. It is incomparably hard and extremely powerful. It can greatly increase the user's battle prowess. It contains a power similar to the dark element. When released, the user will enter a shadowy state. Any attack will be accompanied by the power of the dark element. At night, it will absorb the power of the dark element to recharge. After recharging, the user can remain in the shadowy state for a maximum of 10 minutes. It can evolve, but evolution requires the absorption of dark elemental energy. This was WAN Xie. When Lin Xian saw the Earth stage 5 stars, it was within his expectations. The scumbag system's rewards for Lin Xian were all good stuff. None of them were lower than Earth rank. Furthermore, an Earth-ranked spirit artifact would greatly increase Lin Xian's battle prowess. If the Dragon Rain sword could increase his battle prowess by 20%, then this WN Xie could increase his battle prowess by 60%. This was the importance of a spirit artifact. If two people had the same attributes and martial skills, and one had an Earth-ranked spirit artifact while the other had an Earth-ranked spirit artifact, the latter would definitely win. What surprised Lin Xian was that WN Xie actually had a shadowy state. And in the shadowy state, it could cut through the defensive Qi barrier. The defensive Qi barrier was formed when a martial artist released a spirit artifact to wrap around nature, creating a barrier that could block attacks. However, WN Xie could directly cut through the defensive Qi barrier, causing the opponent to be unable to form a defense. This would definitely catch the opponent off guard. However, Lin Xian wasn't sure how strong WN Xie could cut through the defensive Qi barrier, but it should be able to cut through the defensive Qi barrier if it was slightly stronger than he. This was an Earth Stage 5-star spirit artifact. And there was another thing that surprised Lin Xian. This WN Xie could still evolve. If it could evolve by absorbing the power of the dark element, then it would increase its grade. That was equivalent to Lin Xian using WN Xie for a very long time. Lin Xian looked at the bewitching reddish-black WN Xie. This color was the most unbearable for Lin Xian. It was the most handsome color. It was like a dark alloy, just like the color of the Destruction series in a game that Lin Xian played before. It was so handsome. This is. Lin Xian looked at WN Xie. There was a button at the hilt. This sword has a button. Then, Lin Xian tried pressing it. Kaka, what the fuck? Lin Xian looked at Wen Xie with his mouth wide open. This Wen Xie changed shape after pressing the button. In a flash, it turned into a light sword. What the fuck? Lin Xian held Wen Xie again. This Wen Xie could actually switch between a light sword and a heavy sword. This was simply too wonderful. This was definitely an unexpected gain. Wang Xintong took a look at the door after washing up. What spiritual weapon is this? It's so handsome. Wang Xintong could not help but exclaim. This color and appearance were really handsome. There's something even more handsome. Look. Then, Lin Xian pressed it again and it turned into a heavy sword again. Wang Xintong's mouth opened slightly. So powerful. Wang Xintong exclaimed. Sure, then, Lin Xian kept Wen Xie. Then, he picked up the Dragon Rain sword. You don't have a spiritual weapon yet, right? This is the Dragon Rain sword that Miss Xiao gave me. It's a yellow rank 8-star sword. It's not bad and it happens to be a light sword. It should be suitable for both men and women. This is for you. Lin Xian handed it to Wang Xintong. I don't want it. Lin Xian smiled and placed it in her hand, saying, I have a new spiritual weapon now, so I don't need this. You are my wife. If I don't give it to you, who else can I give it to? Who's your wife? Shameless. Wang Xintong rolled her eyes at Lin Xian, but her heart was filled with sweetness. Take it. I'm going to wash up. Then, Lin Xian went to the bathroom. Wang Xintong looked at the Dragon Rain sword and waved it a few times, feeling very satisfied. Thank you. Wang Xintong's voice sounded. Don't say thank you. Just wash up and wait for me tonight. Bastard. Wang Xintong scolded angrily. Then, she put away the Dragon Rain sword and went to make breakfast for Lin Xian. After washing up, Lin Xian sat in the living room and took out the royal wings. To be precise, the royal wings wasn't taken out. Instead, it directly appeared behind Lin Xian's back. This wasn't a spiritual weapon. No, this wasn't a spiritual weapon in the conventional sense. After Lin Xian obtained the royal wings, it was as if it could grow out of his body. Moreover, he couldn't even take it off. He could only use his spiritual power to retrieve it. In other words, Lin Xian couldn't give it to others even if he wanted to. Looking at the mirror, the royal wings was made of light. It wasn't a real pair of wings. It was light black, and it even looked a little transparent. Wings of light, grade, heaven rank 10 stars. Type, flying spiritual weapon. A special spiritual weapon implanted with a special gene. After implantation, it can be released at any time. It can be driven by spiritual power to fly. The flying speed and altitude are related to the user's strength. When flying with the royal wings, the user's speed will increase by at least 100%. When the user's speed reaches the limit, the user can enter stealth mode. When the user's speed exceeds the limit, the stealth mode will disappear. The user can evolve. The evolution conditions are unknown. Chapter 216. Lin Xian was shocked. Wait a minute. Heaven rank 10-star spiritual weapon? Heaven rank 10-star? What kind of concept was that? As of now, Lin Xian didn't have any heaven rank items on him. He didn't even know how strong a heaven rank item was. Flying spiritual weapons were very rare, but heaven rank 10-star was a bit exaggerated, right? The only thing that surprised Lin Xian about the Imperial Wings was that it was different from ordinary spirit tools. It was actually a type of spirit tool that grew inside the martial artist's body. However, this shouldn't be enough to reach the heaven rank 10-star level. The flying speed and height were determined by the user's strength, and the consumption was also based on the user's spiritual power. Lin Xian wasn't sure how long he could fly or how fast he could reach. However, by releasing the wings of the heavens, he would be able to increase his speed by at least 100%. This wasn't too surprising as most air transportation spiritual artifacts would increase their speed. But another point was that when the speed reached the limit, the user would enter a state of invisibility. This was a good thing. Invisibility. If he flew at the limit of his speed while escaping and then entered the state of invisibility, then it would be difficult for the pursuers to find him. But if this was a heaven rank 10-star, then Lin Xian was a little disappointed. But fortunately, the Imperial wings could evolve, but the evolution conditions were unknown. But no matter what, this was a spiritual weapon that he had obtained without paying any price. Lin Xian also believed that heaven rank 10-star wouldn't be ranked like this for no reason. The Imperial wings would definitely be worthy of this grade. It was just that Lin Xian hadn't discovered the stronger parts of the Imperial wings yet. With a thought, Lin Xian put away the Imperial wings, and the flowing light behind him disappeared. In this way, Lin Xian's improvement was huge. It could fly, and at the same time, he had an Earth rank 5-star spirit weapon that could transform into a heavy sword and a light sword. At the same time, it also had the shadow transformation effect. These two spirit weapons naturally gave Lin Xian a lot of improvement. Lin Xian lay on the sofa and thought about some things. He needed to quickly increase his level, and at the same time, the more urgent thing was to capture Miao Xiaomiao. But there was another mission that gave Lin Xian a headache. It was related to the shifter girl he had done that night. The mission she triggered had a time limit of 3 months, but Lin Xian didn't care about that. What he cared about was the punishment. Level 0. In other words, within 3 months, if Lin Xian could not make that woman his girlfriend, then no matter how strong Lin Xian was, he would become a Qi building stage 0 rank cultivator. No, that would no longer be called a Qi building stage cultivator, but an ordinary person who could not be more ordinary. What should I do? Lin Xian scratched his head. He was going crazy. Most importantly, it would be great if that woman was more ordinary. However, she was a demon, and her cultivation level was at least at the celestial venerable realm. Thirdly, her personality was cold and noble. This kind of woman was the hardest to conquer. Fourthly, she already had thoughts of killing Lin Xian. How could she possibly be his girlfriend? Fifth, Lin Xian couldn't find her even if he wanted to. This was so infuriating. System miss, can you cancel my mission? System, hey, say something. System, you're definitely pretending not to hear me. System, yes. Lin Xian, miss, I know you're a system, but you're absolutely beautiful. I can't complete that mission. Can you cancel it? This was because Lin Xian had discussed this with the system lady before. Regarding the mission of abandoning Ling Ying, they really did come to an agreement. Therefore, Lin Xian felt that there was still room for discussion. Any triggered mission has a possibility of being completed. Lin Xian, damn, I know that, but for me now, even if I can complete it, the possibility is close to 0. How can I complete it? Can you bear to see me level 0? Answer the host. If you can't complete it, then you don't have the qualifications to be the master of the scumbag system. The system will find another host. Lin Xian, damn Lin Niang, ding. Matching language library. Matching complete. Gan Lin Niang and fuck your Niang have been matched. Detecting host's cursing system. Please retract your comments. Lin Xian, what a joke. Damn. You're awesome. I'll take them back. Lin Xian said exasperatedly. Soon, Wang Shintong walked out and looked at Lin Xian. She said softly, breakfast is ready. Coming. Lin Xian rushed over and pinched Wang Shintong's perky butt, making Wang Shintong roll her eyes. In the past, they couldn't, but now they were a couple and had slept together. Although they didn't do anything, since Wang Shintong had promised Lin Xian, she knew that she had to fulfill her duty as a girlfriend while becoming stronger. Lin Xian didn't understand. It was said that girls nowadays were all vases who didn't know how to do housework or cook. However, the girls Lin Xian met were all good cooks. Naturally, housework was needless to say. The teacher I'm bringing you to is the one we met yesterday. He's the commander of Tianhua City and should be at the Domain Realm. He can be of great help to you. Domain Realm. Isn't that too powerful? I'm afraid. Wang Shintong looked at Lin Xian worriedly. She was afraid that she was too stupid. Lin Xian must have paid a huge price to find such a powerful person to teach her. Actually, Lin Xian only owed Lin Xian a favor, but it didn't count because Qin Feng also owed Lin Xian a favor. Lin Xian smiled and pinched Wang Xintong's pink cheeks. He smiled and said, "It's okay. He has a good relationship with me and is an upright person. As long as you listen to him and learn all kinds of sword techniques and martial techniques, he will like you. It mainly depends on your hard work. I will work hard." Wang Xintong secretly clenched her fist. "But he's the commander. He's usually busy so he can't accompany you sometimes. However, he will find other people to teach you. If it really doesn't work, you can find me. I can also teach you, but I'm not sure if I can teach you better than them." Lin Xian's sword techniques, and combat experience were mostly learned in his previous life. They were all Chinese kung fu and were very different from Planet Aqua Blue. However, Lin Xian wasn't sure if China's kung fu or Planet Aqua Blue's domain realm Qinfeng was better. Of course, Lin Xian was more inclined towards Chinese kung fu. Right now, Wang Xintong's realm was enough. She needed to make up for her lack of combat experience. Martial techniques. He believed that with Qin Feng's means, he wouldn't mistreat Wang Xintong. Lin Xian was also looking forward to the birth of a strong female warrior in the future. After the meal, Lin Xian brought Wang Xintong to the outside of the sacred palace. This time, Lin Xian flashed his deputy commander badge. No one stopped him and he went straight in. However, those people seemed to be very surprised. Chapter 217. Naturally, Qin Feng had informed his subordinates that a young deputy commander would be coming to the holy sanctum. However, he did not expect the deputy commander to be so young. However, some of them recognized Lin Xian because they were part of the operation that night. In other words, Lin Xian had saved their lives. They arrived at the room where they had met Qin Feng and knocked on the door. Lin Xian led Wang Xintong in. Wang Xintong was very nervous because she knew that the person she was about to meet was a domain realm expert. "Uncle Qin." Lin Xian saw Qin Feng and greeted him with a smile. "You're here. Have a seat." Qin Feng smiled when he saw the two of them holding hands. Lin Xian sat down casually while Wang Xintong was still very nervous. "Uncle Qin, this is my girlfriend, Wang Xintong. About the thing that I've troubled you with." Lin Xian scratched his head and said. "Of course." Qin Feng's gaze landed on Wang Xintong. He could not see her clearly when they were at the plaza. Now that he was looking at her up close, he could see that she was indeed a beautiful girl. "Come, little girl. Release your two attributes first. Let me see how they are." Wang Xintong nodded lightly and released her water and light attributes. Qin Feng sensed it and nodded. "Not bad. The water attribute is relatively normal. However, your light attribute is much purer than normal. Plus, light is a rare attribute. So, I will focus on guiding your light attribute cultivation." "Thank you, Commander Qin," Wang Xintong said gratefully. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Call me Uncle Qin." Uncle Qin. Actually, Lin Xian's intention was very simple. The closer they were, the better their relationship would be. "Ha ha ha. All right, we'll call you that. Follow me to the Holy Sanctum's hall. I'll bring you to complete your information." "Lin Xian, what about you?" Lin Xian said, "Coincidentally, I also have something to do." "Uncle Qin, I'll leave Tongtong to you. Don't worry. For the next 2 days, I will push aside some matters and teach this girl well. Since she wants to become stronger, she can even put it into action. This is a very rare quality for young people nowadays. Go ahead." Wang Xintong glanced at Lin Xian and whispered, "Then I'll go with Uncle Qin first." "Yes." After that, Lin Xian left the sacred palace. He had 3 ideas when he left the sacred palace. One was to look for Lin Ya. He had not been intimate with her for the past 2 days and felt that he had neglected her. 2 was to look for Miao Xiaomiao and see if he could improve the progress of the mission to conquer her. 2 was to go to the Sky Martial Court because there was still a mission to conquer Lu Yufan that could be completed more easily. In the end, Lin Xian chose the Sky Martial Court. However, before that, Lin Xian had a phone call with Lin Ya. The general content of the call was to tease her and remind Lin Ya to bring the icy snow pearl. When he arrived at the Sky Martial Court's Class 10, there were not many people today. They were probably training. The 2 girls were also training. Lin Xian then went to the villa of the advanced class to look for Ling Ying. Ling Ying was the only one in the villa. Han Chuxue did not even come to the Sky Martial Court today. After spending more than an hour with Ling Ying, Lin Xian received a message from Lin Xian. Then, Lin Xian went to Class 10. Brother Xian, Brother Xian. When Wang Fugue saw Lin Xian, he immediately jumped toward Lin Xian and hugged him. Fuck. Lin Xian pushed him away. Then, his eyes lit up when he saw Wang Fugue. Yo, why do I feel like you've lost a lot of weight? Lin Xian said with a smile. Hee hee. Wang Fugue scratched his head and said with a smile, of course. I've been dieting and exercising these days. Of course, I've lost weight. Don't tell me that's why you called me here so excitedly. Lin Xian walked into the class and sat down. Hee hee, of course not. I just wanted to tell Brother Xian that I confessed to Junjun not long ago. She said yes to me. Wahahaha. Oh. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow and took a sip of water. He smiled and said, sure, but you can't give up on losing weight just because you confessed successfully. Hehe, of course, of course. Then, Wang Fugue told Lin Xian about the things that had happened in the past few days. Lin Xian. When Lu Yufan came in and saw Lin Xian, she ran over happily. Where's he? Lin Xian asked in surprise. Lu Yufan was with Yi Yi every day. It was strange that Yi Yi was nowhere to be seen. She just finished training. Yi went home to prepare for the banquet. Tonight is her birthday party. Yi's parents invited a lot of people. Oh right. Lin Xian slapped his forehead. If Lu Yufan didn't mention it, Lin Xian would have almost forgotten about Yi Yi's birthday party. Oh right, I'm going to Sister Yi's birthday party too. I'll bring Junjun with me. Hee hee. Wang Fugue scratched his head and smiled. Lin Xian, what are you going to give Yi for her birthday? Lu Yufan asked expectantly. Lin Xian tilted his head and thought for a moment. I don't know. It doesn't matter if the gift is expensive or cheap. How about I give her a deep kiss? Lin Xian said with a smile. Lu Yufan rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. What are you going to give her? Lin Xian asked curiously. Oh, it's just a cloth doll. However, there are 999 paper cranes that I personally made in it. Hehe, but don't tell Yi. It had to be said that the relationship between the two of them was really good. 999 paper cranes. How long would it take to fold them? This was much better than buying things with money. Oh right, I celebrated my birthday a while ago. Do you want to give me a gift? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Lu Yufan blinked her big eyes and asked, what do you want? Lin Xian pointed to his lips and said, I want a kiss from you. Wang Fugue secretly gave Lin Xian a thumbs up. As expected of a Casanova, he could talk about this kind of topic with a girl just by raising his hand. Then, Brother Xian, Sister Fan Fan, I'll go back first. Wang Fugue said with a special look. Then, he said to the remaining dozen people in Class 10, everyone, come out with me. I'll give out the money. Everyone gets 10,000 yuan. First come first serve. Then, the group of people was led out by Wang Fugue. He even closed the door behind him. Only Lin Xian and Lu Yufan were left in the classroom. What the hell? Lu Yufan mumbled. Then, she looked at Lin Xian with a red face. Pei, who wants to kiss you? Hooligan. Lin Xian laughed. It's not like you haven't kissed me before. Don't say it. Lu Yufan went crazy. Then, she wanted to give Lin Xian a punch. However, Lin Xian grabbed her wrist. This was a rare opportunity for him to be alone with Lu Yufan. Wang Fugui helped him. Lin Xian was thinking, why don't I just take her down now? Looking at Lu Yufan's red face, Lin Xian really wanted to kiss her. This girl was indeed a beautiful girl. Chapter 218. This feeling of uneasiness came from two reasons. First, he did have a few girlfriends who were scumbags. This was undeniable. Lin Xian wouldn't deny it either. However, he knew that he might be a scumbag in this aspect, but he wouldn't really abandon a girl or hit a girl. These were things that real scumbags would do. However, this uneasiness came from the fact that he didn't think that he would become a scumbag before this. But now, he didn't think that he would become a scumbag. Would he change in the future? Therefore, Lin Xian felt uneasy. However, this was Lin Xian's bottom line. He felt that it wouldn't happen. The second reason was that he had 3 girlfriends now. If everything went well, he might have more in the future. How should he sort out the relationships between the girls? They might not know that they were Lin Xian's girlfriends or that Lin Xian already had a girlfriend, but they would definitely know in the future. Lin Xian felt a headache coming on. Abandon a few and only keep one obedient one? That was impossible. Lin Xian couldn't do that. Therefore, he could only choose to be selfish. At least for now, he could control it. Then, Lin Xian opened the scumbag system and checked the second system store that he had been looking forward to for a long time. Lin Xian's current scumbag value appeared in front of his eyes. 481,010,000, close to 50 million scumbag value. This seemed like a huge number, but Lin Xian knew that it wasn't enough. For example, the current roulette will required 4 million scumbag value for one spin. Who could withstand that? After the third spin, it would be 8 million, and then 16 million for each spin. Therefore, this 48 million renminbi scumbag was worth nothing. As Lin Xian's level continued to increase, the amount of scum man points he consumed would also increase. Although the amount of scum man points he obtained recently was in the millions. A fruit that can directly increase a person's level by 1 star after consumption. First price, 1000000. The price will be doubled every time. Lin Xian. The first item in the second shopping center made Lin Xian flabbergasted. The effect of the heavenly star fruit was very simple. For example, Lin Xian was currently at the 10 stars of the arcane body realm, and going from the 10 stars of the arcane body realm to the 1 star of the arcane heaven realm was a huge leap. However, after consuming the heavenly star fruit, one would directly jump to the arcane heaven realm. The amount of experience points required to break through to the next realm was extremely high, especially when one's level was higher. However, as long as he needed 1 million scum value, he would be able to increase his cultivation by 1 star. However, this would only increase the level of the major realm he was about to break through. The arcane body realm had 10 stars, the arcane heaven realm had 10 stars, and the thunder tribulation realm had 10 stars. In the future, Lin Xian could directly use the heavenly star fruit to break through these 3 major realms. It would be ineffective if he broke through to the domain realm. However, there might be a third store. However, even though this heavenly star fruit was heaven-defying, the price of each purchase would double. In other words, the 5th pill would cost 16 million. Lin Xian needed 3 pills, but he didn't have many left for his women, because the consumption of scum man points might be too high. However, that might not be the case. It would depend on the effect of obtaining scum man points in the future. However, the effect of this heavenly star fruit was a pleasant surprise for Lin Xian. The amount of experience points required to break through to the arcane body realm by 1 star to the arcane heaven realm was already ridiculous, let alone breaking through to the law realm. However, this fruit could solve the problem. After that, Lin Xian looked at the second item for sale. Spray it at a person of the opposite sex, regardless of their level or realm. Can make them obey your orders for at least 10 seconds. Price, 300,000. Lin Xian, fuck. It's this thing again. What do I need this thing for? A J-fan? Fuck. I can't do it. However, on second thought, if he met an enemy of the opposite sex, this thing seemed to be able to save his life, just like the demon racewoman from before. However, this obedient water should be different from the spray from before. It should be the obedient water spray, an extremely rare potion. After consumption, it can increase the purity of a martial artist's attributes by 10% to 30%. Can be used at most once per person. Price: 500,000. Fuck. There's actually such a good thing. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Attribute purity was very important. During the Sky Martial Court's examination, they had tested the attribute purity. If it exceeded the standard by 10%, it would be very impressive. However, this potion could actually increase the purity by 30%. This attribute purity was directly reflected in one's strength. For example, if two martial artists of the same attribute, strength, and realm were to compare the strength of the lightning released by them, the one with the higher purity would be able to deal more damage. For example, the higher the purity of the wood element, the better the healing effect. If such an item were to be sold on the market, it would be conservatively estimated to be worth more than 1 billion. Moreover, it was priceless. This was because it was basically impossible to increase one's purity through something similar to technology. There was only one way for a martial artist to increase their attribute purity, and that was to absorb the energy of the corresponding attribute. Moreover, it had to be a heaven and earth spiritual treasure with high purity. However, this kind of thing was priceless. The standard purity of a martial artist's attribute was 60 points. To be honest, Lin Xian did not know how many points he had, but it should be very high. After that, Lin Xian did not hesitate to spend 5 million to exchange for the attribute increasing potion. Then, he inserted it into his arm like an injection. The potion's energy was surging. Ding. Host's thunder attribute purity is 100. The attribute increasing potion has failed. Lin Xian, what? 100? It's full. Then I'll increase the space. The space's purity is 100. Lin Xian suddenly realized that it was probably the effect of the rainbow sacred scale. This was incomparably good news. Then, should I give this attribute increasing potion as a gift for EE? Lin Xian thought of this and then kept the attribute increasing potion. Other than these 3 items, the second shop had another item that was similar to the first shop's. Can be exchanged for any attribute energy. Immediately after, the first attribute energy's release effect will be increased by 50%. Price: 1 million scum points per use. Lin Xian, damn. Is the second shop so abnormal? Lin Xian could not help but open his mouth wide. There might not be a lot of items, but to him, it was enough to shock him. The meaning of the attribute increasing exchange was very simple. Lin Xian's current space proficiency was 11%. If he spent 1 million scum points to exchange for it, and then used spatial compression and other spatial powers, it would increase by 50%, which was 61% proficiency release. Chapter 219. Invincible, Invincible, Invincible. Lin Xian was extremely excited. Although the scumbag system's missions were sometimes a little annoying, he had to admit that the items inside were all heaven-defying treasures. The only thing was that it was a scam. The attribute upgrade cost 1 million yuan each time, while the 4 attribute upgrades only cost 50,000 yuan in the first shop. However, Lin Xian knew how to be content. The second shop had definitely raised his abilities by another level. In the past 2 days, the spiritual equipment and the treasures in the shop had raised Lin Xian's level, but his abilities and combat strength had increased by another level. Then, Lin Xian walked out. Hey, brother Xian, how was it? After he walked out, he saw a group of people hiding in the staircase. What do you mean how was it? Lin Xian looked at Wang Fugue. I saw Sister Fan Fan running out while covering her face. Brother Xian, you must have taken her down. Wang Fugue said with admiration. Cough cough, don't talk nonsense. After saying that, Lin Xian walked away. Lin Xian's matter at the Sky Marshal Court was also successfully completed. Lin Xian admired himself for being able to conquer 2 girls in just 2 days. Previously, he had spent a lot of effort to conquer Ling Ying, and he had even used a special method. Now, Lin Xian could relax for the time being. The only one left was Miao Xiaomiao, but she was a little special. Although she was small, to be honest, she was much harder to fool than Lu Yufan. Lu Yufan bought 2 bottles of water and 2 packets of potato chips from the school's canteen. She saw Lin Xian walking over and handed half of the food to Lin Xian with a red face. Here. Lin Xian took it with a smile. Well, sometimes I don't have much time to accompany you. Please don't take it to heart. Lin Xian gave her a heads up. I know, young Master Lin is a busy man. Lu Yufan rolled her eyes cutely. Hehe, it's good that you know. After saying that, Lin Xian wanted to hug Lu Yufan's waist, but she dodged. That, Lu Yufan hesitated for a moment and said, let's not announce our relationship to the public for the time being, especially to Yi. I don't want her to know for the time being. Why? Lin Xian asked curiously. However, he felt that this was a good thing. If he announced it to the public, others would definitely know about it. By then, Ling Ying and Wang Xintong would also know about it. Then, his good days would be over. Furthermore, it would be even more difficult to get the other girls, because you already have a girlfriend. On the contrary, what Lu Yufan said was what Lin Xian thought. I just don't want to for the time being. Lu Yufan pouted and said. Okay. I'll listen to you. Lin Xian said with a smile. Millimeter. In truth, Lu Yufan's thoughts were very simple. She and Yi Yi were good friends. She knew how Yi Yi felt about Lin Xian. If Yi Yi knew that Lu Yufan and Lin Xian were in a relationship, she would definitely be unhappy, right? It was also because Lu Yufan hadn't thought of how to explain this matter to Yi Yi, so he could only let time give the answer. I'll go back first. Do you want to come to my house tonight so that we can go to Yi's place together? Or do you want me to look for you? Lin Xian asked. I'll look for you. It's on the way, Lu Yufan said charmingly. Okay. After that, Lin Xian left the Sky Marshal Court. He did not take care of Lin Ya for the past 2 days. Then, he went to Lin Ya's company. Lin Ya was still working in her office. Little fairy. Lin Xian walked in with a grin. Lin Ya's first reaction was joy when she saw Lin Xian. However, her next reaction was Lin Xian here to bully and take advantage of her again? Lin Ya put down the pen in her hand and poured Lin Xian a glass of water. She asked, aren't you busy recently? Lin Ya had not seen Lin Xian for the past few days. He did not even come home at night. Lin Ya thought Lin Xian had found a girlfriend and was sleeping outside with her at night. I'm busy. I'm so busy with all kinds of social events and things. Little fairy, why do you think I'm so handsome? I shouldn't be handsome at my age. Narcissus. Lin Ya rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Then, she gently adjusted his collar. You don't even look good when you're outside. How can you make girls like you? Lin Xian laughed. Then, he grabbed Lin Ya's wrist and looked at her with a grin. You're being naughty again. Lin Ya blushed and rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Little fairy, I want a kiss. Go, I want to work. No, if you don't give me a kiss, I won't let you work. Lin Xian said shamelessly. Lin Ya was helpless. In the past, it was always Lin Xian who took the initiative to kiss Lin Ya. Now, it was very satisfying to let Lin Ya kiss Lin Xian. Okay, I'll kiss you. Lin Ya was not as shy as before. She closed her eyes and slowly moved forward. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, proving that her heart was not calm. Kiss. Lin Ya's red lips kissed gently and then let go. Lin Xian did not demand anything from her. This was good. I'm going to work. Then, Lin Ya walked to her seat in a panic. Little fairy, it's Yi's birthday party tonight. Let's go together. Lin Yue paused for a moment and then said, I remember now. Yi also told me that I was planning to go. That's good. Finish early and we'll go together. Lin Yue nodded slightly. Yi's birthday party started at 8 o'clock in the evening. Normally, they would arrive around 7 o'clock, so they could still make it. Lin Yue worked until 6 p.m. Then, she drove Lin Xian home to change his clothes. I forgot. What gift should I prepare? Lin Yue suddenly thought of this. She was going to be Lin Xian's girlfriend in the future. As his older sister, she had to make sure she was on her best behavior. But, would it be too late to buy something good now? Lin Xian stretched out his hand and 2 potions appeared in his hand. One was a physique-changing potion, and the other was a mental cultivation potion. These were the 2 items in the first mall. The increase might not be much, but in the market, this was definitely something that no one had seen before. It could directly increase one's physique and mental strength like an injection. Even if it was just a little, it was still a priceless treasure. But, compared to the attribute-increasing potion that Lin Xian planned to give, it was indeed much weaker. But, it was definitely enough. This is a potion that can permanently increase a martial artist's physique and mental strength. Compared to so-called jewelry, diamonds are much more valuable. Lin Yue did not know much, but since Lin Xian said so, she naturally believed him. Millimeter, then let's buy 2 gift boxes and wrap them up. What are you giving? Lin Xian smiled and said, of course it's something good. You don't have to worry. Lin Xian also wanted to give this attribute-increasing potion to Lin Yue, but she was currently without any attributes. Originally, she had a rare ice attribute that had mutated from the water element, but it had disappeared 3 years ago. But if it could be restored, Lin Xian would definitely give it to her. She thought that the conflict between Lin Xian and Qin Xiaotian was because of Yi. Now that she was Lin Xian's girlfriend, Lin Xian still had a conflict with Qin Xiaotian because of Yi, so she was jealous. But, it was hard to say. What if Lin Xian was just a friend and knew that Yi didn't want to be pestered by Qin Xiaotian? But she felt wronged. But this was normal. Lin Yue nodded slightly and said, try not to make enemies when you're outside. It's too dangerous. Lin Xian smiled and said, don't worry. How is this considered making enemies? It's just a little conflict. It's nothing. Lin Xian obviously wouldn't tell Lin Yue the truth, at least not now. Otherwise, Lin Yue would be worried. Lin Yue nodded slightly. She didn't know much about Lin Xian, at least not now. For example, she didn't know Lin Xian's realm, Lin Xian's friends outside, who his enemies were, how Lin Xian did things outside, and so on. But she never thought that Lin Xian would make enemies who would kill the other party. Lin Xian didn't have many enemies, at least not many real enemies. But Qin Xiaotian was more special. He was someone Lin Xian had to kill. Fan, was Qin Xiaotian also invited by Yi? Lin Xian asked curiously. Logically speaking, Yi shouldn't have invited Qin Xiaotian, right? Lu Yufan shook her head and said, no, Yi didn't invite him. Qin Xiaotian took the initiative. Since Qin Xiaotian asked, Yi couldn't refuse, so she could only agree. Lin Xian sneered, how interesting. What's this called? A dead pig isn't afraid of boiling water, feeling good about himself. And shameless. Lu Yufan added. Lin Xian smiled. Lin Yue was slightly stunned, then asked, is he Yi's suitor? Because Lin Yue could tell from their conversation that they were talking. Lu Yufan nodded. Yeah, he's been annoying Yi. Yi doesn't like him and has told him many times, but he still harasses Yi. Yi didn't even invite him to this birthday party. He only came because he asked. He's so annoying. Lu Yufan said unhappily. Lin Yue thought that Lin Xian and Qin Xiaotian were love rivals. To be honest, when Lin Yue thought that Lin Xian and Qin Xiaotian were love rivals and that they were both pursuing Yi, She didn't feel good. She was conflicted. She wanted Lin Xian to find a girlfriend, but when she found out that Lin Xian was pursuing another girl, she felt sad and disappointed. It was as if he had seen his true love choose someone else. Therefore, Lin Ya was also very conflicted. It was as if she was really looking forward to what Lin Xian said before. That was to say, let her be Lin Xian's girlfriend and he wouldn't find another girl. It was as if she was really looking forward to it. She wanted Lin Xian to find a girlfriend as soon as possible, but when it came to Lin Xian pursuing another girl, she felt very disappointed. Lin Xian seemed to have noticed Lin Ya's slightly disappointed expression, and he guessed something. Ding. Detected Lu Yufan's unhappiness because the host is worried about another girl. Scumbag man value plus 10,000. Ding. Detected Lin Ya's disappointment. Scumbag man value plus 10,000. Lin Ya's disappointment confirmed Lin Xian's thoughts. Lin Xian quickly said, well, after all, Yi and I are good friends. If she hates someone, I can't maintain a good relationship with him, right? Also, he's really annoying. Then Lin Xian continued, as Yi's friend, I definitely have to help. For example, if you hate someone and is pestering you, I'll help you too. Lin Xian emphasized the word friend, not because he was a love rival or Yi's pursuer. Chapter 221. Lin Xian's words were indeed effective. After Lin Ya heard it, she felt that Lin Xian and Qin Xiaotian weren't love rivals. The conflict between them was actually because Qin Xiaotian was pursuing Yi, but Yi didn't like Qin Xiaotian. He was also annoyed by Yi. As Yi's friend, Lin Xian had a conflict with him. Not love rivals, Lin Ya's heart inexplicably felt a lot better. Yi is not bad. She will definitely find a boy she likes to be her boyfriend. If she doesn't like him and still pesters him like this, it really isn't good. Lin Ya nodded and said. Lin Xian chuckled in his heart. Lin Ya would occasionally reveal a look of disappointment, jealousy, and stubbornness on her face. Lin Xian was truly touched by this. But at the same time, he wanted to laugh. Women. She clearly loved him to death in her heart, yet she was still stubbornly trying to get him to find a girlfriend. He hadn't even found a girlfriend, yet he heard that he might be pursuing her. His heart was extremely disappointed. Women. As they chatted, they arrived at their destination for the day. There was a large door in front of them, and they could hear music coming from inside. Outside, a few people from the Yi family were welcoming guest. Big brother Yi. Lu Yufan saw a man who was around 23 or 24 years old and called out, "Oh, it's Fan Fan." Yi Mingkai looked at Lu Yufan and revealed a smile. Lu Yufan said to Lin Xian, Big brother Yi is Yi's cousin. He has a good relationship with Yi. We've met many times. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Big brother Yi, this is Lin Xian, and this is big sister Yaya. They are both Yi's good friends. Lu Yufan introduced. Yi Mingkai glanced at Lin Xian, then his gaze fell on Lin Ya. He was instantly shocked. Yi was already one of the few beauties he had seen, but compared to Lin Ya, there was still a gap. Moreover, Yi Mingkai knew that Lu Yufan was Yi's best friend, and Yi had almost no male friends. Now that Lu Yufan said that this Lin Xian in front of him was Yi's good friend, Yi Mingkai took a few more glances. Hello, I am Yi's cousin, Yi Mingkai. Yi Mingkai nodded slightly at them. It wasn't that it was impolite, but Lin Ya was there. As a boy, it wasn't the most polite thing for him to do in this situation. Then we'll go in first. Lu Yufan said charmingly. Okay. Yi Mingkai opened the door for them, and the three of them walked in. Wow, it's so beautiful. Lin Xian looked at the party in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim. Although his family was rich, it was his and Lin Ya's first time attending such a large party. The entire venue was lit up, and there were tables filled with all kinds of food and drinks. There were 2 stages, and at this moment, there were some beautiful men and women dancing on them, adding to the atmosphere. There were about 100 people in the venue, which was considered a lot. Everyone was eating good food, listening to music, and chatting with each other. Everyone had happy smiles on their faces. Lin Xian really hadn't attended a party before, and neither had Lin Ya, let alone such a big one. If others knew that the two of them had never attended a party before, they would be incomparably shocked. Forget about Lin Xian, but Lin Ya, such a beautiful woman, would definitely be the center of attention wherever she went. Who would believe that she hadn't attended a party before? However, Lin Ya really hadn't. At most, she attended her own company's annual party, but the so-called annual party was just the whole company going out to eat together. There might be some programs, but it wasn't a party. Lin Ya had devoted all her heart and energy to Lin Xian all these years. Lin Xian also knew this, so Lin Xian felt that he owed Lin Ya too much. Lin Ya had spent the best years of her life taking care of Lin Xian and developing the company. As a result, she hadn't even attended a proper party. For such a birthday party, there were naturally more young men and women. The adults who were invited would basically bring their own children. They also had to give face to Yi Yi's father. After all, the Yi family was also a big family in Tianhua City. To be honest, there weren't many meaningful friends. Of course, there weren't many true friends. The appearance of the two beauties, Lu Yufan and Lin Ya, naturally attracted a lot of attention. Lu Yufan was still alright. After all, she was still young. Even if she was beautiful, at this age, her beauty didn't really stand out. However, Lin Ya was different. Her age was definitely the most beautiful years. Young Master Tian, hurry over there. In the venue, a few men were chatting together. Suddenly, their eyes fell on the area near the entrance, and then they saw Lin Ya. Zhong Tian's gaze fell on Lin Ya, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Who is this woman? She's so beautiful. Zhong Tian couldn't help but ask. His Zhong family was also one of the top families in Tianhua City. He, Zhong Tian, was a super expert in the Sky Star Academy's advanced class. He was in the same position as Qin Xiaotian and Ling Ying in the Sky Martial Court. I'm not sure. I've never seen her in all the interactions in the upper class. Chen Hui shook his head and said. However, the one beside her is Lu Yufan from the Lu family. She and Yi Yi are very good friends. They seem to know Lu Yufan too. Go and investigate. I've taken a liking to that woman. Zhong Tian shook the red wine glass in his hand and said with a smirk. Lin Ya's appearance had indeed brought the party to a climax. Moreover, Lin Ya had that kind of cold temperament outside. This kind of temperament was the most noticeable to men. Lin Xian. At this moment, a woman's voice in the venue attracted more people's attention. Xiao Running walked over with a smile. Xiao Yu Ning was also the focus of attention in the field. She had just been surrounded by several men who were trying to strike up a conversation with her. She was also very speechless. Fortunately, Lin Xian and the others had arrived at this time, allowing Xiao Yu Ning to escape. Is he not here yet? Lin Ya asked. This question was enough to show that Lin Ya really had no experience in parties. Xiao Running said with a smile, "E is the main character. The birthday party hasn't officially started yet. She'll appear later. Let's go, there's a lot of good food here. You haven't had dinner yet, right? Just treat it as eating here. Miss Xiao, you have to protect little fairy. Don't let others hit on her," Lin Xian said with a smile to Xiao Running. The surrounding horny students kept glancing at the three beauties. Some of them were chatting with each other and occasionally glanced over. Beauties were the essence of a party. Clearly, in today's party, the value of beauties was extremely high. Xiao Running said with a smile to Lin Xian, "Your sister doesn't need me to protect her. Look at her. Others don't even dare to hit on her. What are you worried about?" Chapter 222. Lin Ya would only reveal her most gentle side to Lin Xian and Lin Xian's close friends. However, in such an occasion, her cold temperament made the men who wanted to strike up a conversation retreat. The main reason was their inferiority complex. Lin Ya's appearance and temperament would make the men subconsciously wonder if they were worthy. The answer was, they were not. Only those with superior status would have the courage to strike up a conversation with her. Lin Xian smiled and said, "That's true. You guys go ahead and have fun. What about you?" The girls looked at Lin Xian in surprise. "Me? I still have something to do." After saying that, Lin Xian walked away. There are so many girls here. He must have gone to hit on other girls. Lu Yufan wrinkled her nose cutely. Her face was full of grievance, jealousy, and dissatisfaction. His girlfriend is still here. You're going to hit on other girls? If it were other girlfriends, they would have cried and made a fuss or broken up. However, Lu Yufan did not know why. Perhaps she was jealous, but she would never break up with Lin Xian. Perhaps it was because she really liked Lin Xian. There was another important reason. It must be because Lin Xian's previous persona was that of a sloppy guy who would speak sweet nothings to girls and hook up with girls in all sorts of ways. Lu Yufan was used to it. Once she was used to it, it was different. She was used to it, even though she was his girlfriend now. Then why don't you stop him? Xiao Running teased. No way. It's none of my business. I'm following Miss Xiao and Sister Yaya. Lu Yufan believed that even if Lin Xian hooked up with girls, he would not be able to do anything. Moreover, if she kept following Lin Xian, he might even feel annoyed. Moreover, she did not want others to know about her special relationship with Lin Xian. Therefore, she would definitely not go. To Lu Yufan, it was more important to build a good relationship with Lin Ya. As for Lin Xian, of course, he was not there to hook up with girls. He was there to save them. This was because he saw Ling Ying in the distance being surrounded by a few men who were trying to strike up a conversation. Everyone was Yi Yi's good friend. On her home ground, no one wanted to cause any unhappiness. Under normal circumstances, who dared to hook up with Ling Ying and stay? Ling Ying had already thrown a tantrum and even made a move. However, Ling Ying did not want to ruin Yi Yi's birthday party. He also did not want to embarrass the others. Therefore, he could only endure it. She also saw Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian was with Lin Ya and the others just now. Ling Ying felt that there was a barrier in her heart that prevented her from facing Lin Ya. It was as if she was a dishonorable girlfriend, but in fact, she was not. However, that was what she felt in her heart. 2 of his 3 girlfriends were present. Fortunately, Wang Xintong and Yi Yi did not know each other. Otherwise, with all 3 of them present, Lin Xian would definitely feel that the 3 bowls of water would not be enough. Ling Ying, give me your phone number, Zhong Tian said to Ling Ying with a smile. Ling Ying was an expert from the Sky Martial Court. Zhong Tian was an expert from the Sky Star Academy. It was normal for them to know each other. However, they definitely knew each other. Ling Ying was also an absolute beauty. Zhong Tian had long fallen in love with her. However, her personality and other aspects did not bother him at all. He was also helpless. However, she did not chase him away today. This made Zhong Tian feel that he had a chance. Zhong Tian felt that as a man, he could not hang himself on a tree. Perhaps he could take down Ling Ying. Even better, he could also take down the beauty he just saw. He would not lose out no matter what. Otherwise, what was the point of him attending this birthday party? He even wanted to see if there was a chance and wanted to strike up a conversation with Yi Yi. Sorry, there's no need. Ling Ying said faintly. Then, he saw Lin Xian walking over and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. This man was still somewhat useful. Lin Xian walked over. Along the way, he saw Qin Xiaotian talking and laughing with a few people. Lin Xian naturally ignored him and walked over. Beauty, I wonder if I can invite you to have a drink with me? Lin Xian said to Ling Ying with a smile. Zhong Tian frowned and turned to look at Lin Xian. His face was full of dissatisfaction. Wasn't this the guy beside the beauty just now? Kid, didn't you see that my brother Tian came first? A young man who was about the same age as Lin Xian walked over from the side. Lin Xian shrugged and said, Brother Tian? So what if you came first? When it comes to hitting on girls, it's about whether or not you can hit on her. It's not about who came first. Understand? Zhong Tian laughed involuntarily. Then may I ask if you can hit on her? Lin Xian smiled and looked at Ling Ying. Then, he picked up a glass of wine beside him and clinked it with Ling Ying's glass. He asked, Beauty, after the gathering, let's go watch a movie, have supper, and get a room. How about that? Ling Ying smiled sweetly. Forget about getting a room, but watching a movie and having supper is fine. After saying that, the two of them walked away side by side. Lin Xian even turned back and raised his glass to Zhong Tian. Zhong Tian clenched his fist. Who is that kid? Zhong Tian said angrily. Just a piece of trash. At this moment, a voice came from the side. Zhong Tian turned around and frowned. Oh, isn't that Qin Xiaotian? Zhong Tian's mouth curled, but his eyes flashed with a hint of hidden viciousness. Qin Xiaotian might be powerful in Tianhua Academy, but there were many powerful people in Tianhua City. Zhong Tian's strength, talent, and family background were not inferior to his. Therefore, he was not afraid of Qin Xiaotian at all. Qin Xiaotian swirled the red wine glass in his hand and smiled. Actually, you don't have to feel unhappy. The reason why he could hit on her was because the two of them know each other. Oh, how do you know? We're all from the Sky Marshal Court. Zhong Tian took a sip of red wine and asked, Is that young man also a member of the advanced class from the Sky Marshal Court? Qin Xiaotian shook his head. If he's not from the advanced class, how did he know Ling Ying? I even feel that their relationship is quite good. Qin Xiaotian shook his head and said, It's probably because they were in the same group when the three major factions went to Linfeng City. Under such a dangerous situation, they came back alive together. It's normal for their relationship to be slightly better. I see. Then why are you here? Qin Xiaotian sneered and said, I don't have any other intentions. In the demonic beast domain, this kid almost caused me to not be able to come back. Therefore, I'm very unhappy to see brother Zhong Tian suffer in his hand. Oh, he almost caused you to die outside. This person is sinister and cunning. He's vicious, but in the end, he's just a piece of trash who just stepped into the arcane body realm. After saying that, Qin Xiaotian patted Zhong Tian's shoulder and said, Brother Zhong Tian, you can do whatever you want. TSK. Zhong Tian sneered. Qin Xiaotian, don't think that I don't know that you just want me to be your weapon. Chapter 223. That's right. Although Qin Xiaotian was certain that Lin Xian would definitely die, it would be extremely good if he could use others to humiliate Lin Xian a few times before that. It would be very good to vent his anger. Wasn't Zhong Tian a very good chess piece? No. What do you want to do with me? What does it have to do with me whether you do it or not? I'm just informing you. Then why don't you humiliate him? Zhong Tian asked. That's because we're from the same academy. The instructors of the Sky Marshal Court are also here. It's inconvenient. Qin Xiaotian left after he finished speaking. Zhong Tian's underling walked over and whispered, Brother Tian, don't believe that guy. Zhong Tian sneered. This Qin Xiaotian looks like a gentleman on the surface, but is actually an extremely shrewd person. Furthermore, he's extremely disgusting. If this young master were to listen to him, wouldn't I be a fool? He only had hatred for Qin Xiaotian. He had no other feelings for him. He was the only one who knew the reason. Zhong Tian then glanced at the two people who were talking and laughing in the corner. How can that brat talk and laugh with such a beauty? Did you find out? Yes. That woman is the chairwoman of the YA Xian Group. YA Xian Group? Is that the company that sells special clothes? That's a good brand. The underling nodded. That's right. The company isn't big. Moreover, she has never had any abnormal contact with any man. She doesn't even attend gatherings or events. She's very clean. What about Lin Xian? He's her younger brother. Zhong Tian was speechless. What? Younger brother? Zhong Tian rubbed his chin. This was troublesome. He wanted to make a move on Lin Ya, but Lin Xian was her younger brother. If his relationship with Lin Xian deteriorated, he would become an obstacle. Brother Tian, if it doesn't work, can't you just drug her? Get lost. No matter how useless she is, she's still the chairwoman of an important clothing company in Tianhua City. Moreover, she's quite calm. If I drug her, even if she falls for it, I'll feel good for a while. After that, I'll be crippled in Tianhua City. Moreover, although this young master isn't a good person, I would never do something as despicable as drugging someone. If you say it again, die. Zhong Tian angrily cursed. I know I was wrong. That little brother trembled all over. He didn't know why, but Zhong Tian suddenly exploded when he spoke up to hear. Zhong Tian glanced over and calmed his heart before he said, she seems to have a good relationship with the Sky Martial Court's instructor, Xiao Running. We can't fight her. Brother Tian, isn't she just Xiao Running? To put it nicely, she's a mentor and we're students. But what's so special about her? Zhong Tian kicked that little brother. What the hell do you know? This Xiao Running is the daughter of Tianju's Xiao family. With just a word, your father's Zhong family will be gone. Forget it, forget it. Since she has a good relationship with Xiao Running, at least I can't do anything with her around. However, that Lin Xian. I think the person who saved 40 people from the Sky Martial Court is called Lin Xian. He's also a space attribute cultivator. Could it be him? I can't be his enemy. It's not bad if we can become friends. The corner of Zhong Tian's mouth curled up. Brother Tian, you want to be friends with him? Zhong Tian's change was too great. Zhong Tian was not a fool. He would think carefully about who he could offend and who he could befriend. For example, he would never befriend someone like Qin Xiaotian because he knew Qin Xiaotian's character very well. As for this Lin Xian, Qin Xiaotian said he was ruthless and extremely sinister, but Zhong Tian didn't believe it. Would such a person be willing to die to save others? It was impossible. Therefore, the possibility of Qin Xiaotian killing someone with a borrowed knife was established. Zhong Tian thought about it carefully. There were no benefits to becoming enemies with Lin Xian. In fact, it would be bad for him to pursue Lin Xian's sister. Whether he pursued her or not was a matter for the future. Zhong Tian's current thought was that since Qin Xiaotian and Lin Xian were sworn enemies, why couldn't he stand on one side and deal with the other? An opponent that Qin Xiaotian cared about would definitely be someone Qin Xiaotian had to kill. Then, Zhong Tian walked over. Young Master Lin. Zhong Tian smiled and handed Lin Xian a glass of wine. Lin Xian frowned and glanced at him. If you want me to teach you how to pick up girls, pay up. No. Actually, I think girls are useful to men, but a good friend is even more useful. What do you think? Bullshit. What's a good friend? Is it more important than a woman? Can you do it? Zhong Tian, Ling Ying. Ling Ying was really helpless. This Lin Xian, vulgar person. He only knows how to pick up girls. Zhong Tian was also stunned. Then, he couldn't help but laugh. Interesting, really interesting. Young Master Lin, I might have something that you're interested in. I wonder if you're interested? Lin Xian looked at Zhong Tian. This person gave him a feeling similar to Qin Xiaotian, but he didn't hide some of his flirting skills. This proved that he was much better than Qin Xiaotian. I'm only interested in women. Lin Xian said. Ha ha ha, we're kindred spirits. I'm only interested in women, especially beautiful women. After saying that, Zhong Tian glanced at Ling Ying and then looked at Lin Xian, but I think you should have other things that you're interested in. Why don't we talk about it alone? Okay, then I'd like to see what you have that interests me. Please follow me. Zhong Tian then walked away. Ling Ying reminded, this Zhong Tian isn't a good guy. Qin Xiaotian might not have a chance of winning against him. Also, rumor has it that he likes both men and women. Be careful not to be targeted by him. Lin Xian, that only proves that your man is too handsome. After saying that, Lin Xian walked over. In the corner, Lin Xian walked towards Zhong Tian. I won't beat around the bush. You don't get along with Qin Xiaotian, right? Oh, could it be that you don't get along with him? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Zhong Tian smiled and said, it's said that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I'm not his enemy, but my Zhong family and Qin family are. He wants me to attack you, but I think it's better if we work together. Lin Xian shrugged and said, I don't have such a big family background to work with you. I only need your conflict with Qin Xiaotian, and that's enough. Also, I believe in your ability. What do you think? Lin Xian thought for a moment, then looked up and said, what do you want to do? Killing Qin Xiaotian was inevitable, but before that, Lin Xian had to ruin his reputation and expose his mask. If Zhong Tian and Qin Xiaotian really didn't get along, then he could become his partner. I want to ruin his reputation. If I ruin his reputation, the Qin family will definitely be affected. If I can make him do something big, then it'll be perfect. After saying that, Zhong Tian took out a phone. Chapter 224. Lin Xian also wants to ruin him. No, to be precise, he wants him to self-destruct. But, is that possible? Zhong Tian waved the phone in his hand and said, there's an audio in here without any Photoshop. It's a conversation. You can listen to it. Then, Lin Xian put on the headset and heard the conversation between Qin Xiaotian and a man. The content of the conversation was roughly, Qin Xiaotian wants him to kill someone. As for who to kill, it was very vague. It's impossible to tell. The reason why he thought it was Qin Xiaotian was because the voice was exactly the same, but some things can't be confirmed. See, this is Qin Xiaotian's real face. I believe you know it too, right? If you're not a threat to Qin Xiaotian, he won't care about you. Zhong Tian said. Just this. Lin Xian laughed. Zhong Tian sighed and said, indeed, a recording is too weak. Even if the voice is the same, it's useless. But this represents my sincerity, doesn't it? Lin Xian sneered, first, I don't trust you. Second, I saw the scene of you talking to Qin Xiaotian. What if this is a conspiracy between you and him? Third, I can solve the problem between me and him. Lin Xian chose to give up. This Zhong Tian gave him an unreliable feeling. He might even lose his life. Then, Lin Xian was about to leave. Wait. Zhong Tian stopped Lin Xian. Is there anything else? I won't tell anyone about you. Don't worry. Lin Xian said to Zhong Tian. No, actually, forget it. I'll tell you the truth. Zhong Tian sighed slightly. Then, his eyes flashed with hatred. The reason why I want to attack Qin Xiaotian is because of my sister. Oh! Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Zhong Tian clenched his fists tightly. 2 years ago, my sister unfortunately left this world. It's Qin Xiaotian's doing. I say, your excuse is too clumsy. Now, it makes me even more suspicious that you're just baiting me. Lin Xian sneered. Zhong Tian shook his head. No, I'm telling the truth. You can check my sister's background. My name is Zhong Tian, and her name is Zhong Ari. Even if it's true, how could Qin Xiaotian be responsible for your sister's death? Lin Xian asked. 2 years ago, my sister's body was found outside a relatively remote county in Tianhua City. Her cause of death was that her heart meridian was broken by a palm strike. The reason why I said it was done by Qin Xiaotian is because I was at the scene at the time. Beside my sister's body were the 2 words she wrote before she died. One was Qin, and the other was a half-written word, Xiao. As he spoke, Zhong Tian clenched his fists tightly. Are you sure it was Qin Xiaotian who did it? Of course not. You should know that Qin Xiaotian is of the ice attribute, right? Lin Xian nodded. 3 years ago, he was at most a slightly more powerful ice attribute martial artist. At that time, I could beat him up. But one day, the ice attribute power he displayed suddenly became much stronger. At that time, I even suspected that he was deliberately hiding it, or that he had obtained some kind of treasure. Otherwise, it would be impossible for his ability to control ice to suddenly become so strong. At that time, I was no longer his opponent. Lin Xian frowned. This should be because he absorbed Lin Ya's ice attribute. The timing also matched. 2 years ago, something happened to my sister. My sister was also of the ice attribute, and she was also a genius of the ice attribute. However, after that, no ice element was found in her body. At the same time, Qin Xiaotian's ice control ability had reached a new level. I deliberately went to compete with him, but I was beaten by him. Coupled with the 2 words my sister wrote before she died, my suspicions about Qin Xiaotian deepened. I suspected that he killed my sister and used some method to seize my sister's ice attribute. It just so happened that his ice control ability had become stronger, so I couldn't help but suspect him. Indeed, these 2 points added together were worthy of suspicion. Then, does your sister have his fingerprints? Zhong Tian shook his head. This is also the strange part. There are no fingerprints, and that palm didn't leave anyone's fingerprints. This proves that he deliberately hid it. However, just based on this, isn't it too hasty to infer that he is the murderer of your sister? In fact, Lin Xian was already convinced, and he also believed Zhong Tian's word. Wasn't Lin Ya the same? That must be Qin Xiaotian. Of course not. Later, I investigated with doubts about Qin Xiaotian. By chance, in the deep cold valley of the demonic beast domain, I found that he was dealing with an ice attribute demonic beast. When he was about to kill it, he was actually absorbing the ice attribute demonic beast's ice attribute. So I was basically sure that he was the one who could absorb the ice attribute. Zhong Tian clenched his fist tightly. This should be some kind of evil martial skill, but I have never heard of it. Since he can use it, then combined with the previous events, I concluded that it was him. Then Zhong Tian continued, the recording I just played for you was recorded a few days ago. I have been collecting evidence for the past few years, but I didn't get much. Because once he finds out, it won't be good. All the evidence is just that recording. Didn't you record him absorbing the ice attribute of the demonic beast? In that case, I could only see it, but I couldn't secretly record it. Then Zhong Tian continued, although I can't be sure, I believe that the person he wanted to kill in the recording was you, right? Lin Xian didn't say anything. That Qin Xiaotian usually doesn't have any enemies because his mask is too real. But he took the initiative to find me to deal with you. I knew that you and him must not be on good terms, And the person who can make him take the initiative to kill must be someone he must kill, so it must be you. Lin Xian nodded slightly. That's right. If you recorded it these few days, then it must be me. Lin Xian nodded. Since it was confirmed that Zhong Tian was telling the truth, then they were indeed friends on the same side. So, why can't we work together? Zhong Tian looked at Lin Xian. Since you are sure that the person is Qin Xiaotian, why didn't you kill him? Or perhaps, you didn't tell your family? Lin Xian asked. Zhong Tian shook his head. My so-called confirmation is actually mostly speculation. If I tell my family, it may cause unnecessary trouble. As for why I didn't kill him, my realm might be similar to his, but I'm definitely not his opponent. And with my ability, I can't find an existence that can absolutely kill him. Moreover, killing him is secondary. I want his actions to be known to the public and give justice to my sister. Zhong Tian secretly clenched his fist as he spoke. To be honest, wasn't this Zhong Tian's thoughts exactly the same as Lin Xian's? Lin Xian also wanted Qin Xiaotian's actions to be known to the public before he killed him. Chapter 225. Lin Xian felt that since his experience was similar to Zhong Tian's, and he even wanted to do the same thing, why couldn't they work together? Lin Xian felt that killing Qin Xiaotian was not difficult. Even if he could not do it now, Lin Xian felt that he could do it in a short period of time. However, there was no meaning in simply killing him. That was not the best way to vent his anger. What do you want to do? Lin Xian asked. Zhong Tian said, since he is a villain, he will definitely continue to do sinister things. We only need to set up a trap. As long as he falls into the trap, with the strength of the two of us, we will definitely be able to tear off his mask and let everyone see. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. You mean to find a martial artist with a cold body or an ice attribute martial artist as bait? That's right, but it is too difficult for one person to do it. Therefore, we need two people to work together. Lin Xian nodded. That is possible, but the difficulty is still too high. First of all, for safety reasons, your strength must be enough to kill him. At the very least, you must be able to escape unscathed. Just in case. Qin Xiaotian's strongest point is actually his cold energy. It is very terrifying. He should have just entered the mysterious heaven realm. I have waited for 2 years, so it is not a big deal to wait a little longer. During this time, I will continue to collect evidence of him. Lin Xian shook his head. During this period of time, you should put it aside and improve yourself to avoid any mistakes. Right now, our priority is to improve ourselves and find an ice attribute martial artist who can enter Qin Xiaotian's eyes. Build a good relationship with him and make him agree to help us in the future. Okay, this is my phone number. Zhong Tian handed Lin Xian a business card. In his opinion, Lin Xian, who also hated Qin Xiaotian, was someone who was willing to sacrifice himself to save others. There was basically nothing for him to worry about working with someone like Lin Xian. Lin Xian took it and was about to leave. Wait a minute. May I take the liberty to ask, why did you and Qin Xiaotian become enemies? A woman. Lin Xian nodded. That's right, a woman. With that, he walked away. Zhong Tian himself did not expect to meet an enemy of Qin Xiaotian at such a birthday banquet. At the same time, Qin Xiaotian became his comrade. This way, it might be a lot better. Lin Xian came to Ling Ying's side, seemingly deep in thought. What are you thinking about? Ling Ying handed Lin Xian a glass of wine. Little Ling Ying, do you know who in our Tianhua city has the ice attribute and is quite powerful? Lin Xian asked. The ice attribute was a mutated attribute of the water attribute. It was equivalent to a rare attribute, and it was indeed very strong. I have a powerful ice attribute, Miss Xiao. Lin Xian shook his head. Miss Xiao won't do. Qin Xiaotian naturally knew that, but he was certainly not Xiao Running's opponent. How could he lay his hands on Xiao Running? Han Chuxue too. Han Chuxue, Lin Xian muttered to himself. Probably not. Qin Xiaotian and Han Chuxue had been together for so long, but Han Chuxue was fine, which meant that Qin Xiaotian should not be able to lay his hands on her. As for the others, I only know of some, but they are not strong. Forget it, let's not think about it. With that, Lin Xian secretly pinched Ling Ying's butt, causing Ling Ying to roll his eyes. What do you want? What did you talk about with Zhong Tian? Lin Xian grinned. Guess. Forget it if you don't want to say. Ling Ying said in a bad mood. Did Auntie go back? Lin Xian asked. Ling Ying nodded. She went back. Then can I go to your house tonight? Lin Xian revealed a smirk. Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian vigilantly. What are you doing? My period is still here. Wasn't it a special period last time? But you, Ling Ying's pretty face suddenly turned red, then she stepped on Lin Xian's foot and left. Fuck. Lin Xian then stayed with Lin Ya and the rest. After about 10 minutes, the venue suddenly quieted down, and then they all walked to the stage. Yi and the rest are coming out. Lu Yufan suddenly became excited, and Lin Xian also looked over. From the door at the back, a few elders of the Yi family walked out with smiles on their faces, greeting each other, followed by Yi Yi's parents, and then Yi Yi walked out. Yi Yi was especially beautiful today, wearing a white evening gown. She dressed up a little, and with her tall figure, she was able to hold up such a beautiful evening gown. However, she seemed to be inexperienced. In such an occasion, everyone's eyes were on her, and her pretty face was flushed. Wow! Suddenly, the venue was filled with applause. Qin Xiaotian's eyes narrowed. Although Yi Yi could not compare to Han Chuxue now, it did not mean that she would not be able to compare in 4 or 5 years. Yi Yi was still a little green now, and a woman's most beautiful age was definitely after she reached adulthood. She was still a year away from adulthood. Wow! Yi is so beautiful today. Lu Yufan exclaimed beside Lin Xian, her little mouth slightly agape. She was so envious. Yeah, she's especially beautiful today. Lin Xian also nodded repeatedly. No, I have to get this girl too. Unknowingly, Lin Xian's heart was in ruins. Even if he did not trigger the mission now, Lin Xian still wanted this girl. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lu Yufan snorted cutely. He actually called another girl beautiful in front of her. She was unhappy. Okay, you're also very beautiful. Lin Xian secretly pinched Lu Yufan's perky butt and smiled. At this time, Lu Yufan's shyness was greater than her previous dissatisfaction. Lin Ya also looked at Yi Yi with great satisfaction. She was indeed a lady from a respectable family. Yi Yi's father, Yi Nantian, smiled and walked in front of the microphone. Then, he waved his hand, and the venue suddenly quieted down. Everyone, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend my daughter's birthday party. As a father, I have not done my duty. It has been 17 years, and I have almost never held a proper birthday party for Yi. This time, I finally took the time to invite everyone to my daughter's birthday party. Thank you for your support. Wow! Thunderous applause came from below. The Yi family was one of the top families in Tianhua City, and everyone still had to give them face. On the stage, Yi Yi's beautiful eyes searched for the figure she was looking forward to. Then, she saw Lin Xian behind the crowd, and her heart was filled with sweetness. Among everyone, Yi Yi was, of course, looking forward to Lin Xian the most. Today, she dressed up beautifully, but in her heart, she wanted Lin Xian to see her. Qin Xiaotian saw Yi Yi's gaze, and then turned his head to follow her gaze. However, he saw Lin Xian smiling at Yi Yi. Click, 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 jealousy burned. Why was this Lin Xian able to obtain everything that he couldn't? Chapter 226. On the stage, Yi Nantian smiled and said, "Next, we, the Yi clan, have hidden 5 metal elemental spirit stones here. You can look for them while you chat. Those who find them can share the construction project with the Yi clan." Wow, this time, the crowd couldn't help it. The construction project in Zhongshan district was a large-scale project that would take a few years. If it was completed, the total profit would exceed a few billion. This project was won by the Yi family. Who would have thought that they would be willing to cooperate and share with others? This was equivalent to giving away money. However, some people didn't have high hopes for this project. This was because the project was located in Tianhua City, and Tianhua City was now the target of public criticism. In 2 months, Tianhua City might be gone, so the risk was quite high. However, even if there was a risk, everyone knew that the experts from various cities in the country and the army were quickly replenishing Tianhua City. The city's defense was stricter than any other city in the past. Under such circumstances, it wouldn't be easy for monsters to attack Tianhua City. "Little fairy, if we find it, can we work with the Yi clan on this project?" Lin Xian turned to ask Lin Yue. Lin Yue shook her head slightly. "No, we are too far behind the Yi clan. We don't have enough capital to work with them." At this time, the door was pushed open. A little fatty walked in with a beautiful girl, panting. Some people looked over but didn't pay much attention. Wang Fugue held Liu Junjun's hand and bowed apologetically. Then, he saw Lin Xian and the others and quickly walked over. "Who says it's not enough?" Seeing Wang Fugue, Lin Xian smiled. Lin Yue was slightly stunned, then shook her head. "Forget it. Even if there is a way, there's no need. This is enough. I'm satisfied." Hearing Lin Yue's words, Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, if this project was carried out, Lin Yue might be even more tired. Lin Xian couldn't bear to do that. This was indeed enough. Moreover, this project might make a lot of money, but in the early stage, even if 6 companies worked together, each company would invest at least 500 million. The total market value of Lin Yue's company was only 100 million. Even if they sold it, it wouldn't be enough. Older brother Xian. Wang Fugue gasped for breath. Beside him, Liu Junjun saw Lin Xian, Xiao running and the others and blushed slightly. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. This girl was indeed not bad. Wang Fugue had finally found a good girl. Even Lin Xian was worried that he would find a mean and materialistic girl. "Why are you so late?" "Don't mention it. I was scolded by my dad for a long time, but it's not important, hey." At this time, someone said, "Since Chairman Yi has said so, then we must work hard to fight for the opportunity to cooperate with Chairman Yi." That's right, that's right. Your daughter is really beautiful today." This is a 100-year ice lotus that I specially searched for a few weeks to find. After consuming it, it will greatly enhance one's body. Take it as a birthday present for your daughter. A middle-aged man walked up with a jade box and handed it to Yi Yi. "Thank you, Uncle Liu." With the first person taking the lead, the others all began to present their gift. This is a good piece of unpolished jade. If you wear it often, it can even nourish your yin and yang. This is a profound rank 1-star spirit weapon, ocean sword. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. Each and every one of these gifts was worth a lot of money. 100-year ice lotus, profound rank spirit weapon. This Yi family's face was even bigger than Lin Xian imagined. One gift after another was presented. Xiao Running gave Yi a profound rank 5-star water martial skill. Wang Fugue and Liu Junjun's gifts were a one-time use flying spirit weapon and a relatively ordinary doll. Ling Ying's gift wasn't considered ordinary in comparison, but it was still relatively ordinary. It was a dagger, but if one knew how to use this dagger, it could instantly create a wormhole similar to space to attack. It was also her favorite attack method because she really didn't know what to give Yi. A doll. That wasn't Ling Ying's style. Naturally, the ones who gave good things were those big families. However, Yi's friends didn't have the ability, so they naturally couldn't give good things. However, others didn't care about this because the nature was different. Those big families wanted to have a good relationship with the Yi family, while friends were simply friends giving their blessings. This is for you. Lu Yufan gave her doll to Yi, then smiled and said, "There are 999 paper cranes inside that I personally folded." Yi revealed a happy smile. "Ian, I like it a lot." "Hee. I'm going." Lin Ye said to Lin Xian and then walked up. "What kind of gift did your sister give you?" Xiao Yu Ning asked curiously in advance. "Guess." Lin Xian grinned. "Che." Lin Ye walked up and naturally attracted the attention of even more people. They were all curious about Lin Ye's identity because her temperament was too good. "Sister Yaya." Yi happily and cautiously called out. Lin Ye was still a little special to Yi. Lin Ye then took out the box and handed it to Yi, smiling faintly. "Happy birthday. I don't know what to give you, but this is what little Xian asked me to give you." There are 2 types of gene medicine that can permanently increase a martial artist's physique and spirit by 10 points. Hearing Lin Ye's words, everyone was shocked. "Are you serious? There's such a gene medicine? Permanently increasing a martial artist's attributes, this isn't something that can be done through technological means. Could it be a scam?" For a moment, everyone looked at each other, expressing their disbelief because they had never heard of such a thing before. It was possible to increase a martial artist's attributes for a short period of time, just like taking drugs. However, permanently increasing a martial artist's attributes was another matter altogether. Yi didn't have any doubts and happily accepted it. "Thank you, Sister Yaya." Lin Ye rubbed Yi's hair and walked down. He didn't know this Lin Ye at all. The gift she mentioned just now was already enough to shock him. Now that she was acting like she was close to Yi, as her father, he actually didn't know. Qin Xiaotian, on the other hand, frowned and then sneered. "Lin Xian gave it. Could it be a fake?" He probably couldn't take out anything good, so he was still pretending to be rich. After that, Qin Xiaotian took a small box and walked up. Qin Xiaotian would be paid special attention to in such an occasion. The Qin family was also an existence that was on par with the Yi family in Tianhua City. This is the necklace I bought for you a while ago. It's called Blue Ocean's Love." As he spoke, Qin Xiaotian opened the small box and took out an extremely beautiful light blue necklace. Chapter 227. One had to admit that this necklace was no ordinary item just by looking at its appearance. It's the love of the blue ocean. I remember this love of the blue ocean was auctioned off in Tianjin City. It was bought by one person, the young master of the Qin family. This love of the blue ocean was auctioned off for 21 million. I didn't expect it to be auctioned off specifically for the young lady of the Yi family. The love of the blue ocean means love. The meaning is clear. Plus, the young master of the Qin family is indeed pursuing the young lady of the Yi family. They are of equal status. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. They are a good match. Yi Nantian naturally heard the news of Qin Xiaotian pursuing Yi Yi. How should he put it? He was very satisfied with Qin Xiaotian. He was strong, had a strong family background, and was elegant. Today, he was generous to Yi Yi. He was a good choice. Thank you. Yi Yi smiled politely and nodded. Although it was beautiful, it was a gift from Qin Xiaotian. She didn't feel anything. If it was from Lin Xian, she would be happier. Now, she only wanted to know what Lin Xian's gift was. Let me put it on for you. You don't have a necklace. This suits you very well. Qin Xiaotian smiled and said. Yi Yi refused. No need. You can keep it first. Qin Xiaotian was stunned for a moment before nodding. If you like it, you can wear it. Yi Nantian looked at his precious daughter and smiled. Yi Yi shook her head. No need. I don't usually wear jewelry anyway. Yi Nantian nodded slightly. Qin Xiaotian kept the necklace and gave it to Yi Yi. Then, he walked off. He clenched his fists tightly. Why? Why was he so considerate to Yi Yi, but she didn't appreciate it? Logically speaking, she should have agreed to wear it. Was it because she rarely wore jewelry and wasn't used to it? Go ahead. I also want to see what you are giving Yi Yi. Xiao Running looked at Lin Xian and smiled. Previously, when Lin Ya gave Yi Yi a gift, Xiao Running was also very surprised, but she also understood that it couldn't be fake. Then where did Lin Xian get this thing that even she didn't know what it was? Then, Lin Xian walked up and took out the small box that he had bought for a few dozen yuan. Here. Yi Yi took it, her face red. Thank you. Happy birthday, Lin Xian said with a smile. Yes, thank you. After saying that, Lin Xian was about to walk down. Lin Xian, aren't you going to tell everyone what's inside? Qin Xiaotian asked. It was up to him whether or not he wanted to tell her, but he could choose not to tell her. However, Qin Xiaotian believed that since Lin Xian didn't say what was inside the box, it couldn't be anything good. It was a good opportunity to humiliate Lin Xian and let Yi Yi feel the difference between her and Lin Xian. Lin Xian paused for a moment, then looked at Qin Xiaotian with a smile and said, Is it necessary to tell everyone what the gift is? A man beside Qin Xiaotian laughed and said, I think it's quite necessary. They treat us as friends. If they give us something worthless and trash, it won't be good if the gifts are piled up together and we don't know what they are. Yi Nantian waved his hand and said, Why are there so many rules? It doesn't matter if the gift is expensive or cheap, it's the thought that counts. Lin Xian said, But, this brother has a point. Then Lin Xian turned to Yi Yi and said, This is an attribute increasing potion. It can permanently increase a cultivator's attribute purity by 10% to 30%. Everyone was stunned by Lin Xian's words, then they burst into laughter. What? There's such a potion? That's ridiculous. Who doesn't know that the only way to increase a cultivator's attribute purity is to cultivate and absorb powerful spiritual treasures? How can a man-made potion increase a cultivator's attribute purity forever? How is that possible? Yeah, even if it's not a good gift, it can't be a lie. Everyone was discussing. Of course, they weren't on Qin Xiaotian's side. They were just expressing their own opinions because it was true that it didn't exist. Now that Lin Xian said it out loud, How could they believe it? Yi Nantian frowned. He knew that it didn't exist, so he didn't believe it either. However, he didn't want to expose it in front of everyone because it would embarrass everyone. Why is everyone laughing? Lin Yue didn't quite understand, so she asked Xiao Running, who was next to her. Xiao Running said helplessly, because what Lin Xian said is something that no one can create. In other words, it's something that doesn't exist. How can such a precious thing be permanently increased by potions? But Lin Xian isn't the kind of person who would lie. Lin Yue didn't believe that Lin Xian would lie for the sake of his reputation. Lin Yue knew that Lin Xian had some very strange things on him, and it was the same with the previous experience fruit. She believed in Lin Xian. However, Ling Ying, who was beside him, was also slightly stunned. Was it true? He was skeptical. He doubted it because he had never seen such a thing before. Permanently increasing one's attribute purity? Even 1% would be good, let alone 30%. How many heavenly treasures would it take to increase it? However, Ling Ying believed it because she had seen it on Lin Xian. It was impossible. Her 4-star rank had been raised because she had sex with Lin Xian for no reason. Qin Xiaotian laughed out loud when he heard Lin Xian's word. It would be fine if he said it was something worthless. However, it sounded like a fantasy story. He was digging a hole for himself. Because this was indeed impossible. Lin Xian, as we all know, permanently increasing one's attribute purity through potions is impossible. No, it's impossible even for a short period of time. Also, the other lady's gift was given by you. Permanently increasing a martial artist's physique and mental power can only be done through heavenly treasures. It's impossible with technology. Do you think we don't know that? Qin Xiaotian looked at Lin Xian as he spoke. As we all know, yes. However, what if it's not known? What if it's just that you're ignorant and don't know about such a thing? In that case, why are you so certain that I am deceiving Yi and everyone else? Lin Xian sneered. Ha ha ha, Qin Xiaotian couldn't help but laugh. Lin Xian, I'm only saying this because I can't stand your despicable behavior. As for what I've said, I'm sure everyone here knows whether it's true or not. Qin Xiaotian said to Lin Xian after glancing at the crowd. Chapter 228. Although Lin Xian was the target of public criticism, he didn't panic at all because he knew whether it was true or not. Yi gently tugged at Lin Xian's sleeve. Of course, she believed that Lin Xian wouldn't lie to her. However, being criticized by so many people, Yi felt sorry for Lin Xian. This is too much. You can't say that when you've never seen these people before. Lu Yufan pouted and said unhappily. That's normal. They're all waiting to be exposed so that they can curry favor with the Yi clan. Ling Ying walked over and said. Although I've never heard of such a thing, if Brother Xian says so, then so be it. Brother Xian is definitely not that kind of person. He even saved Junjun's father. Before that, all the experts in China couldn't cure him. So anything that is impossible with Brother Xian is possible. Wang Fugue said. Liu Junjun nodded. At this time, Lin Xian said, then what do you guys want to do? Qin Xiaotian said, it's simple. Didn't you say that it can be improved? Let Yi try it on the spot. We'll know if it's true or not. Yi Nantian frowned. Although he didn't like Lin Xian and thought that Yi's friend wasn't a good person, it wasn't appropriate to expose him on the spot. It would make things awkward. That's right. Let's try it on the spot. We want to broaden our horizons too. Ha ha ha, I want to broaden my horizons too. That's right. Let's give it a try. If it's true, let's not talk about 30%. Even if it's only 10%, its value is unimaginable. I'm afraid that all the things here combined won't be worth as much as it. How can it be true? Everyone couldn't help but ridicule. That's right. Permanently increasing a martial artist's attribute purity was equivalent to increasing a martial artist's combat power and talent. Moreover, it was permanent. Those accessories, spiritual tools, and so on, could not compare to this kind of improvement at all. Everything else was external, but the increase in attribute purity was internal. Yi Nantian couldn't do anything about it. Besides, it would be good for Yi Yi to see the true face of her friend. Lin Xian. Yi Yi looked at Lin Xian apologetically. I'm fine. Lin Xian smiled, then looked at the crowd and said, it doesn't matter if you haven't seen it before, but I hope that if you haven't seen it before, you won't think it's impossible. That will make you look stupid and short-sighted. Of course, don't misunderstand, I'm just giving you a suggestion. Then Lin Xian looked at Yi Nantian and asked, Mr. Yi, I think you know Yi's attribute purity very well, right? Yi Nantian nodded. Then, Lin Xian opened the box and took out the attribute increasing potion in front of everyone. Yi, give me your hand. Yi Yi didn't hesitate to give her hand to Lin Xian. She trusted Lin Xian. Yi Nantian frowned. As Yi Yi's father, how could he not see that his daughter's attitude towards the young man was completely different from the others? But that potion couldn't be something bad, right? That was impossible, and he wouldn't have the guts to do it. Then, Lin Xian poured the potion on Yi Yi's arm in front of everyone and said, Your God's child system will send you an attribute selection. You are of the water attribute, so just choose the water attribute. Okay. Then, Yi Yi closed her eyes. Phut, Qin Xiaotian sneered. Are you still pretending to be a wolf? Lin Ya, Xiao Running, Ling Ying, and the others were also very worried as they looked ahead. Although they believed in Lin Xian, it was still a bit too far-fetched. They could only hope that it would work. A light blue light wrapped around Yi Yi's arm and slowly entered Yi Yi's body. Seeing this scene and feeling the water element, they all felt that it was unbelievable, but they still didn't believe that it could increase the purity of a martial artist's attribute. They only thought that it was the water element, but whether it could be increased was another matter. 10 seconds later, Yi Yi opened her eyes, and there was a glint in her eyes. How much? Lin Xian asked. 25%. TSK, TSK, TSK. You are quite lucky. Done. Yi Nantian frowned and asked. Lin Xian nodded, that's right. Next, Yi will release a water element energy. Director Yi can feel it. Yi, release a water ball to attack me, Yi Nantian said to Yi Yi. Because this way, he could better feel the changes in Yi Yi's strength. Okay. Yi Yi then impatiently released a water ball and shot it over. Yi Nantian raised his hand to block it and the water ball scattered. Then, he revealed a shocked expression. Yi Yi's attribute purity was only increased by a few %, so he couldn't feel it. However, Yi Yi's attribute purity was increased by 25%. As a superior cultivator, Yi Nantian could easily feel the change in Yi Yi's attributes. Another one, Yi Tiannan quickly said. This scene made Qin Xiaotian frown. Ah. Oh. Yi Yi then released another water ball. After blocking it, Yi Nantian took a deep breath. Director Yi, were you tricked? Someone asked. Yi Nantian then said, Yi's water element purity was originally around 70%, but now it's over 90%. What? Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction. As long as Yi Yi cultivated seriously, even if it was water element, this 90% purity would definitely crush other elements of the same element. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Qin Xiaotian's face suddenly changed. His face was full of disbelief. I can still tell the difference between the real and the fake. Yi Nantian also felt that it was inconceivable. An increase of 20% was equivalent to absorbing a spirit item of the heavens and earth to achieve such an increase. However, because of a potion, Lin Xian then glanced at everyone and said, "Then, do we still want to try the vitality and mental gene potions?" Everyone looked at each other. Then Yi Nantian looked at Lin Xian and said, "There's no need to try it now. Young man, thank you for giving Yi this gift. For a cultivator, their own improvement is the most important thing, and it is such a huge improvement. I didn't believe you before, and I apologize for that." Yi Nantian bowed to Lin Xian. It wasn't that he was humble, but he saw the extraordinary side of Lin Xian. To be able to take out something like this and even give it to someone, what kind of person was he? It was unbelievable. What did it prove? It proved that it was in his hands, and it wasn't rare. Otherwise, why would he give it away? What kind of uproar would it cause if it was spread out? Unimaginable. This was a treasure that could make the entire planet Aqua Blue go crazy. He knew too well what Lin Xian meant. It meant that as long as he wanted to, he could create countless high-quality cultivators. It could even make a family's quality soar. It was priceless. Lin Xian's lips curved up slightly. Chapter 229. With Yi Nantian's words, everyone was even more shocked. It was actually true. They didn't just say it to suck up to the Yi clan, they really believed that it was impossible for such a thing to exist. But now, Yi Tiannan's words and reality had slapped them in the face. Especially Qin Xiaotian, as the one who humiliated Lin Xian the most, he was also the one who was slapped in the face the most. However, he couldn't understand how such a thing could exist. It was impossible. He knew too well what it meant to be able to casually increase a person's attribute purity by so much. A martial artist might not have the chance to absorb the power of a heaven and earth spirit object in their lifetime, so it was impossible to increase their attribute purity. How exaggerated was it to increase an attribute purity by more than 20%? Perhaps some big clans would even be willing to spend half of their fortune to exchange for such a thing for their young master or daughter, because an increase of 20% could even allow a genius's attribute purity to reach the impossible 100%. In the future, as long as they grew up, they would become an absolute powerhouse. It was a temporary loss, but it could be exchanged for countless times in the future. Young Master Qin, what else do you want to say now? Lin Xian glanced at Qin Xiaotian and sneered in his heart. This bastard, he was pretending. Qin Xiaotian's face darkened, then he pretended to be calm and said, "I was blind, I didn't expect such a thing to exist." Lin Xian coldly said, "So, please don't talk nonsense when you don't know. Otherwise, you'll really be like a self-satisfied clown, don't you think so?" Qin Xiaotian clenched his fists tightly, gritted his teeth, and squeezed out the words from between his teeth. "That's right. Ha ha ha, but it's reasonable. After all, you're not too old, it's normal that you don't know much." Hearing Lin Xian's words, Qin Xiaotian couldn't hold it in anymore. He wanted to kill him. He must kill him. And Lin Xian's words made the faces of those who ridiculed Lin Xian turn ugly. They felt that although Lin Xian was talking to Qin Xiaotian, he was also talking to them. But what could they do? Could it be that what he said was wrong? Weren't they the same? They were looking for trouble. If they hadn't chosen to taunt Lin Xian back then, they wouldn't have such an expression now. It could only be said that he brought it upon himself. That bastard. When Ling Ying heard Lin Shen's words, she felt helpless. However, she still smiled because she felt extremely relieved. In Yi Nantian's mind, Lin Xian was a priceless treasure. If the Yi family could establish a good relationship with Lin Xian, then the Yi family would gain unimaginable benefit. In the current era, the strong were respected. Of course, having money was important, but compared to the overall strength, money was not important at all. In fact, if Yi Yi liked Lin Xian, Yi Nantian would agree to the marriage without hesitation. Because Lin Xian was too important. However, in Yi Nantian's eyes, Qin Xiaotian and Lin Xian were as different as heaven and earth. Qin Xiaotian had become nothing. Even if the Yi family and the Qin family had a marriage, what would they gain? They would only gain the power of the Qin family. However, if they could establish a good relationship with Lin Xian, then the Yi family would rise. Maybe they would not only have a foothold in Tianhua city, but also in Tiandu. That was the value of Lin Xian. Of course, he liked Lin Xian, but only if Yi Yi liked him. The Yi family didn't lack anything. His daughter's happiness was the most important thing. However, when he saw the way Yi Yi looked at Lin Xian, he understood something. It was impossible for his daughter to look at a man like that. She liked Lin Xian. Since Lin Xian gave Yi Yi such a precious thing, it meant that he liked his daughter too. That was good news. At the same time, Yi Nantian suddenly realized something. Young man, you're Lin Xian? Lin Xian nodded. You're that Lin Xian who saved the 40 people of the Sky Marshal Court and Yi? Yi Nantian said in shock. He didn't care about Lin Xian before, so he didn't know much about him. However, when he recalled how Yi Yi called Lin Xian's name, he suddenly realized something. This Lin Xian not only had such a heaven-defying item, but he also had the spatial attribute and saved Yi Yi's life. Yi Nantian actually looked down on him. He even felt that he wasn't a man at all. Not only did he not thank him personally, he even looked down on him. Lin Xian nodded. You're that Lin Xian. At that moment, a middle-aged man hurried over and said, I'm He Da-hai, He Xiong's father. Thank you for saving my son. I wanted to thank you personally, but my son said you didn't want to do that, so I didn't. I didn't expect to see you here. Thank you very much. After he finished speaking, another man came over with a beautiful woman. Thank you very much. I'm Zhao Ci's father, Zhaoan. You saved my daughter too. I'm Lu Yufan's mother. You saved her too. At that moment, no less than 5 families came over to thank Lin Xian. Lu Yufan's family also came. Lin Xian had expected this. It's my duty. Lin Xian scratched his head. Lu Yufan's father held Lin Xian's hand and said gratefully, Thank you very much. If it wasn't for you, Fan Fan would have been in deep trouble. We didn't believe you just now, so we want to apologize to you properly, Dad. Lu Yufan walked over. Lu Yun hurriedly said, Fan Fan, Lin Xian is your friend. Why didn't you tell me? I haven't thanked him properly for saving my life. Lin Xian said he didn't want us to tell our family. Lu Yufan said softly, Sigh, it's our fault. But since we met, Lin Xian, please accept our gratitude. As he spoke, Lu Yun took out a card and handed it to Lin Xian, saying, I don't know what else to give you, so I can only give you this. Don't blame me for being tacky. If there's anything I, Lu Yun, can help you with in the future, feel free to ask. Yeah, there's nothing more important than our child. Feel free to ask. The other families all said. This made Lin Xian a little embarrassed. However, he clenched his fists tightly. He had been ridiculed in the beginning, but now he had become a hot steamed bun in everyone's eyes. Didn't he just save a few people? What's the big deal? If he was there, he would be the one who saved them. That was how he comforted himself. He was just lucky. I hope that all of you who ridiculed Lin Xian can apologize to him with me right now. Yi Nantian spoke at this moment. Chapter 230. Normally speaking, how could a person of such status apologize to a young man? However, Yi Nantian only said that to show his sincerity to Lin Xian. As the head of the Yi clan, he had taken the lead in apologizing. Wasn't that enough? Because Lin Xian was too important to Yi Nantian. Young Master Lin, we were blind just now. Please forgive us. That's right. We didn't know you were the young man who saved so many people. Otherwise, we would have believed you. This is just a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it. With Yi Nantian taking the lead, everyone apologized to Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't need them to do anything else. An apology was enough. I appreciate everyone's apologies. As for these cards, Lin Xian coughed dryly. Please accept it. Otherwise, we won't be able to rest easy. People with high social status would always carry a card with a password written on it. They were prepared for special situations like this. Although many of them didn't want to give it to Lin Xian, with so many of them taking the lead and Yi Nantian watching, those who weren't as powerful as Yi Nantian had to show a good attitude to Lin Xian. Lin Xian would be an idiot if he didn't accept the money. He was just pretending. Since it's a token of your appreciation, I would be letting you down if I don't accept it. Take it one by one. Ling Ying, Xiao Running, this kid. Xiao Running couldn't help but laugh as she watched Lin Xian take the cards one by one. This kid even took Fan Fan's father's card. He even took Yi's father's card. Lin Yue scolded. Xiao Running smiled. It doesn't matter. This amount of money is nothing to them. Besides, they do owe Lin Xian, don't they? Otherwise, Yi and Fan Fan will die. Xiao Running also owed Lin Xian her life, but she gave Lin Xian a relatively powerful Earth-tier martial skill, which could be considered as making up for it a little. As for Ling Ying, she really didn't give Lin Xian any material compensation. She had put herself in danger, and now she was being bullied by Lin Xian every day. Very quickly, Lin Xian received a stack of cards. These were cards, not banknotes. If the cards were counted as stacks, then these were probably close to 10 million yuan. This was more profitable than doing business. Lin Xian put all the cards into his spatial ring and greeted the others with a smile, looking very easygoing. Then, his gaze fell on Qin Xiaotian. Qin Xiaotian frowned and suddenly had a bad feeling. Right now, Qin Xiaotian was the root of all this in everyone's eyes. If he hadn't taken the lead to question Lin Xian, they wouldn't have followed suit, causing them to suffer a double loss. However, they all remembered it in their hearts, and Qin Xiaotian also knew what kind of situation he was in. Lin Xian was right, he was now like a clown. Young Master Qin, we are of the same generation, so I won't say anything more to you. As for an apology gift, or anything like that, there's no need for it. Lin Xian purposely emphasized the words apology gift. For a moment, everyone's gaze fell on Qin Xiaotian. Qin Xiaotian secretly clenched his fists, but his face maintained a gentlemanly smile. No. I should have trusted young Master Lin Xian. It was my questioning that led to this farce, so I should take most of the responsibility, so I still need an apology gift. Then Qin Xiaotian took out a card and handed it to Lin Xian, saying, "Please accept it, young Master Lin." Giving an apology gift to Lin Xian was definitely the best choice. If he gave it, others would think that he could afford to lose, which would be more in line with the style of a gentleman. If he didn't give it to Lin Xian, it would make Yi Nantian and the others unhappy. This time, he, Qin Xiaotian, had lost. He should have thought of it earlier. Lin Xian and Yi Yi were so close, so how could he give her something fake? Most importantly, the attribute genetic medicine that Lin Xian mentioned did not exist in this world. Because it couldn't be made. Even if you had a spiritual item of heaven and earth, you couldn't extract the spiritual energy of the spiritual item of heaven and earth to make it. It could only be absorbed on the spot. That was why he couldn't understand. Was it because he was ignorant or something else? Zhong Tian, who was watching this scene from afar, felt that he was right. No wonder that Lin Xian could be regarded as an enemy by Qin Xiaotian. It turned out that he could really suppress Qin Xiaotian. Qin Xiaotian was a ruthless person. One had to know that Zhong Tian wasn't someone easy to deal with either. However, in this aspect, he truly felt that there weren't many people in Tianhua City who could compare to Qin Xiaotian. Yet, Lin Xian was able to crush him and force him to pay up. He even had to admit his mistake. Then I won't be unreasonable. Lin Xian smiled and took Qin Xiaotian's card. At this time, Yi Nantian laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, all right. This blunder ends here. However, it's not like we didn't gain anything. It opened our eyes to know that this kind of technology still exists in this world. Furthermore, we were able to meet the savior of your children. Not bad. Now, let's eat and drink well. Remember, there are still 5 crystals left." After that, everyone disperse. Most of them stayed far away from Lin Xian, afraid that they would be tricked by this bastard again. Yi Yi walked down happily and said gratefully, "Lin Xian, thank you. My water attribute is much stronger now. I can cultivate better now. No problem. I also received quite a bit of reward." Lin Xian grinned. Although the reward couldn't be compared to the true value of the medicine, Lin Xian didn't expect to earn tens of millions before this. Okay. You and Fan eat first. I'll go entertain the others. Go. Lin Xian, I want one too. Lu Yufan came to Lin Xian's side and muttered in a low voice. Her parents had gone to chat with the others. Originally, they wanted to come over and establish a good relationship with Lin Xian. However, when they saw Yi Yi talking to Lin Xian, they decided to wait for a chance. "What do you want?" "The medicine you gave to Yi. I want it too." Lu Yufan pouted. She didn't even have a girlfriend. What the fuck do you want? Do you think you can buy it for 30 cents on the street? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. What? Lin Xian, you bastard. I'm your girlfriend. You won't even give it to me. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Then, he said, "I'll give it to you on your birthday." Fuck. Lu Yufan was unhappy. Her birthday was still 10 months away. He just didn't want to give it to her. She was already Lin Xian's girlfriend, but she couldn't compare to Yi Yi. As expected, Lin Xian liked Yi Yi more. "Lin Xian, you big jerk," Lu Yufan said angrily. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. He then looked at her in a low voice and said with an evil smile, "Actually, I can give it to you. Let's get a room after tonight. I'll give you one tomorrow morning, okay?" Chapter 231. Lu Yufan was slightly stunned at first, then her little face was dyed with a layer of red. She lifted her foot and stepped on Lin Xian. Stinky hooligan. After saying that, she ran away shyly. Damn. Why do women all know how to step on people's feet? Lin Xian said helplessly. It's because the girl likes you, and generally speaking, the relationship between the two of you is very good. Xiao Yu Ning's voice sounded. Lin Xian turned around and saw Xiao running, Lin Ya, and Ling Ying walking over. What? How did you know? I'm a girl. How can I not understand a girl's thoughts? Xiao running said to Lin Xian with a smile. Ling Ying blushed. What did she mean? She was often angered by Lin Xian and would step on Lin Xian's feet. This meant that she liked Lin Xian too. It was expose. What? You're a girl. Lu Yufan, Yi can be called a girl. Miss Xiao, you should be called a girl. Xiao running, get lost. I'm a girl too. Xiao running glared at Lin Xian, then dragged Lin Ya into the water. So you're saying that you also call your sister a girl? This, Lin Xian was stumped by Xiao running's question. Then Lin Xian thought of something and said, my little fairy is a virgin, so she can also be called a girl. This old lady is also a virgin. Then why don't you call me that? Lin Xian, okay. I was wrong. Xiao Yu Ning smiled and said, that's right. In this era, you guys should address women as girls. It's polite. Alright. You're awesome. Everything you say is right. Xiao running. She always felt that Lin Xian's perfunctory attitude made her want to hit him. But Fan, that girl is also not bad. Since she has a good impression of you, don't you plan to find a girlfriend? Xiao Yu Ning said with a smile, your sister also likes her. Lin Ya nodded. Little did they know that she was Lin Xian's girlfriend, and so was the person standing beside them. I don't care, I want to spend the rest of my life with my little fairy. Lin Xian said with a grin. It had to be said that Lin Ya's beautiful face immediately turned red when she heard these words in front of everyone. Even her heart was trembling. Because the relationship between the two of them was indeed different. Xiao running was slightly taken aback. Then, she looked at Lin Ya and said, did you hear that? You have to be careful of this bastard at home. He might have designs on you. Xiao running knew that they were not biological siblings. In fact, Lin Xian had designs on Lin Ya. Lin Ya nodded slightly. Oh right. Xiao running thought of something and asked, what's up with that gene medicine of yours? Ling Ying also looked at Lin Xian with interest. If he could raise her dark element to another level, it would definitely be of great help to him. This kind of thing had to be kept a secret from them. After all, it involved the scumbag system. Last night, when I was walking on the road, I met an old man selling pirated discs. He saw that my bones were strange and took the initiative to talk to me. Then, he sold this thing to me for 100 yuan. I thought it was fake, but I didn't expect it to be real. That old man is definitely a hermit expert. Like hell I'll believe you. Xiao running rolled her eyes. Hihi, don't think about it, I don't have it anymore. Seeing that Lin Xian did not want to say, they did not ask anymore. Indeed, this kind of thing was too rare. No, to be precise, Qin Xiaotian and the rest were right. They had never seen or even heard of such a thing. However, Lin Xian took it out. But when he said that he did not have it, they actually believed him. This gene medicine was worth 5 million scumbag points. To be honest, it was not a lot, but it was definitely not a small amount. Lin Xian did not want to give one to every person he met. For example, Xiao running. She had not become his woman yet, so she should forget about it. Ling Ying, Lin Xian, and Lin Ya would give it to her. They were all his women. If he did not give it to them, who else would he give it to? At the same time, they had contributed tens of millions of scumbag points to Lin Xian. As for Xiao running, he would give it to her after she became his woman. If she did not become his woman, then she should forget about it. Keep the goodies within the family. Everyone was looking for the crystal. After all, one crystal meant that they would be able to cooperate with the Yi clan. Lin Xian suddenly thought of a way to get rich. Little fairy, take these cards. Watch how I make money for you. Lin Xian reached out his hand and a stack of cards appeared in his hand. He then stuffed them into Lin Ya's bag and walked away. Lin Xian's eye of cave spirit was activated. He could sense the fluctuation of spiritual energy in the surroundings. Since it was a crystal, then the spiritual energy would definitely spread out in all directions. As expected, the positions of all 5 crystals were clearly seen by Lin Xian's eye of cave spirit. What is he doing? Xiao Running looked at Lin Xian's figure suspiciously. Then she saw him touch the floor of a chair and took out a yellow crystal. The 3 girls, Lin Xian then continued to walk around the room. The second crystal, the third crystal, Enchanting saw it all. He opened his eyes wide. What's going on? Why is Lin Xian so accurate? It's as if he knows where the crystals are. Did someone tell him? That's impossible. He hid them himself. He was the only one who knew the exact location. It was impossible for someone to tell him. Yet he found them all just like that. Is he a god? Could it be that Yi told Lin Xian where the crystals are? Ling Ying guessed. That's possible. But, Aya, do you plan to cooperate with the Yi clan? Lin Ya was also confused. She then shook her head. No, I don't have the capital. Then how is he going to make money? Ahem, at this time, Lin Xian walked to the microphone on the stage and coughed. Everyone stopped talking. Ladies and gentlemen, I have something important to tell you. Yi Nantian's mouth twitched. He saw Lin Xian secretly find 5 crystals with his own eyes. They were all in his hands now. Everyone's eyes turned to him. Lin Xian spread his hands and said, I'm lucky. I found all 5 crystals. Mr. Yi, do you think these are the 5 crystals? Yi Nantian nodded. Everyone was in an uproar. One person found 5 crystals. It must be the Yi clan who told him the location. But they still had to pretend to be shocked and impressed. But they couldn't accept it. But, I don't have much money. I don't have enough to support the cooperation with the Yi clan. So, I plan to sell these 5 crystals to everyone. Wow, everyone was surprised when they heard Lin Xian's words. There's still a chance. If they could spend some money to get this cooperation opportunity, they could earn hundreds of millions. That's not a loss at all. Okay, these 5 crystals are 10 million each. First come first serve. Chapter 232. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Yi Nantian felt helpless. Fuck. This was supposed to be free of charge, yet he turned it into a transaction. This kid's brain is not simple at all. It was equivalent to earning 50 million for nothing. He didn't have to do anything and he found the crystal without any pressure. Lin Xian thought that this cooperation was risky. Otherwise, he would have to cooperate even if he had to borrow money from Wang Fugue. Plus, Lin Ya would be very tired, so he might as well sell it for 50 million for nothing. How comfortable would that be? In an instant, everyone rushed over to fight for the crystal. 4 crystals were swept away, and there was only 1 left. Lin Xian saw Lu Yun who couldn't rush over, so he walked down and placed it in the hands of Lu Yufan's father. Uncle, this is for you. Lu Yun was surprised and quickly took out his card. Lin Xian shook his head. No need. Then Lin Xian whispered in his ear, just give me your daughter. After that, Lin Xian walked away with a smile. Lu Yun was dumbfounded. Did he take a fancy to my daughter? Then, he revealed a surprised expression. That was great news for the Lu family. Lin Xian didn't want his money because of his special relationship with Lu Yufan. In addition, this project would take 2 years. If Tianhua City fell into the enemy's hands, everything would be gone. Therefore, he might not be able to make any money. Therefore, he didn't want him to lose any more money. 40 million was more than enough. Lin Ya was stunned by this scene. Little fairy, keep it well. This is my wife's money. I will use it when I get married in the future. Lin Xian placed the 40 million card in Lin Ya's hand and smiled. Lin Ya nodded slightly. She felt that it was a bit strange to earn tens of millions just like that. Her company had to run for a year to earn so much. Yinantian was helpless. This birthday party had forcefully become a place for Lin Xian to earn money. What could he do? He was also in despair. But at the same time, he liked Lin Xian even more. He was a genius. That's right. The party ended very quickly. Yi sent them to the car and drove off. Xiao Running drove Ling Ying home. Lu Yufan went back with her parents. Lin Xian and Lin Ya went back directly. Driving on the less crowded road, Lin Xian lay in the passenger seat and hummed. Little fairy, do you admire me? Lin Xian asked with a smile. I'm impressed, okay? So perfunctory. Lin Xian then placed his large hand on Lin Ya's thigh and rubbed it. Lin Ya's delicate body suddenly trembled. Don't, she quickly placed a hand on the back of Lin Xian's hand. Little fairy, tonight. Can you do what you did that morning? Cough cough, that. Lin Ya's little face was completely red. No, you promised me that you'll only do it that time. I said once a day. I didn't say once in a lifetime. Lin Ya, hey, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes. Also, little fairy, you're so beautiful today. Lin Xian laughed mischievously. Lin Ya was naturally dressed elegantly for today's party. She looked so beautiful with just a little makeup. Lin Xian really had the urge to push her down tonight. After being served by Ling Ying for so long, Lin Xian couldn't hold it in anymore during her special period. So tonight, Lin Xian wanted to see if he could push Lin Ya down. Even if he couldn't, he wanted to do it like that morning. Lin Ya really felt like she was being bullied to death by Lin Xian. But every time it happened, she couldn't reject him. The car stopped at a red light. In this era, at this time, there weren't many cars on the road. Lin Ya was the only car waiting at a red light. Lin Ya's little face was red. With one hand on the steering wheel, she used the other to stop Lin Xian's hand that kept trying to reach under her skirt. She was so embarrassed. Lin Xian kept trying to reach under her skirt, but Lin Ya was very stubborn and refused to give in. Beep beep beep. After the car stopped at a red light, Lin Xian vaguely heard a strange sound. He didn't pay attention to it for a few seconds, thinking that it was some kind of device in the car. But later, the sound continued to come out in a regular pattern. Lin Xian immediately let go of his hand and released his spiritual power, increasing his hearing by several times. The sound became louder, and Lin Xian was sure that it was in the car. Let's go. Lin Xian grabbed Lin Ya's little hand and backhanded Lin Ya's bag. Then, he released the power of space. The two figures disappeared from the car in an instant, then appeared by the side of the road. What's wrong? Lin Ya looked at Lin Xian with a puzzled expression. Not even a second after she asked that question, there was a sudden explosion in front of them. Boom! Their car was instantly destroyed, and the ruins were burning. Ah! Lin Ya screamed and subconsciously hugged Lin Xian with her back, protecting Lin Xian behind her. This scene stunned Lin Xian, and at the same time, he was touched. When a girl encountered something like this again, shouldn't she hide behind a guy? But her first reaction was to protect Lin Xian. For a girl like this, if Lin Xian didn't love her and protect her, was there any justice left? Feeling Lin Ya's delicate body trembling slightly, Lin Xian knew that she was also afraid. Lin Xian gently patted Lin Ya's back to comfort her, and at the same time, he clenched his fists tightly. Qin Xiaotian. This must have been Qin Xiaotian's doing after being humiliated by the party. At this moment, a car calmly drove past their destroyed car, and at the same time, the car window slowly rolled down. A person's mouth curled up, and he left with a cold smile. Lin Xian saw that person. He saw that cold smile, and he saw the side of that person's face. It wasn't Qin Xiaotian. It must be one of his people. But now, Lin Xian couldn't chase after him, because Lin Ya was beside him. Lin Ya was everything. Let's go home first. Lin Xian held Lin Ya's hand. What's going on? Lin Ya looked at Lin Xian worriedly. Lin Xian gently squeezed Lin Ya's small hand and said, "It's probably targeting me. That's why I asked you to carry the Ice Spirit Snow Pearl with you, because I was worried that they would attack you. Did you get into any trouble outside?" Lin Ya wasn't worried about herself, but she was worried about Lin Xian. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it as soon as possible. Let's go home first." Then, Lin Xian brought Lin Ya home. Wait, just as Lin Ya was about to open the door, Lin Xian stopped her, and then asked Lin Ya to step back. Then, Lin Xian released the space attribute and entered the house. "Fuck your mother," Lin Xian cursed. One end of the bomb was connected to the door. As long as the door was opened and pulled, it would detonate immediately. Luckily, he was careful. Then, Lin Xian removed the bomb. This kind of bomb was easy to remove, as long as he didn't touch the string. Suddenly, Lin Xian's mind moved, and he clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 233. Lin Xian was releasing all his spiritual power to enhance his divine sense. He heard a commotion coming from downstairs. Lin Xian quickly went to Lin Ya and whispered, "Go home first. Don't come out. Don't turn on the lights." After saying that, Lin Xian sent Lin Ya home and disappeared on the spot once again. Lin Ya was scared. She was worried for Lin Xian. She didn't know what trouble Lin Xian had gotten himself into outside to kill them. She could only pray for Lin Xian. In a corner downstairs, a figure stood there as if waiting for something. He looked at his watch. That shouldn't be the case. It should have exploded. "What are you waiting for?" Lin Xian's cold voice suddenly came from behind him. The person's body trembled, and a blue thunderbolt shot toward Lin Xian. Sizzle! Lin Xian reached out his hand. The blue thunderbolt turned into nothingness when it touched his palm. "TSK," Lin Xian sneered. "I was wondering who it was." "It's you." Lin Xian clenched his fists and looked at Jiang Tianhao. It was him. No wonder. This wasn't Qin Xiaotian's style. If it was Jiang Tianhao, then it made sense. Jiang Tianhao frowned. What was going on? He blocked his thunderbolt. "Lin Xian, you're lucky to have escaped death this time. But don't worry. There's always a second time and a third time. Even if you don't die, your sister will die." Jiang Tianhao's face was ferocious. "You! I can't kill you, but I can kill you with a sneak attack. Remember, be careful next time. Your sister might die at any time." Ha ha ha. With that, Jiang Tianhao let out a loud laugh and fled towards the horizon. "Me." Lin Xian smirked and muttered, "Looks like you've been in this hospital for too long. You don't know what's going on outside." Lin Xian reached out his hand. "Spatial imprisonment." "What?" Jiang Tianhao suddenly realized that he couldn't run anymore and revealed a shocked expression. Lin Xian walked over step by step. "Let me tell you, I'm currently at the 6th star of the arcane body stage, while you're still at the 1st star." "What? Arcane body stage 6 stars?" Jiang Tianhao was flabbergasted. His eyes widened in shock. The first thing he did after leaving the hospital was to take revenge. He didn't expect to kill Lin Xian, but killing his sister would be enough to vent his anger. He didn't even bother to investigate Lin Xian. The main thing was that he didn't expect that in such a short time, Lin Xian, who was only 1 star of the arcane body realm, would be able to advance to 6 stars. If he had known, he wouldn't have shown himself even if he made a move. As for Lin Xian, who was at the 6th star of the arcane body realm, if he released the spatial attribute, he could even directly kill him. Lin Xian took out his bomb, released the power of space, and threw it into the space that imprisoned Jiang Tianhao. Spatial compression. Boom. The bomb was crushed, and the space exploded. Jiang Tianhao's corpse was nowhere to be found. You're asking for it, Lin Xian said coldly, turned around, and left. There was no relief. Jiang Tianhao died, and he died very easily. That was because he didn't know that Lin Xian was at the 6th star of the arcane body realm. Only Ling Ying and Miao Xiaomiao knew about this. However, Lin Xian didn't feel relieved. Instead, he felt even more worried. If Qin Xiaotian wanted to make a move, it would be too easy for him to do what Jiang Tianhao did. Lin Xian might be able to release his power in time to block the explosion of the bomb, but Lin Yue couldn't. If that was the case, she wouldn't be safe even if she had the Ice Spirit Snow Pearl. This was a wake-up call for Lin Xian. Qin Xiaotian's matter must be resolved. Whoosh! A silver needle pierced through the air and suddenly shot toward Lin Xian from behind. Lin Xian reacted quickly and leaped to dodge it. There's someone else. With a gust of wind under his feet, Lin Xian instantly rushed in the direction of the silver needle. The silhouette dashed into an empty patch of greenery in the dark night. Lin Xian stopped there as well. Since you've lured me here, come out, Lin Xian said coldly. Normally, he wouldn't care and wouldn't chase after him. However, Lin Xian felt a great sense of danger. As long as he encountered this person, he must eliminate him. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. A figure slowly walked out from behind a tree. Since you know that I deliberately lured you here to kill you, why are you still chasing after me? He wore black clothes and a mask on his face. The corners of his mouth curled into a bloodthirsty sneer. Lin Xian released his eye of spiritual insight. 1 star of the arcane heaven realm. Crack. Lin Xian subconsciously clenched his fist. 1 star of the arcane heaven realm, 5 stars higher than him. At the same time, there was a gap of a whole realm. Normally, it was impossible for him to fight. Lin Xian knew that too. However, to him, nothing was impossible. If he encountered this person, he must eliminate him. Because I want to kill you. Whoosh. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and grasped Wen Xie, which was in the form of a light sword, in his hand. You want to kill me with just an arcane body realm cultivation? The man laughed disdainfully. This wasn't Qin Xiaotian. However, he was definitely not with Jiang Tianhao. This was the second batch. In other words, there were 2 forces that wanted to kill him tonight. One was Jiang Tianhao, and the other must be Qin Xiaotian's men. I think I've seen you before, Lin Xian suddenly said with a sneer. The man frowned. Don't be nervous. I'm just kidding. Lin Xian sneered. You're courting death. How could Chu Haohan not be angry when he realized that he was being controlled by a weakling? He stretched out his hand and a purple sword appeared in his palm. Then, he pierced through the air and charged toward Lin Xian. His speed was unimaginably fast. Lin Xian couldn't fight against him. Moreover, he hadn't even used his attribute power yet. Attribute exchange, agility, strength, physique, spirit. Lin Xian exchanged for the 4 attributes from the scumbag system without hesitation. Bang! The next moment, the 2 swords collided. The powerful force instantly knocked down a few trees around them. Whoosh! Lin Xian jumped back and staggered a few steps. His right hand that was holding Wen Xie trembled slightly. Then, he clenched it tightly. Oh! Your strength and speed have probably reached arcane body realm 8 stars. Fortunately, I intervened in time. If I gave you more time to grow, I'm afraid it would be difficult. Chu Haohan licked his lips. Qin Xiaotian's dog is so useless, Lin Xian said coldly. Qin Xiaotian? His nothing. Chu Haohan sneered. Without absolute benefits, why would I care about him? Then I'll give you more benefits. I wonder if you can help me deal with Qin Xiaotian? Lin Xian asked coldly. You're not worthy. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Lightning began to surround Lin Xian's body. Purple lightning, what a pity, whoosh. Lin Xian surrounded by lightning and charged forward. Ha! Lin Xian roared as he raised thousand evils with both hands and slashed down. Kai. Chu Haohan blocked it without hesitation. Ka, Ka, Ka. At this moment, the light sword Wen Xie turned into a heavy sword. At this moment, its strength increased tremendously. Boom! The night sky was illuminated by purple lightning. Chapter 234. Chu Haohan didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a move. Fortunately, his cultivation level was much higher than Lin Xian's, so he was only slightly shocked. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Xian's attacks were incomparably fierce. He dared to fight with this person because Lin Xian had the confidence to deal with a one-star mystic heaven realm expert. However, it required the right time, place, and people. Lightning flash. One hand released lightning flash to attack Chu Haohan, while the other kept waving thousand evils. For a moment, Chu Haohan was actually suppressed. Purple lightning was an Earth-grade martial skill. Although there was a 5-star difference, Chu Haohan didn't dare to easily take on the power of an Earth-grade martial skill. You're courting death. Chu Haohan realized that he, a mystic heaven realm expert, was actually suppressed by Lin Xian and was instantly enraged. The flames on his body burned and turned into a fire dragon that charged at Lin Xian. Whoosh! In an instant, Lin Xian's figure disappeared in front of him. Instant shadow. Thousand lightning strike. Lin Xian's angry roar came from behind. Lightning surrounded thousand evils. Clenching both hands, the lightning pierced through the sky and slashed at Chu Haohan's back. Bang! Chu Haohan immediately turned around. The purple spiritual weapon blocked this terrifying attack, but due to the lack of time, he couldn't block it perfectly with all his strength. His figure blocked the attack on the ground while retreating rapidly. Purple lightning suddenly erupted and enveloped both of them. Chu Haohan also released the power of flames to resist it. 10,000 flames returned to origin. Chu Haohan roared angrily. The flames instantly engulfed the lightning and Lin Xian. In the next instant, Lin Xian appeared 10 meters away again. The clothes on his right arm were burnt and his skin was burnt, dripping with blood. It wasn't that his flames were powerful. The difference between flames and lightning was huge, but he was strong in his realm. Lin Xian believed that if it was someone in the same realm, even if it was someone in the 10-star mystic body realm, that person would definitely be injured by his attack. Although Lin Xian was fierce, it was useless. He wasn't even injured. Instead, he was the one who was burned by the flames. Chu Haohan was shocked by Lin Xian. He had fought many experts before, but he had never seen someone who was a few stars lower than him being able to beat him up like this. Logically speaking, he should have been crushed, and he was indeed crushed, but he was actually able to resist. Even the explosive power was a threat to him. Thinking about it, perhaps it was because Lin Xian's martial technique was too high grade, he was even shocked. Why were all the grades of Lin Xian's martial skills so high? He couldn't understand. What kind of background did Lin Xian have? That was impossible. I've already investigated it thoroughly. However, what he didn't know was that Lin Xian was actually only at the arcane body stage 6 stars. In his opinion, Lin Xian was at the arcane body stage 8 stars because Lin Xian's strength had reached this level because Lin Xian had exchanged for the attribute increase. If he knew that Lin Xian was only at the arcane body stage 6 stars, he would definitely doubt himself. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Indeed, it wasn't easy to fight across realms. However, he had an advantage. That was the attribute. This person's attribute was only the fire attribute, and Lin Xian had the advantage in terms of attribute. Kai. Then, Chu Haohan sneered and said, "Your strength is indeed not bad, but it's only because you're using the spatial attribute that you're able to survive." Ha ha ha. Lin Xian laughed and said, "Is that so? I guess that's not what you're thinking." He came to fight with him because he wanted to kill this person. If he didn't want to kill him and didn't want to fight, why would he take such a huge risk to come here? Even now, Lin Xian could use the spatial jump to leave this area. Chu Haohan's eyes narrowed, and killing intent suddenly shot out. "That's right, that's not what I'm thinking." He was more shocked. However, Lin Xian still had to die. He was very angry now. If his attribute strength was a powerful rare attribute, Lin Xian would have died long ago. He was only using the high strength of lightning and the high flexibility of space to fight. That was why he could last for so long. Lin Xian's spatial compression, spatial explosion, and other spatial powers that could instantly kill the enemy couldn't be used because they were ineffective against such a high-realm martial artist. Even if Lin Xian's spatial attribute proficiency was maxed out, it still wouldn't work. 9 Dragons Empowerment. Chu Haohan couldn't be bothered to waste any more time. His body exploded with a powerful force, and 9 fire dragons shot out from behind him. They shot toward Lin Xian from 9 directions. At the same time, he held a spiritual weapon and rushed over together with the 9 fire dragons. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. This strength was indeed strong. If he didn't exchange his attributes, it would be impossible for him to fight. Whoosh! Once again, Lin Xian used Blink Shadow and instantly teleported 10 meters away, dodging several fire dragons. When the fire dragons crashed into the ground, they instantly blasted a deep, burning crater into the ground. If such power had landed on him, Lin Xian knew that he would have been instantly killed. The remaining fire dragons turned back and rushed toward Lin Xian again. Lin Xian used instant shadow again to dodge. Damn it! This spatial attribute is like a bug. Chu Haohan gritted his teeth and stared at Lin Xian furiously as he dodged the attacks nimbly. He was a Mystic Heaven Realm 1 star, yet he couldn't kill Lin Xian in a short period of time. It was all because of this time attribute. Why did he have such a heaven-defying attribute? Why did it appear on a piece of trash? Suddenly, Chu Haohan's pupils shrank as several lightning bolts shot toward him. At this moment, Lin Xian's hands were constantly condensing Heaven's Thunder Flash. It was like a man-made bomb zone. He kept throwing Heaven's Thunder Flash over. The explosion range of Heaven's Thunder Flash was 5 meters wide. Chu Haohan had no choice but to escape. "I have to end this battle. If this drags on, it won't be good for me," Lin Xian calculated in his heart. "Go to hell!" Chu Haohan roared furiously. His speed suddenly increased as he charged toward Lin Xian. He raised his spiritual weapon with his right hand and slashed at Lin Xian with flames wrapped around it. He was really angered by the beating. This despicable spatial attribute. Lin Xian smirked. When 2 people were fighting and one party was blinded by emotions, that was when he was the strongest. However, at the same time, that was when he had the most flaws. Lin Xian's advantage was the low consumption of instant shadow and its high functionality. In an instant, Lin Xian covered 10 meters. He dodged Chu Haohan's powerful attack and appeared behind him. 5 lightning constellation. Sizzle, terrifying lightning bolts rushed toward Chu Haohan like a gale. This martial skill, Chu Haohan could feel that this lightning energy was actually a great threat to him. He couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. At this moment, he actually saw Lin Xian use 3 martial skills that weren't inferior to Earthgrade martial skills. What the hell is this? A person with no background had 3 Earthgrade martial skills with spatial attributes. At the same time, his spiritual weapon increased his combat strength by quite a lot. Chapter 235. Chu Haohan couldn't teleport like Lin Xian. Under normal circumstances, he could only run backward when facing the Five Thunder constellation. However, he wasn't afraid now because he was at the mystic heaven realm, Fire God's Fist. Chu Haohan's left fist condensed flames and punched forward. The lightning and flames collided and the Five Thunder constellation didn't gain any advantage. This was within Lin Xian's expectations. After all, he was at the mystic heaven realm. Boom, the Five Thunder constellation was dispersed and Chu Haohan's figure charged toward Lin Xian along with the scorching flames. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The difference was too great. Even an Earth Realm 8-star martial technique couldn't make up for it. Once again, Chu Haohan used instant shadow. However, this time, Chu Haohan was prepared. Just when he was a short distance away from Lin Xian, he suddenly stopped and blasted toward the area below him. Lin Xian calculated his instant shadow. He was tricked by Chu Haohan and Chu Haohan could reach him in 0.1 seconds. Therefore, Lin Xian used instant shadow. However, he didn't rush forward during this 0.1 seconds and instead released his strength on the spot. Lin Xian appeared not far away from him and his pupils shrank when he saw this scene. Not good. The scorching flames rushed toward him. Lin Xian didn't even have time to use instant shadow and could only release his defensive strength to block it. Putong, Lin Xian's figure fell far away. Puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his blood was boiling. His entire body was burned badly. The difference between the mystic heaven realm and the mystic body realm was too great. He firmly believed that he could kill a 10-star mystic body realm cultivator, but a mystic heaven realm cultivator was too difficult. However, seeing that Lin Xian was injured, Chu Haohan heaved a sigh of relief. Why did it take him so much effort to kill a mystic body realm cultivator? Lin Xian wiped the blood and staggered to his feet. If only he was at the 7-star mystic body realm, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Fortunately, his physique was stronger than those at the same realm. Coupled with the attribute exchange, he would have been instantly killed. Sizzle, Lin Xian's hands trembled as he condensed the Five Thunder constellation again and charged toward Chu Haohan. Chu Haohan sneered and released his power to resist. Poof! In the next instant, he spat out a mouthful of blood and even let out a miserable shriek. Lin Xian grinned. His blood-stained teeth were incomparably red. He unleashed his 5 lightning constellation, but when he thought of the attribute combination that Qinlan mentioned, his 5 lightning constellation was just an illusion. In truth, all his attention was focused on opening up a wormhole. The lightning behind him entered the wormhole and appeared behind Chu Haohan, attacking him. This was something that Chu Haohan had never expected. A 6-star arcane body realm martial skill. An 8-star earth realm martial skill with lightning attribute and purple lightning. All of these added together were enough to cause great damage to Chu Haohan, who was at the mysterious heaven realm. Plop! Chu Haohan was half kneeling on the ground, coughing out blood continuously. His back was badly mutilated by the lightning strikes. He wasn't much better off than Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body was also burned to a bloody pulp. The two of them staggered to their feet. Damn it! That damned spatial attribute! Chu Haohan shouted angrily. He didn't feel that he was inferior to Lin Xian. The most disgusting thing was the spatial attribute. He couldn't even react to it. Furthermore, why was his martial skill grade so high? I want you to die! Chu Haohan roared. Flames erupted as he raised his spiritual weapon. Gritting his teeth, he shot it at Lin Xian. Instant shadow. Lin Xian easily dodged it again. This instant shadow and spatial attribute were simply tyrannical. They were indeed the strongest attributes. Lin Xian, who appeared behind Chu Haohan, endured the pain. The 1,000 evils in his hand transformed into a heavy sword. At the same time, the 1,000 evils was surrounded by black-red light. This was the power of the 1,000 evils shadow transformation. This was also the reason why Lin Xian was so confident in killing Chu Haohan. Metal attribute. Lin Xian released the metal attribute for the first time, causing his strength to skyrocket. 5 lightning constellation, 1,000 lightning strike. The 5 lightning constellation opened a path, the metal attribute increased strength, the 1,000 lightning strike close-range combat, and the shadow transformation broke through defense. This was Lin Xian's strongest attack. At the same time, it was also his last attack. Chu Haohan suddenly turned around with a shocked expression. Heavenly fire strike. The powerful flames slashed at the 5 lightning constellation. The two forces collided. Lin Xian's figure instantly broke through the 5 lightning constellation and slashed at Chu Haohan. Ha! You're courting death. Chu Haohan's aura skyrocketed. He could still hold on for a while if he used the spatial attribute. However, an arcane body realm cultivator actually dared to compete with an arcane heaven realm cultivator. Wasn't that courting death? Boom! When the two forces collided, Chu Haohan realized that he was wrong. A special force accompanied Lin Xian's attack and actually penetrated his defensive chi. Moreover, he even felt that Lin Xian's strength had reached the arcane heaven realm. However, it was too late for regret. Puff! 2 streams of blood spurted out. The terrifying force flattened the surrounding dozens of meters. It even attracted the attention of some passers-by. Plop! The two figures fell to the ground, and there was no longer any movement. "20 seconds later, Lin Xian's fingers moved and his powerful intent slowly opened his eyes. Ooh! Lin Xian flipped over and used WNCR to support himself up with difficulty. He staggered toward Chu Haohan, who was not far away. Instant shadow. Using the last of his spirit energy, Lin Xian released another instant shadow and landed in front of Chu Haohan. Plop! The moment he landed, he couldn't even stabilize himself. He half knelt on the ground and then slowly stood up again. Rip! WNCR, who had turned into a light sword, stabbed into Chu Haohan's thigh. The unconscious Chu Haohan woke up from the pain. However, he didn't have any strength and couldn't even open his eyes. Blood kept flowing out of his 7 orifices. Tell me, who is the one who died? Lin Xian squeezed this sentence out from between his teeth. Puff! Chu Haohan never imagined that he would die in the hands of an arcane body realm weakling. In his current state, even if he received treatment, he wouldn't be able to survive. He. Chu Haohan laughed while coughing blood. There was self-mockery and even coldness in his laughter. It's normal that Qin Xiaotian can't win against you. Chu Haohan panted and said, I know you must have something on Qin Xiaotian. Give it to me. Ha! Chu Haohan closed his eyes and laughed while coughing blood. Lin Xian squatted down and took out his phone. He used his fingerprint to unlock it and turned off the lock. At the same time, he took off the broken mask on his face. He didn't recognize him. Then, Lin Xian stood up and walked away. At the same time, he gathered lightning in his hand. Do you think you've won? Chu Haohan's voice sounded. Lin Xian's figure paused. Do you think, cough cough, I came alone? Ha. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Boom! The lightning directly killed him. At the same time, Lin Xian reached Arcane Body Realm 7 stars. He endured the pain all over his body and ran home. Little fairy, you must be fine. You must not. Chapter 236. Bang! Lin Xian kicked open the half-closed door. The house was dark, but at the same time, he felt a bone-piercing chill. Little fairy, Lin Xian helplessly shouted twice. Xiao Xian. Lin Ya, who was squatting in the corner, heard Lin Xian's voice and quickly ran out. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. Then, a soft and delicate body ran over and hugged Lin Xian. Xiao Xian. Lin Yue hugged him, her small head beside his ear as tears flowed down her face. I killed someone. Lin Yue's voice trembled as she cried. It's good that you're fine. Lin Xian raised his hand and gently patted Lin Yue's back to comfort her. Lin Yue suddenly felt that there was a sticky liquid on Lin Xian's body. She quickly let go of Lin Xian and turned on the light beside her. Then, she revealed a frightened expression. Xiao Xian, what happened to you? Seeing Lin Xian covered in blood, Lin Yue's tears once again gushed out. It's nothing. Lin Xian grinned. Perhaps the smile affected his wound, and his expression became painful again. At the same time, he glanced at his house. A man was holding a dagger and was about to stab him, but he was frozen. At the same time, the entire house was frozen. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. He was really glad that he left Lin Yue an ice spirit snow pearl. Otherwise, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. Lin Yue cried as she helped Lin Xian to her room. The door was tightly shut. Fortunately, the bed in the room was not frozen. She placed Lin Xian on the bed and quickly turned on the heater. The fear of killing someone for the first time had already been replaced by worry for Lin Xian. Lin Yue wiped her tears and quickly washed the towel to wipe Lin Xian's blood. As she wiped, she cried. She was scared to death of those wounds. Lin Xian's body was covered in them, and there were also charred wounds that were burned to the point where his skin was torn open. She had seen Lin Xian in a weak state before, but she had never seen Lin Xian injured to this extent. She was both heartbroken and scared. I'll take you to the hospital. After wiping Lin Xian a few times, Lin Yue saw some wounds and couldn't help but cry again. No need. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, let Ling Ying do it. She should have a way. It was already so late. Lin Xian didn't want to disturb Xiao running, but Ling Ying was different. After all, their relationship was here. Ling Ying had been in the demonic beast territory for many years, so she definitely had the means to treat external and internal injuries. Okay. I'll sleep first. Don't sleep, Lin Xian laughed and said weakly, don't worry, it's not like in the movies where you can't wake up after sleeping. 15 minutes later, Ling Ying rushed into Lin Xian's house. Normally, this journey would take 30 minutes. She heard Lin Yue say something with a sobbing tone. Without even changing out of her pajamas and slippers, she directly rushed over. When she saw Lin Xian lying on the bed like a bloody person, her heart couldn't help but ache. Little Ying. Lin Yue quickly got up and wiped her tears. Ling Ying felt Lin Xian's relatively stable breathing and sighed in relief. The injury was quite serious, but Lin Yue's medical treatment and Lin Xian's own healing ability stopped the bleeding. His life should be out of danger. Sister Lin Yue, he's fine. Go wash off the blood on your body first. I'll treat him. Ling Ying finished speaking and sat down beside Lin Xian. Lin Yue didn't leave and watched from the side. Ling Ying took out 2 bottles of genetic medicine and poured it on Lin Xian's body. Then, she took out some medicine for Lin Xian to consume. She took out a purple bottle of water and poured it on Lin Xian's wound. Fuck, it hurts so much. Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes and shouted. Lin Yue saw this scene and cried tears of joy. It's good that you know the pain. Let's see if you still want to seek death in the future, Ling Ying said unhappily. Lin Xian opened his eyes and looked at Ling Ying, then laughed. Little Ling Ying, don't talk. Let's leave it like this for now. I'll ask Teacher Zhao to come over and treat you. You'll be fine after resting for a while. Ling Ying said gently. Lin Xian's injury was shocking to her. What kind of battle did he go through to be injured like this? Didn't they just attend Yi Yi's birthday party? He went to the beast domain again? No, he should be fighting with a martial artist. Ling Ying then stood up and said to Lin Yue, Sister Lin Yue, although Lin Xian's injury is serious, it's not life-threatening. I'll ask a wood-type martial artist to come over and treat him. Don't worry, go wash up first. Ian, thank you, little Ling Ying. Ling Ying shook her head slightly. It's nothing. It's what I should do. Then, she went out to make a phone call. Lin Yue took care of Lin Xian. Little fairy, I'm fine. As long as you're fine, it's fine. Go wash up first. En. Lin Yue bit her lips and nodded slightly. But every time she saw Lin Xian's wound and the blood that couldn't be cleaned, her heart ached and she was afraid. Ling Ying finished the call and went to the room. She glanced at Lin Xian. Lin Yue washed away the blood in the bathroom. Then, she went out and dealt with the frozen body. She made a phone call to the enforcement union. Then, she looked at the frozen house and frowned slightly. This cold energy was so strong. Then, she released her spiritual energy to remove the ice and tidied up the house. The night passed just like that. The enforcement union came to take the frozen body away to see if they could find anything. Teacher Zhao rushed over in the middle of the night to treat Lin Xian. Ling Ying cleaned up the house and stood guard. Lin Yue did the same. Lin Xian, who was tied up like a mummy, fell asleep comfortably. Chapter 237. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard Ling Ying's words. What? He's also an expert from the Sky Martial Court's advanced class? Ling Ying nodded. That's right. He's very powerful. He's not any weaker than me. Why is there a conflict between you two? He wants to kill me. What can I do? Why does he want to kill you? Do you have any conflicts with him? Lin Xian shook his head. I haven't even met him. How can there be any conflicts? Lin Yue was confused. She was stunned when she heard that. She went to wash the dishes. I think Qin Xiaotian asked him to kill me. Qin Xiaotian? Just because of what happened at Yi's birthday party last night? He wants to kill you? Ling Ying was puzzled. No, there's a more important reason. He wants to get rid of me. I want to kill him too. What? Lin Xian smiled. I'll tell you when I've done it. Ling Ying thought Lin Xian and Qin Xiaotian only had a conflict. He did not expect it to be so serious that they wanted to kill each other. Where's he? Lin Xian said calmly, he's dead. What? I killed him. His corpse should be found by now. He's probably a 10 stars arcane body stage cultivator. You killed him alone? Ling Ying was shocked. To be precise, he's a 1-star arcane heaven stage cultivator. Ling Ying. What about you? I'm a 7 stars arcane body stage cultivator after killing him. Ling Ying. A 6 stars arcane body stage cultivator killing a 1-star arcane heaven stage cultivator? Was Chu Haohan too weak? Of course not. Even if he was trash, he could not be killed by someone 5 stars lower than him. Of course, it might be possible if they were in the same realm. However, this was a realm above him. Ling Ying would not have believed it if Lin Xian did not say it. With such a level difference, it would be difficult to deal any damage to the enemy, let alone kill him. What a monster! Ling Ying couldn't help but mutter. It was already a miracle that Lin Xian could survive the attack of a mysterious heaven stage 1-star, let alone kill him. It's mainly because his attribute is purely fire. If he had a more powerful attribute, I definitely wouldn't have been able to kill him. Ling Ying shook his head and said, he is indeed very powerful. Although he is purely of the fire attribute, he is still very powerful. It's enough for you to kill him. However, I don't understand. You have no enmity with him, but you have some enmity with Qin Xiaotian. He must have been sent by Qin Xiaotian to kill you. However, according to what I know, Chu Haohan and Qin Xiaotian don't have much of a relationship. Why would he work for Qin Xiaotian? Benefits, a handle. Lin Xian said. Blackmail. Then, Ling Ying suddenly thought of something and quickly checked Chu Haohan's phone. The two of them were very secretive. They didn't even have each other's WeChat or QQ friends. The two of them must have contacted each other through other means. Look at this phone again and see if there is anything that can be used against Qin Xiaotian, Lin Xian asked. This might be a very important opportunity for him. If this was Chu Haohan's personal phone, he might be able to find something. Ling Ying sat beside Lin Xian and flipped through the phone. Nope. Look at the photo album. It's all selfies and photos of his daily life. There are also photos of his spiritual weapons. Wait, there's a short video. Ling Ying's beautiful eyes shone. Click on it. Then, the short video was opened. The video was shot at night. Although it was very dark, the phone's resolution was good and the distance was just right. In the video, a man was absorbing some kind of energy from a woman. The ground was frozen. It must be the cold energy. Qin Xiaotian, Lin Xian blurted out when he saw this scene. What? You're saying that the man in the video is Qin Xiaotian? But I can't see clearly. And he's wearing a mask. Continue watching. Finally, he finished absorbing and slapped the girl to the ground. Then, the video was turned off. A second ago, the man turned around and seemed to have seen Chu Haohan, who was secretly taking the video. What about the time? The phone shows that it was taken 2 years ago. 2 years ago. Could this girl be Zhong Tian's sister, Zhong Ari? Lin Xian wasn't sure, but it was very possible. She had died because her heart meridian was shattered. However, at the last moment, Qin Xiaotian had discovered Chu Haohan. Naturally, his target had changed. That Zhong Ari was still alive. That was why she had the chance to write half of Qin Xiaotian's name on the ground. Of course, this was just Lin Xian's guess. However, he could easily verify this guess. Is there more? There's more. It's from 3 years ago. Then, Ling Ying opened the video. The video showed Qin Xiaotian. This time, he wasn't wearing a mask, probably due to his lack of experience. He walked out from a building. His face was very clear and he looked flustered. Ling Ying suddenly saw the building number and the building's layout. He recognized it at a glance. Wait, isn't this your building? This video was actually from the night when Qin Xiaotian attacked Lin Ya and himself. This Chu Haohan actually had 2 pieces of evidence against Qin Xiaotian. However, it was useless. The first video was from 2 years ago. It didn't capture the face. The second video was from 3 years ago. It captured the face but didn't capture the process of the crime. It's all his fault. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with killing intent. What's going on? I'll tell you later. From the looks of it, Chu Haohan has evidence against Qin Xiaotian. As for the witness, he should be himself. However, he worked for Qin Xiaotian. This proves that Qin Xiaotian has something on him as well. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. The smart Ling Ying combined the 2 videos and the grudge between Lin Xian and Qin Xiaotian.